Test here, and as you can see, if you're on infiniteplane.media, we're now on Rumble. And you can go to Rumble directly, just click the button on the right, or you can just go to infiniteplane.media. You'll also see that the video archives are conveniently placed just beneath the video player. It auto updates. Below that, you have the audio player, which I'll go ahead and start right now for Mixlr. And beneath that, you have the audio archives. So it's all very automated. Not a lot of work on my part now that it's all in place, but it's very convenient. infiniteplane.media, get the archives in whatever format you prefer. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. We'll be back in 20 seconds here. Okay, it's December the 8th, 2021. We were live this morning, and we're going to try to do that every morning. For the Flat Earth Report, you probably heard us on Free Earth Radio. Free being the other banned F word next to flat. I actually spell flat F capital I-A-T. That way they don't put the Wikipedia article beneath every single one of my videos. They're so paranoid. You can't even have a video about changing a flat tire without some warning, flat earth is dangerous, just slapped on there. It's ridiculous. See, we're joined by G Regular over there in Mixlr, and I do monitor both chats. Joined by King L32, Garrett 7, Salty Siren, and I'm going to reinstitute everything in terms of live stream notifications by newsletter and text message alerts, but I want to make sure I have everything running perfectly before I start doing that, and we're really close to having the new video card installed. So a few things. Let's see. Today I was looking at Louder with Crowder, totally unwatchable. Somehow he showed up in my Rumble feed because I just got back on Rumble. And he's talking to Kyle Rittenhouse. So Kyle Rittenhouse is now enjoying this sort of right-wing celebrity where he's kind of chumming it up with the likes of, well, when I look at someone like Crowder, it's not a serious person. This guy's an entertainer. He's a comedian. And so I don't know if this is meant to soften his image or to infuriate the left, which is what I think. Like, I think I brought this up earlier, how Greta goes out there in a densely packed concert where nobody is social distancing. Nobody's wearing masks. I don't know if they're even vaxxed. And nobody cares about the damage that that concert will do to the environment. No, she rickrolls everybody. Dances around like a Muppet. And I'm like, okay, these characters are designed to make people mad. These are villains or saviors, depending on which side of the fence you're on. And this is the strange thing about it is they were both born on the same day or hatched in the same laboratory, January the 3rd, 2003. I can't get over how weird that actually is. And that's verifiable. So if you want to point out something that says to people, hey, we do have a point, yeah, it's that kind of thing. It suggests high-level puppeteering, which is one of the things I wanted to talk about. We have a number of interesting leads and hints that were sent to me today. Someone sent this to me, and this one is not new at all. The idea that John Lennon didn't actually die and that he reincarnated in a world stage kind of way as Steve Jobs. And the pictures bear it out. And there's also a very strong subtext and a lot of hints with the use of the apple, among other things. And I think a couple of years ago, Steve Jobs was sighted in Egypt. Now, I don't know if that was him, but it's certainly the case that he didn't die. And one of the things I point out is whenever you have a suspected death faker reincarnated in a world stage kind of way, there's always a narrative subtext, a storyline that supports it. And so if you search for Steve Wozniak and his comments on the death of Steve Jobs, do you know what he said? The first thing he said when he heard that Steve Jobs died is he said, it's like losing John Lennon all over again. Like, talk about an inside joke. Steve Jobs' death struck him. He said, I'm totally awestruck but surprised. He compared it to Kennedy getting shot, another hoax that's connected to everything else. But as I'll play here, he says, the world has lost John Lennon. I'm like, that's an inside joke. It has to be an inside joke. How else can you explain this? Take a listen. Again, this
I
is
was so stunned because I have very dramatic memories of where I was when the Beatles were on Ed Sullivan, when I heard that JFK had been shot, and I'll never get this memory out of my head. Just where I was, just getting a phone call from a reporter, and they just said, "Have you heard the news?" And I instantly knew what that meant, and that was just a total shock. Like, what do you say? It's like the world lost a John Lennon.
the world lost to John Lennon. Right. No tears, by the way. And he's talking about a friend. So, just pointing this out, this would kind of suggest that the hoax theory, the death hoaxer theory, makes a bit of sense here. And that's just one. I mean, there are many layers to this. Earlier today, we were talking about how the space wars have already started, as predicted in the book, The Metascript Decoded. And a lot of people have been asking about that book. So I've made it available as a PDF. So if you go to, I'll put a link in the chat, www.timosman.win. It goes to the site where I sell my art, and I'm now going to sell PDF versions, really cheap, of all the books that I've published, cheaper than you can get them on Amazon. And I'm going to compile them and bring back a lot of books that I've kind of lost track of, things that need to be updated, for example. So there you go, timosman.win. If you go there, you can find the Metascript Decoded. So one of the things I was talking about was the space wars and the space junk, which is now a real thing, supposedly, and how the space wars have already started. The space station is dodging junk almost daily, canceling spacewalks because of junk. Anyway, it's part of the bigger picture. We talked about Jussie Smollett. He's in the news again, and he talked about how he's had a black eye for 3 years. 3 years after a hoax beating where he has this like yarn noose around his neck when the cops show up. So I'm thinking, okay, that's got to be a hint there. That Jussie Smollett was probably initiated, this was his initiation, into the cult of hoaxers, the real hoaxers that run this place, the ones who are on the side of psychological warfare. Listen to this. Directing the questions, the cuts and bruises, and this is from the court case now. And I saw this hilarious Babylon Bee article, and it said that Jussie Smollett is having to face his accusers, and they have to hold up a big mirror in front of him. Because if you don't know the story, he staged his own lynching, blamed it on white redneck racists with MAGA caps, and it turned out to be a couple of his friends, like very close friends, very, very close. If you listen to the testimony, and I don't really watch too much of this. I try not to focus too much on any one of these psyops. We already diagnosed this one as a hoax the day before the news media exposed it as a hoax, or it was exposed. My contention is that this was deliberately revealed for a few reasons. But listen to this. And primarily, why would they reveal it? I think they needed to have an example of a psyop being exposed so people think, oh, if somebody tries to trick the news, they would call them out on it. And it distances the public from having any concept of the fact that the media creates the events. It's not just being fooled by a fake school shooting and a bunch of sneaky crisis actors. No, the media is actually a part of it. So anyway, this is a big distraction, but listen to this. So he's talking about how he was attacked, and he says, I have a scar under my eye and a black circle that won't go away even after 3 years. It's a big problem for me. So my mind goes to the Black Eye Club. Every one of these Hollywood elitists that are part of this PSYOP entertainment complex, you can find them all. Just look up Black Eye Club. And anybody who's anybody in the PSYOP entertainment complex has, and I'll go through the Pinterest of the Black Eye Club. Oh, the Pope, by the way. The Pope who is, I think even right now, I think he's on his deathbed. A lot of QAnoners are cheering this on. They all think this is part of this expose of everything the deep state's done, and we've got Ghislaine Maxwell on trial. But so far it's a lot of nothing burgers, bad colored pencil drawings, and the photographs of Ghislaine hanging out with Epstein just look fake to me. Okay, I'm looking at the list of Black Eye Club members, and I'm not going to go through very much of it. Jussie Smollett's in it, the Pope's in it, Justin Bieber's in it. And speaking of popes, here's a story that's circulating in the news again for some reason. John Paul I was pope for just 33 days. The story of his death is still evolving. What's that about? Let me go through some comments and see who's here. Sin Crow says, All eyes on you. Travis Cloud, End Times. Low Earth Orbit Space Wars. Right. Well, look, I think this is all a part of a plan, long term. Like this is 9/11 all over again, but it's going to be bigger. And this time it's going to be, I think, space 9/11. And we have a lot of things to suggest this. And one of the best predictors of the future is the predictive programming and just examining that as a model for what they're going to do in the future because it's all there to open your mind to impossible things to accept them as normal. The Overton window has to be opened up a bit. So they want you to be ready for something to fall from the sky and have no incredulity. So first thing they got to do is they got to shut up all the flat earthers and the ones who know it's a hoax, which they do a pretty good job. They really do. So now it's about to go down, and just so happens every TV show on Netflix features something about stuff from the sky falling, usually asteroids or space junk or space stations. Anyway, they put the stuff out there in advance to make the news more believable. It's what they did before 9/11. It's what they do before everything. They did it before COVID. And by the way, this is good news. It's good news in the sense that it's all psychological warfare. It's bad news in the sense that the masses believe it, and so we're basically trapped in a 6 billion person strong doomsday cult. St. Joe says, "What's up with your art? Kind of scary." Yeah, I would recommend not looking at stuff that scares you. One of the problems we have in the world is that the snowflakes are so empowered. They think, if this goes against my sensibilities, it should be eradicated. Well, if everybody censors something that offends them, we shrink the universe of ideas down to nothing. And that's what they're getting used to. So again, I'm saying if it offends you, don't look. If you don't like what you're hearing, don't listen. I always said on YouTube, instead of flagging a video to have it burned, digitally burned because it offends you, it should merely be deleted from your perspective. Like, I don't want to see someone crying about the art, so I just remove them from the chat. You wouldn't call it censorship, I would call it being a little more selective. Go find some art that elevates you, that edifies you, and go stare at it. Okay, and when people say something's demonic, I have to ask them, like, well, what do they mean by demon? Do they even know the etymological origin of that word outside of Hollywood? Probably not. Lilith says church lady intensifies. Oh yeah, we used to have, I don't know, I don't even want to get into the church ladies. They were so bad back when. Actually, they're still around. The flat earth topic and related topics have brought out this. There's a couple of things. One of them is the Bubba effect, where people want to run for the hills and pack up their goods. It's this idea of stuff's about to go down. And then the other side of it is they're all satanic panic. It's just like every little geometric symbol scares them, a number scares them. But the QAnoners have gone to an extreme. They're completely different. The QAnoner group, or whatever you want to call them, I don't want to denigrate them by saying that they're a cult, but it is a religious movement. That has to be said. It's a religious movement, and they do engage in a modern form of Kabbalah. And for some time, I thought that what we were seeing was, in fact, a new religion that's kind of combining, well, it's combining the story of Jesus and Mary and the bloodline, but it's combining it with the presidency, the Kennedys of all things. But we do have this great awakening, which is nothing more than a repackaged Revelations. So we're waiting for the seals to be opened so we know who the bad guys are so they can be judged. And it's Judgment Day. That's what the QAnoners want. Because at the end of the day, the QAnoners actually want to exterminate and purge all their enemies. So because of if I do some artwork that scares one of these QAnoners, well, maybe I'm on the list. So I hope they don't get the power to censor society. Like, we don't need to empower hysterical snowflakes, no matter which side of the fence they're on. Commenter says pearl clutching couch fainters. Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't even want to get into it very much. I mean, I sell art, and I have for years. I paint whatever I feel like. I've been painting a lot of cactuses, and if you ever stepped on a cactus, in fact, I even had one of the needles in my shoe. It could have drawn blood. Like, should I not be painting cactuses because those things are fairly pokey, and some people have traumatic memories of being poked by cactuses? It might offend somebody. Like who do I ask before I create some art or put together a sentence? Who do I run it by to make sure? Like, is there a filter? Like, there should be a snowflake filter to protect these people. And let's go down this route a little bit here because it's worth looking at this. Safe spaces. What were safe spaces? Long before we had social distancing and the 6 foot little state mandated safe space to protect you from viruses, you had safe spaces on universities. And the safe spaces there were to protect left wingers from right wing memes, from right wing hate or ideas, which, ideas that they consider to be hateful. So they used to have these safe spaces. And that has evolved. And I'm finding it to be interesting now that, looking at it in context, the social distancing and all the mandatory safe spaces they put around us has always been to stop the spread of right-wing ideas. It was never about a flu virus or any kind of a virus or anything at all other than ideas, but specifically ideas that run counter to establishment science and establishment media. So this was, in fact, a pandemic, and the purpose was to purge the bad information. And they're doing a pretty good job, this war on memes. It's an infodemic, and it's not an infodemic of conspiracy theories, it's just all ideas that they don't control. Travis Cloud says, if you're scared, go to church. Well, that's my advice. My advice is, because that's like a quarantine, go quarantine yourself. Go into an echo chamber and just protect yourself from those ideas that might offend you if you have to. But you can't expect society to go quarantine as well, and that's what they want to do. And that's what the true believers in this thing want to do. It's like, wait, you believe in the mandatory pokey and mandatory lockdowns. Well, why do you have to be mandated to lock yourself down? If you support the science of lockdowns, you should be locking down right now. You shouldn't need a mandate. You should be online telling everybody else, hey, you should join us, but we're leading the way. But no, they're just joyriding around and mask shaming people. But, it shows you that this is all about fascism. It's not about safety. Same goes for climate change. If you buy into the science of lockdowns for the pandemic, well, hey, the same scientists tell you to lock down to save the planet. Why haven't you sold your car? So, pretty much, the people who go around believing this are a bunch of hypocrites, because if they believe in it, they wouldn't leave their homes. Okay, let us continue. We're talking about John Paul I was Pope for 33 days, nothing to see there. Just kind of random. Look at this. This is from The Atlantic. Is it safe to hang out with the unboosted? So now the bar is moved. So now the unboosted are to be feared. There are many everyday risk assessments when there are many shades of what it means to be vaccinated. Well, I hate to be the one to break it to them, but you will never be fully vaccinated. You can never be fully saved. Ask any pastor or any Christian, can you be fully saved? Well, no, you can always screw up again. You can always take a step back and, go down that slippery slope to hell. I mean, you can always backslide, and no one is perfect. Everybody falls short of the glory of God, or in this case, you're going to fall short of fully vaccinated, fully saved. It's going to require weekly boosters. Even if you had your entire blood supply replaced with the goo blood, nothing but just the vax juice in you, you're still going to be a super spreader. And that's another thing. So you're never saved. You're never not a super spreader. And once the true believers get this through their heads, they would have to logically conclude that they have no excuse for leaving their homes. A whole bunch of hypocrites. Zara says, my buddy told him they don't want him in the break room, segregation magnified. Okay, I see what they're doing. Well, that's been the point all along. Like I said, the thing's not going to kill anybody. What it's going to do is it's going to drive a schism in society. Oh, look at this. This is great. So Kamala Harris had a statement about Jussie Smollett after his lynching, and this was in January 2019. And I think this is before it was exposed as a hoax. She said, Jesse's one of the kindest, most gentle human beings I know. I'm praying for his quick recovery. This was a modern day lynching. So, anyway, just shows you that the people with the big platforms are nothing more than agent provocateurs, these MSM puppets, and that's their job. Here's some symbolism for you. We've been talking about how Delta and Omicron gives you media control, how Omicron gives you moronic. So yes, the moronic media control, I can kind of see the inside joke. Illuminati thinks they're funny. But look at this one. If you actually combine the two, Omicron and Delta, you do get the Illuminati symbol. The letter Delta has the symbol of a triangle in the Greek alphabet. The letter Omicron is the shape of an eye when you put them together, eye in the pyramid. And this is from the person who uploaded it, who said, quote, "A deep state black magician, Dr. Fauci, was dramatic once again, and on the 29th of November has given a profound statement that this new variant, called Omicron, avoids all of our God-given antibodies." All right, let's see what we have here. Going through comments, Truth Hurts 21 says, "What should people talk about with the jabbed family and in-laws for Christmas? Ignoring the obvious seems strange." Hmm. I don't know what you would do in that instance, because I think it's private medical information. I think it's Here's another thing that they're doing. I think the very fact that they're making this private thing public is an attack on privacy and the concept of privacy and the idea that, well, you can't have privacy because you're a threat to society. The private has to become public. I think this is an attack on privacy. Just like they've turned our culture against free speech, where people celebrate the burning of books, I mean, digitally. They celebrate censorship all the time. Right now, I have an article here where they're clamoring for the censorship of podcasting now, just like they do all the video platforms because of who? Joe Rogan. And I called it, by the way. I called this back in, I think it was in April, when they pulled 42 tracks from Joe Rogan off of Spotify. I said, hey, look, he is saying the things they're telling him to say so they can justify widespread censorship. They'll say, hey, look, Joe Rogan killed Flat Earth Fokker. Mac Parhar choked to death on ivermectin because Dr. Joe Rogan said this will cure your COVIDs. So anyway, yes, you have a lot of agent provocateurs who are just torching everything that we hold sacred and things that we need in order to preserve a sane society. But it's all by design. I mean, this is what the Great Reset's about. So yes, they're going to go after the podcasting next. That's kind of where I think this is headed. It's all about control of the memes. All right, media control. That's what Omicron and Delta gives you. Okay, let's continue. Going through my Minds account where I post links to everything that we talk about. This is it's a cartoon. For those of you who are like true believers in NASA and stuff, I want to give you a disclaimer. This is not a real photograph of actual doctors doing actual science. Because they'll see a cartoon of a couple astronauts floating outside in space and they just assume it's real. So you got to kind of break it to them gently. No, this is actually a cartoon. But anyway, one of the doctors in this cartoon says to the other, and they're looking at the virus, it appears to be mutating into a totalitarian dictatorship. And it doesn't take a microscope to see that. Like I said, it's a fascist takeover. But they've shifted the culture towards rejecting free speech. And, this is actually a valid point that I have here. Listen to this. If they're going to call you an anti-vaxxer, when that's just one of many things that you would oppose, as far as like mandatory things. Like nobody opposes mandatory stop signs. When people say, like Gene Simmons and others, they say, well, you have to obey the traffic lights. Well, nobody opposes that. There's a difference. You can't make these apple and oranges comparisons, but they do. But if they're going to define you by this one thing that you oppose, well then what do you call them? What do you call the people who are pro-mandatory? You call them what? Anti-freedom, anti-free speech? So that's why I'm saying at this point, you might as well just call it what it is. All right, let's go ahead and continue my scroll through the Minds feed. I'm trying to catch up on things. We've been off and on this whole week. Someone else has picked up on this, and we've talked about the symbolism with Cern and Cernunnos, the Celtic lord of hell, the horned god. And this is an interesting concept, though. The CERN Hadron Collider opening stargates. And this might sound far-fetched, but there's some interesting Stargate connections with Elon Musk and what he's doing in Texas. So CERN, Horn God, you got the 666 logo. All this stuff is all very obvious. But anyway, listen to this. It says Shiva is the now that's the one doing the dance of cosmic destruction over there at CERN. Is the Hindu avatar that parallels Nimrod, who built the Tower of Babel. CERN's Hadron Collider rings mirror the spirals of Saturn. Saturn is the dark sun prison planet of the fallen angels. CERN is designed as a teleportation machine to Saturn. The secret mission of CERN is to unleash Apollo and the dark angels from the abyss, and to create a stairway to heaven to make war with it. So, this is one person's explanation for what it is, and it is very consistent with the opening ceremonies in Switzerland and all the iconography and symbolism. I mean, it's really hard to downplay a lot of the symbolism here, so I don't. I'm not saying I believe in it. Posel says, nothing like destroying the human genome with the black goo. Well, right now I'm watching a show called 100 on Netflix, and I called this out the other day, how Season 1, Episode 13, 113, which is even in my book, The Metascript, I point out that number and how often it correlates with falling space station, falling space junk. Well, on that episode 113, an International Space Station falls. Well, I'm further along, I'm probably 3.5 or 4 seasons through, and it's all about the Gooblets. And it has this subtext of the Vax taking the chip, which hooks you up to an AI hive mind. And it actually has this AI god that takes over the Earth and decides, in order to save the planet from overpopulation, it's going to have to nuke us and then just upload our consciousness into a cloud, which they call the City of Light. And I'm sorry for the spoilers, but this is research. And everything that I'm researching, that I'm looking at, when I'm doing this media analysis, does in fact pertain to what we're seeing in the news. And in fact, you know what? On November the 30th, that was the date that I actually watched episode 113. So I was like, wait, 113. On that date, NASA had to cancel a spacewalk for the first time ever because of space junk. That's never happened before. Okay, so let us continue. Now, I don't have any specific opinions about this Saturn thing, although the fallen angel thing sounds very pertinent here. You know, because a few things we could get into really quick here. Because I mentioned, and I'll have to do a mind map on this one of the real crazy ones with all the lines connecting all the words and the numbers. Because Elon Musk is doing this thing in Texas, and he's got the Stargate. And here he's talking about Stargates. And if you've paid attention to SpaceX, everything they do has to do with the number 42. And they think it's some cute little nerdy book, A Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Like, that's only part of it. 42 is actually about their worship of the fallen angels. That's what it is. Or Satan or Saturn, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I'm just going off of what they are showing us. So this number 42 is deeply connected with Kronos, Saturn, death, cycles. That's why Jeff Bezos, the other space pope, spent $42 million on a clock. Clock, another Saturn Kronos symbol, Father Time. He spent $42 million on a giant clock, putting it inside of a mountain in Texas. It'll last 10,000 years. He did that for the same reason that Musk is putting 42,000 CubeSats into orbit. 42 is a way of representing Saturn. 4 is the 4 seasons and a cross. 2 is the scythe, or the scythe of the reaper, and it's an agrarian symbol. You just combine the two. And they've been using a lot of this occult symbolism in plain sight, just like with the CERN logo. And 42 is how the secret societies represent Saturn. And you can see it throughout many of their psyops. And I'm constantly pointing this out. And I'm pretty sure I know what it means. I mean, based on their context. And it does have a consistent use. So 42,000 CubeSats, what does that mean? Well, it happens to be the case that the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy movie opens up with a scene with thousands of cube-shaped UFOs surrounding the Earth. And then they blow it up. And if you recall, when Musk sent his car into space with Starman, anagram for Mr. Satan, when he sends Mr. Satan into space in the Tesla, It says "Don't panic" on the dashboard. Well, "Don't panic" is a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, meaning the world's about to explode, but you're going to get away because you're rich enough to buy your way into heaven. So it was a, I thought that was kind of an inside joke to all the elite that we're going to get out of here, and the rest of the people are going to have to deal with the post reset and when it all goes down. So here we have Elon Musk always making these connections to that movie Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, to the book, and to the, well, in all of his various antics, there's always these connections to these ancient deities, Saturn and Mars and all these other deities that they're actually worshiping. They're not traveling there, they're worshiping these ancient entities. So I'm like, wait, it seems to me that that's okay. CubeSats. First of all, the cube is another symbol of Saturn. You can find a two-dimensional cube inside of the hexagram, another Saturn symbol. So you have these CubeSats. Well, Saturn, another name for Saturn is L. So you got Sat, L, lights. You got these CubeSats up there. I think this is all a reference to what's going to happen when they fall, when they start dropping the infrastructure of outer space on our heads. I think that's the agenda. And I'm just basing this off of all the predictive programming and off of what seems to be the metascript. And it's very consistent. So we'll continue to go down this route, but heads up. When they mandate helmets, it's going to come from the same authorities that have mandated masks, so don't think you're going to get out of it. Going through some comments, Puzzle says the Earth is actually a hypercube. I wouldn't be surprised. Now, there's a lot of numbers and symbols, and there's a very specific way they use them. It's not all that complicated, and I don't go too deep into it. I'm not into gematria. I'm not a QAnoner. I'm not a Kabbalist, but I'm just looking at these patterns, and I've realized that number 42 and 24 are interchangeable in this context. And even SpaceX, look, they play with words and sounds. SpaceX is quite literally a fertility cult, just like all these. It's not just the NASA, it's private and public. All these, they're all fronts for this ancient cult. And so it's quite literally space sex, because it's about the union of the earth god and the goddess of the night sky. It's straight out of Crowley. I mean, it's Satanism in a way. Well, maybe that's the wrong term, but that's how the public would understand it. But it's dressed up like science fiction, so nobody knows. I mean, think about the fact that they're putting this idea out there of mixing blood with soil to make bricks. I mean, what do you think's behind that? And next year is the year of Soylent Green. And there's actually a company that produces something called Astrocrete. So there's actually a company out there, I think they're in Florida, not connected with NASA or any of that, but Astrocrete, concrete created by scientists using blood for housing in outer space. This photo shows samples of Mars and biocomposites and space concrete known as Astrocrete. The blood concrete material has been named Astrocrete. Mars space blood brick compression being tested, and apparently it's stronger than what we have down here. Yep, blood concrete could be used to build dwelling places on Mars. And this isn't the grossest thing that they've come up with, but it's competing. Salty Siren says a reporter asked Elon how his son was, and he said, "Who? I thought you were asking about my password." Yeah, I've said that he has in fact named his child for the Chrome browser suggested password. Truth Hurt says, how can people in North Carolina see a SpaceX rocket launching from Florida towards the Atlantic? Good question. I thought they had phased out the jet-assisted blimps and moved on to CGI. What was that company? One of these smaller space agencies had an embarrassing failure where one of their rockets went off, but only, I think only half of them fired, and it went sideways, but it was still vertical. So it looked like a balloon. I'll find that here. But I do think we do have more CGI than not, and I think that's going to be the model for the future. And here's a picture. I don't know what you want to make of this. So you can mock the QAnoners all you want, but you can't say they don't have a point. I mean, they have a strong point here. Here is Sylvester Stallone tweeting into the storm. He's got a Q on his hat. The guy behind him has a book that says Every Last Secret, and he's making an interesting hand sign. And the guy next to him is wearing a shirt with blue and white stripes. Blue and white stripes is usually meant to represent Epstein Island. So here you have Epstein Island, Every Last Secret, Q, and heading into the storm, just as Ghislaine Maxwell goes on trial. So is that a conspiracy theory? Is it a few coincidences? I mean, you can't just write this stuff off. So I'm thinking, well, this guy must be, Sylvester Stallone, must be somehow egging on this whole thing with the QAnoners. But then when he's asked about it, he says, nothing to see here. So heading into the storm, capital S, not lowercase, not bad weather, capital S, with the damn Q hat again. And if it wasn't for the Every Last Secret book in conjunction with the Pedo Island shirt design, I would have just ignored this thing as more bad hopium. So many hopium addicts out there. Commenter says Ethan Crumbly couldn't make these names up. Oh, I saw that Crumbly kid, and I think that agenda has to do with demonizing Kyle Rittenhouse indirectly. Like, you'll shoot your eye out, kid. Kids shouldn't have guns. And then, of course, the parents are at fault. Where were Kyle's parents when he crossed the state lines to go shoot up peaceful protesters? Because that's what most people think happened. And if you notice, the day that Kyle was released, I mean, when they read the verdict, on that day, there was another Kyle Rittenhouse who was arrested for really bad stuff. And so I'm thinking they probably manufacture stories as ways of indirectly making comparisons. That's what I think. I think it's a psyop. I don't think anybody died or cried. And all of the pictures with Ghislaine and Epstein are fake. The guy on the screen is Sylvester Stallone, and he is, again, pushing QAnon nonsense, QAnon, and then backing up, backtracking after he falsely raises people's hope that there's about to be a storm where I don't know what's going to happen next. JFK is going to return from the dead and everything else. That's all mainstream now. I don't feel fringy talking about JFK coming back from the dead along with Michael Jackson, Princess Diana, and John Denver. And how they might have come back from the dead and performed as the Rolling Stones. I mean, do these people not know how just disconnected from reality that is? Salty spells confusion with a Q. Oh, you should also spell cash with a Q. There's a lot of money in this, and there's something of a power vacuum. And I should feel bad, but I don't. Last year, I downloaded a PDF of all the Q drops, and I sold it on Teespring, now Spring, when they first converted to Spring, and they said you can sell digital downloads. So I'm like, let me see how many people will buy the Q drops. And I was probably selling 7 or 8 downloads a day for $5 of a PDF of Q drops that you could just get anywhere. And it was a decent source of income for a few weeks there, and then it was pulled because it's dangerous, misinformation or whatever. Okay, so let's go ahead and follow on that. Sylvester Stallone seemingly confirms he's a QAnon believer. That's from ComicSans.com. They found a cube-shaped object on the far side of the moon. This tells you that Stanley Kubrick and company wrote our transition into the space age. Like, this is so corny. And I got a real problem with this picture. Okay, because every time I look at an object in the distance, and you'll notice this, go out to a field. Like, let's say you go to a field and you see a refrigerator that's been discarded a few miles away. We'll say 20 miles away. It doesn't matter. 10 miles away. Whatever it is. This one here looks like it can't be more than 5 miles away. But whatever it is, whenever you see an object like that, there's going to be land behind it. But every time they show an object on the moon, it's like it's on the edge. Like, where's the moonscape? Where's the lunar landscape behind the object? Does the moon end right there? And apparently it does. It looks like they're filming this thing in a 7-Eleven parking lot. I'm very disappointed in all of the space photography from China in particular. I expected better, but they have not improved their game, and their space station's a joke. I don't even cover it. Okay, let's continue. Family of dead QAnon believer thinks the FBI didn't investigate the death because she was at the riot. This is about, I believe her name is it Rebecca Boyland? Or Rachel Boyland? Yeah, this is the one who is carrying the flag that says "Don't tread on me." This has got to be a bad joke. Okay, so here you have a QAnoner, Roseanne Boyland. She's got a flag that says "Don't tread on me," and she gets trampled to death. This is a bad, bad joke. It's just script writing. I don't think it's real. And I actually have more information about this Ashley Babbitt's fake death. So we've talked about the documentary, Everything Wrong with the Ashley Babbitt, with the Capitol Hill riot in 21 minutes or less. It's a very good documentary on it that breaks down how it didn't happen as advertised. The whole thing was a hoax. It was staged. Well, this latest bit of video I have here, this is Bombshell, shows that the scene with Ashley Babbitt was produced after, well, it wasn't quite a live feed. It wasn't just a continuous shot. It was actually spliced together. So this is War on Truth, Nothing to See. Let me go ahead and bring this one out. This is a pretty good piece.
Yeah, I'm Thomas Barani from New Jersey.
So you have this scene where Ashley Babbitt gets shot, and this individual is just watching. And this is from the behind the scenes when you really look at the frame by frame analysis. So you see this individual with a backwards hat and a blue hoodie. And he reaches down and he pats Ashley's neck and gets blood on his hands. And then he runs outside. And outside he waves his bloody hand around and he says, "Look what you've done with your right-wing hate. You killed somebody." And he says that he caught her as she was falling. And of course he didn't catch her. That was not in the footage. But what's more, what you find here is that the scene where Ashley Babbitt falls from the window is actually spliced from two different scenes, two different takes. And that's pretty much Bombshell because it shows that this was selectively edited. And I have another picture as well that shows more of the same, that there was some rearrangement of the furniture in the background in between these takes. Let me go ahead and just play about a minute of this. And this is from a video. Again, Ashley Babbitt's not dead. I'll put a link in the chat.
Rushed through the windows. A number of police and Secret Service were saying, "Get back."
Okay, so Secret Service was telling people to move back, to stay back. When we look at it, we don't really see them around. We see the unprotected windows and all the Secret Service or Capitol Police. They're all corralled in the side stairway. There aren't any officials blocking or guarding the glass that is being broken, nor protecting the doorways from where you're trying to break in. Now you can see right
Now, what this person does, and it takes 20 minutes, and I have both this and I have the 21 minutes or less one together. She actually breaks down frame by frame how, yeah, you're looking at a theatrical production. She was wearing padding on her back. Ashley Babbitt's not dead. In fact, one of our callers, Lynn, had called in last week and said, and I got to dig up, I haven't found it yet, but apparently they found Ashley Babbitt working for the Department of Transportation, the DOT in Colorado somewhere, doing some really bad government videos. Not surprising. Okay, so Sylvester Stallone sparks QAnon speculation with coded selfie. Highly staged image there. I don't think that there's any way that he can walk it back. And the people who believe in it will believe in it. They will just say he had to backtrack it, but he sent the message out. And look, everybody's JFK right now. Everybody's JFK Jr., that is. Like, quite literally. I've heard, first it was that guy, Vincent Fuchsia. I've even heard that Mike Lindell, the pillow guy, is actually JFK Jr. in disguise. Jesse Waters. So, I don't watch Jesse Waters. I've seen him here and there, but Jesse Waters is an American commentator. He's 43 years old. Okay, JFK Jr. would be 60. And the QAnoners think that this is one of JFK Jr.'s disguises, that he is in fact Jesse Waters. So that's not it. That's not all, rather. So this is a video. Jesse Waters, aka JFK Jr., outs Q and the Great Awakening. JFK Jr. is a master of disguise slideshow. And so I'll go through some of these slides just to give you an idea of how many people this guy is believed to be portraying without really a whole lot. I mean, I don't know if there's any evidence for this. There's very little. Okay, so here I'm looking at um, Vince McMahon, Vincent Fuchsia, and then there's this Secret Service guy. There's quite a few. Then there's, I think his name's Michael Kaufman, some of these anti-vax types. There's about 20 or 30 different people that I can find here that they have photoshopped together to convey the idea that he's been playing a lot of different characters, including, unbelievably, ridiculously, Vince McMahon. Now, on that point, though, the World Wrestling Entertainment has been the source for a lot of 9/11 predictive programming, and weirdly enough, on the anniversary date of JFK Jr.'s crash, they have some scripted matches and drama that seems to reference it. So there is a there with all this weirdness. I think they might even believe he is that guy, Michael Protzman, leading the Q cult in Dallas, but that he's just wearing a disguise. Going through comments, if anyone wants to call in, let me know. I'll open up phones here in just a moment. I wanted to make sure we caught up on all this insanity. The new Axis, by the way, to kick off World War III, the new Axis is China and Russia, and it's all about the space wars combined with cyber wars, and they are already attacking. They are already using various reversible attacks against our satellites, and it's really ultimately it's about how are we going to move up into outer space as space commies or space capitalists, where it's the billionaires. Like they just sent another billionaire up into space. And I think that's to send a message that it's not fair, that it favors the capitalists, the rich get there first. So they're trying to create a resentment, I think, and they want to make space more egalitarian, and that's what space tourism is about. The International Space Station swerved to avoid space junk. They don't really show on the videos. It's not like Star Wars. In fact, the video where it flips after one of these Russian capsules had accidentally fired its thrusters, it had flipped 540 degrees. I looked at the footage and it was just like, it was super slow, super boring. It wasn't like on the ship, their food flying all over it, nothing like that. Okay, listen to this one. This is from standardco.uk. Hardcore vaccine refuseniks could need de-radicalizing like terrorists. You see where this is leading? And who didn't see this coming? In fact, it's in Netflix, Inside Job. The flat earthers are now hijacking yachts, demanding to be shown the edge of the world. You have Pizzagate Massacre, where the conspiracy theorists are now ready to go shoot up people who they think are secretly doing evil. And they get enough people to believe these things, and then they can make it real. And I've been noticing, we pay attention to a lot of this stuff on this channel, but the use of the spear and its correlation with QAnon is very interesting. You have the QAnon shaman with his spear, and then you have Matthew Coleman on the anniversary of the Manson killings spears his kid 17 times, which is a Q number. Then you have Michael Flynn, who's leading the QAnoners in a kind of a rebranded Church Universal Triumphant. It was a 90s or 80s and 90s doomsday cult that lived in fear of Russia and China nuking us. I mean, it's very timely. They moved into bunkers. But anyway, they spent their time channeling the Archangel Michael. Well, Michael Flynn has the QAnoners doing that. And he sees Michael as his special Archangel friend. And he has Jesus' birthday, so he's suited for this. Anyway, if you look at the iconography, Michael the Archangel is always using a spear to stab the serpent. The reason why Matthew Coleman stabbed his kid is he said his kid had serpent DNA, and Q told him to do it. So the spear symbol and Q, and this also correlates to what the ADL pointed out with this image of St. George slaying the dragon being a new symbol of the racist right. So they have more or less branded the QAnoners with the spear for some reason. And then you have InfoWars, one of my commenters had pointed out has been tip of the spear for years. The tip of the spear. So I'm not quite sure what that means yet. But again, it's all symbolism and storytelling, so it's worth pointing out. Syncro says, can you de-radicalize people with 5G? The most radical people out there are the people who don't turn off their TVs. And the people who go into the metaverse will be the most radicalized. Shai says Christopher Walken is a reptilian walk-in. Interesting. As in possessed. I remember that phrase, walk-ins. Now, what you can do is whenever you run it, look, you got to just mark the trail for your friends, just out of courtesy. So you think Christopher Walken might be a reptilian. When you write his name, put semicolon, semicolon, semicolon in the beginning and at the end. So 3 semicolons and 3 semicolons kind of looks like snake scales. That way it lets everybody know that we've got a reptile. Okay, so again, hardcore vaccine refuseniks could need de-radicalizing. You can see how they perfectly created a new terrorist threat. They turned Al-Qaeda, which Al-Qaeda means the base. They turned it into white Al-Qaeda. And the new nationalist vanilla ISIS white Al-Qaeda group is actually called the base. You have the MAGA band to replace the Taliban. Suicide bombers have been replaced by incels. So they've completely just rebranded everything. So the idea now that they need to de-radicalize, it's the same thing as like quarantine and Guantanamo. Find out where they caught that deadly mind virus. And so now instead of the Quran and the Quran verses radicalizing people, it's the QAnon verses. So they got to find out where you got these ideas so they can trace it and stop other people from catching the same ideas. A follower of a prominent QAnon conspiracy theorist was arrested following reports that he posted threats about his daughter's school. So there's a queen in Canada. She's a QAnon queen, queen of the world or something. And there have been a number of these. There's a king who kind of disappeared, but in 2020, King Joseph Hallett came out of nowhere, and he claimed that the reason why the world leaders were kneeling is they were kneeling to him, and that the novel Corona was the new crown, and he was going to be crowned king of the world. Didn't happen. Don't know where he went. Then she comes up, and this is the Canadian Queen Romana, who said that her followers, who she calls her ducks, need to start shooting people who are administering the pokey. So I think she's been arrested, but now some of her followers have also been arrested according to police reports. Now this is all being reported by Vice and others first, and Vice seems to handle a lot of the extremists, and they're almost always fake. So I don't even think these people are real, and most of their followers are probably shills. But they probably wouldn't mind catching some genuine people in the mix. Okay, look, this is the agenda with Joe Rogan. This is from The Verge. What you learn after 350 hours of Joe Rogan. So, last year I'd pointed this out, or actually earlier this year, how when they pulled his 42 tracks, they were setting the stage to getting the public used to the idea that podcasters are too influential, that their ideas kill. Like I said, Parhar died because of Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan killed a flat earther, if you didn't know. He almost killed Aaron Rodgers and Tim Pool. I mean, that's what they want you to think. And he is being credited by others, like that UFC fighter, is his name Dane Cook, whatever, who's like, Joe Rogan cured my COVIDs. It's like, give me a break. He's putting out bad ideas on purpose, making it seem like he's going against the grain. He's like, CNN's propaganda. And people are like, wow, what a red pill. Truth. Like, what are you talking about? Calling CNN propaganda is a meaningless thing to say. It doesn't mean anything. What do you mean by propaganda? This is a guy who believes the moon landing's real. So anyway, this is from The Verge, and it says, for today's Hot Pod, I interviewed the Media Matters researcher that listened to 350 hours of the Joe Rogan Experience this year and reported back on what we're missing. It's been described as a, quote, cesspool of toxic masculinity that discusses elk hunting, martial arts, anti-trans views and harmful health information about the pandemic. So this is all about Joe Rogan being the most popular podcaster, big $100 million deal. I think the first person who came out to cancel him was Adam Lanza, David Hogg, over some sexist jokes he laughed at like 10 or 15 years ago. So they've been trying to cancel him for some time. But the idea here is he too big to fail? And they're trying to make it look like he is, and that's a problem. So if they can bring down Joe Rogan, they can censor anybody. And right now, the podcasting isn't as heavily monitored or as censorable as these video platforms are. So I think they're in the crosshairs, and I think that Joe is actually controlled opposition to free speech. I don't think that he's actually fighting the system in any meaningful way. I think he's helping to burn it down. Sincro says Joe Rogan doing media analysis when he says CNN is propaganda, just in, the broadest and most general. Yeah, exactly. It was just a meaningless thing to say, but it gets endlessly repeated. Like no one's ever come across that. Like, what? I thought CNN was news. I better listen to more Joe Rogan. Okay, so let's move on here. U.S. losing pace in the military space race against Russia. That's been made against China. That's been made clear. China is already eclipsing us in that realm. And I think that they have plausible deniability, but I think that these space junk near misses were actually attacks. Just like the junk that fell down last year. Just like the leaked virus idea. I don't believe that there was one, and I don't think that it came out of a bowl of bat soup or otherwise. But they want the public to be entertaining the notion that this was a covert attack. And so I think that, let's say they hypothetically take down the space station with junk. They can make it look like an accident, but whether it is or isn't, it fundamentally shifts the power in favor of the only ones who have a functioning station, China, who will have Russia up there. And the Americans would be, I guess, without a place to get their overjaw effect. They have the space hotels, but will that even be safe? The first time I ever heard space junk being talked about seriously was actually on the Joe Rogan podcast. He was talking to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Neil said, if we don't do something about the space junk, our children will be grounded. It'll be generations before we can go back to space. And Joe was like, whoa, mind blown. Has space junk ever hit anything? And Neil said no. And that was that. And I was like, wait, this is a big threat. They're going to shut down space travel, but we have no examples of it. But now, as of, I believe, July, we do have examples, because on the mission Celestial Immunity, where the space station residents were testing out vaccines in space, the arm of the space station got nailed by a piece of space junk, punctured a hole in it. So the space station got vaxxed on Celestial Immunity. Just tells you it's story time. But ever since then, absolutely. Commenter says no vax, no net access. Yeah, I was talking about that today with a friend. I was like driving, and it's like you can't access your phone if you're driving. It says you have to say I'm not driving. Wait till it says, scan your vax pass, or you're not wearing a mask. Because yes, that will probably be the case. I actually think the Space Needle is a symbol. It's emblematic of this idea that in order to go into the space age, the new age, in order to be among the saved, you got to go through the needle. To me, it's just a, you could call it a blood pact with the NWO. You could call it a communion wafer. But basically, that's what it is. It's initiation. The internet is the new cult recruiter. This is from the media and us. Conspiracy theory is the ultimate refuge of the powerless. If you cannot change your life, it must be that some greater force controls the world. I kind of disagree with that assessment, that the people who gravitate towards conspiracy theories are somehow powerless and they're afraid of the world. I find the people who look into this are actually less stressed out because they're not taking it seriously. So in a way, I think they got it completely wrong. And it's not even about conspiracy theories. It's really just about observations that are inconvenient to MSM narratives in the realms of, science in particular. But global warming, they're trying to criminalize criticizing whether or not the world's getting warmer and the ocean levels are rising. All right, everyone, thanks for joining again. This is Infinite Plane Radio, Open Phones for Open Minds, 833-311-1984. We talked about John Lennon not dying, actually coming back as Steve Jobs, as admitted by Wozniak. No big surprise there. I think we're all ready for President Harris and the alien invasion. Jesse Smollett, 3 years now in the Black Eye Club. His fake hate crime was actually an Illuminati hazing ritual, if you ask me. Is it safe to hang out with the unboosted? Interesting question. Again, I like to pull the rug out from under them because this idea that the vax junkies have that there's some kind of optimal level of safety that you can actually achieve and you'll be, quote, saved. Sorry, it doesn't exist. It's an unattainable ideal. You will never be saved fully. You can always fall back. You will always be a super spreader, even if you get a full replacement. Replace all your blood with all the vaccine, and you will still be a super spreader. Objects are super spreaders. In fact, that's the basis of The Division, another Tom Clancy. Tom Clancy wrote 9/11, or predicted the scenario in great detail, and he also had something to do with this division, which is this idea of a smallpox outbreak, which I believe Bill Gates said for Christmas he's going to dose all of our airports with smallpox. But they've been running drills in New York in 120 different places to test it, to test the airflow and what would a bioterror attack do. So that just tells you they're rehearsing it and getting their actors into place. So The Division is about smallpox spreading starting on a Black Friday, spreading on the cash. Well, it just so happens that the movie The Division is coming out next year, starring Jake Gyllenhaal. Jake Gyllenhaal was in Donnie Darko, which featured a lot of predictive programming for 9/11 and Corona. It was released on 1/19/2001, and a lot of its advertising materials had to be scrubbed because it was released around 9/11 to general audiences, and it happened to have a lot of, falling plane parts and stuff, which is another interesting connection. Like the fact that he's in another Tom Clancy after he was in a movie with 9/11 connections. Well, now he's in one that has Dark Winter connections. And of course, the character himself, Jake Gyllenhaal, whenever you look at these actors playing these roles, there's often a repetition here. So it would suggest to me that maybe the next 9/11 is going to be stuff falling from the sky, like Donnie Darko. I mean, here's another example. Leonardo DiCaprio. You think of him as the guy from the Titanic. Well, more recently, he's in the movie Don't Look Up. And there's parallels here. The idea of when you go beyond the area that's been set aside as safe for you, it gets to be very dangerous. Just fear of outer space or outer spaces. So you go out far enough, you get taken out by an iceberg. You go up high enough, you got the asteroid threat. And I think it's interesting, though, that the guy that helps sell us on icebergs, the person who's associated with that, DiCaprio, would now be one of the faces of the incoming asteroid threat. And he's in a movie about a comet that's falling down to the Earth. Don't Look Up. And nobody wants to believe him, so it's like Chicken Little. Going through comments, TC says their goal is to make us all nuts, and it's working. Oh yeah, it worked. Last year, you can see. You can see who went full radical. Like they're talking about de-radicalizing the anti-vaxxers. No, try de-radicalizing the MSM true believers. I have an image here of all of the actors, or some of the actors, exposed at the Pulse nightclub shooting. The shooter was an actor, Omar Mateen. Eyewitnesses were all actors. In fact, he was in a movie called The shooter was in a movie called The Big Fix, where he played a security guard. Then you have Waynell Sexton in her previous role as Christine Lenoin. And then you have an audition tape. And if you didn't know, Waynell Sexton was the teacher of George Floyd. Who, I mean, this is all very convoluted, when you get into these events. Like, last year there was a killing similar to the George Floyd event, or rather, it was down the street. But the guy was pulled over because he had an air freshener. on his window or on his rearview mirror. And the whole idea there is he couldn't breathe, so he needed the air freshener. Reoccurring themes, I can't breathe. So anyway, he dies. He's really close to where George Floyd was. But you immediately find this connection where this kid's teacher was George Floyd's girlfriend. Then in this other event, you have George Floyd's teacher. It's like, wait, all these people know each other. And this has become very clear this year when you have Gabby Petito, who was in a Sandy Hook video. And in all likelihood, Brian Landry was one of the Sandy Hook kids, and the Browse give it away. Someone is trying to put forward the idea that Kyle Rittenhouse was a Sandy Hook kid. I don't think so. But yes, Mark comments here. Yeah, Waynell saved his second grade documents. Totally normal. Well, you know what she had? She had I had to look at the image. I seem to remember, let me pull this up because it might be significant here. I feel kind of like I shouldn't be looking up Waynell Sexton while I'm live. Who knows what it'll pull up. Okay, George Floyd. Okay, here we go. Yes, he wanted to be a Supreme Court judge, and she brings out this artwork. But I thought I got to look at the actual artwork itself because there was something in here. Here it is. Yeah, definitely. So check this out. This is just more evidence to me that this whole thing is hoaxy. So here's the artwork that George Floyd did in the second grade, and if it weren't for the system, he would be a judge. That's the whole idea here. But look what he has right here. Perry Floyd, and he has a Liberty Bell. The significance of the Liberty Bell, 1846. Well, there's a lot of correlations between the crack in the Liberty Bell. Let me put this up on the screen for you. So in February of 1846, it was reported that the bell had been rung in celebration of George Washington's birthday, but this was apparently when it was cracked or something. But here you have a crack. And I've been talking about the Kraken being a symbol of the election dispute and the present, we'll say political, it's a civil war, a cold civil war, it's not hot, but you have this sharp division in society. And the division, another reference to the Tom Clancy book. You have this split or a schism. So here you have the crack in the bell. Well, 9/11 was an event that you could say really split our nation. And it started at 8:46 a.m. George Floyd was kneeled on for 8:46 by Derek Chauvin. There's that number again, 8:46. The sun set in the Twin Cities that day that Floyd died at 8:46. So 8:46 has consistently been used with this idea of a split in a civil war. After the Floyd event in August of 2020, August 29th, J. Aaron Danielson was shot in the chest by an Antifa guy who wanted to start a civil war. And he said so. He told Vice before he was killed. And he shot the guy in the chest at 8:46. These aren't coincidences. It's not a coincidence that Derek Chauvin was in court on 9/11. And Benjamin Crump, the legal team for Floyd, all had 846s on their shirts and on their masks. It's all significant. So anyway, I think this is noteworthy here that the bell has a crack in it, year 846, and then Waynell Sexton has Floyd's artwork, and he's got a Liberty Bell with a crack in it. And again, the crack has been associated with this split really since Sidney Powell, the Kraken, came in to flip the election results, and then the crack smoker, Mike Lindell. Then the election might have been overthrown, or maybe the course of it would have changed, rather, if Hunter Biden's crack smoking habit had been a bigger issue. So this idea of crack has been, this meme crack has been forced, it's been forced into our consciousness. In fact, even look at this. There's a crack in the ISS. Russian cosmonauts find cracks in the ISS. A bad crack in September. So I'm suggesting here that the cracks are actually talking about schisms, both in America and up above, internationally. And so again, for a 9/11ing of America that the George Floyd event represented, to have a Liberty Bell associated with it is just another example of that number popping up. Into the Break says the Liberty Bell does not match the rest of his art. I think the Liberty Bell might actually be a sticker that Waynell put on there. All right, let's move on. If you go to infiniteplane.media, you can get the latest archives, audio and video. So right below the video, which right now it's live, it's on Rumble, you get the latest. We have Cracked World, where I talk more about this forced memeing of the word crack. A Flat Earth Pizzagate. We talked about Shadow Space Wars. 113 Metascript Clues. Flat Earth A-hole versus Flat Earth Pizzagate. That's such a mess. And then below that, we have the audio player. So those of you listening on Mixler are featured here. And then you can see right below that, I have the audio. So this morning we had the Flat Earth Report 12/8/2021, Space Wars and Jussie Smollett's Illuminati Hazing. So generally we will be live in the morning parsing through the latest news. And then at night we'll be open for phones. And I do intend to keep the 24/7 on. We have a ton of music, a lot of content going back a few years, a lot of calls I want to bring back in. I'm just waiting on a graphics card to be installed in the next couple of days. Lean Dion says Chappelle had a show called 846. Yeah, I think he said he was born at 846 on 824, which connected him to Kobe Bryant. Numbers 8 and 24, and the 846 connected him to Floyd. And then Chappelle's great-great-grandfather had a similar, or he had a historical role of defending somebody who was lynched, and he actually went to the White House. So Chappelle did a series, or he did a Netflix little special, 27 minutes long, called 846. So that number was force memed, and it was used, even though later they changed it to 929. It doesn't make a difference. Again, it correlates the setting of the sun to the rising of Mercury on 9/11, to Flight 175 hitting the first tower, and the crack in the Liberty Bell. These things are all interconnected, very, very consistent. General Flynn denounced Q as CIA disinfo. Yeah, the leadership of Q. Lynn Wood says QAnon is a deep state operation. And I think Lynn Wood has even said, and I got to find this, someone had pointed this out, they said this earlier, that Lynn Wood said that Marjorie Taylor Greene, made a deal with the devil, or the devil's in her. Here it is. Marjorie Taylor Greene is influenced by Satan. This is Lynn Wood. MAGA lawyer Lynn Wood says Marjorie Taylor Greene is, quote, under the influence of the devil. So the QAnon group is really falling apart. Meanwhile, the diehard true believers have tripled down on their belief, and they're waiting in Dealey Plaza for JFK to come back 59 years after his death. Let me see if there's anything worth examining here. I think the reason why is this. Lynn Wood convinced Kyle's mom, Kyle Rittenhouse's mom, to keep him in jail for an extra 90 days for his own safety, because there would be an apocalypse after the election. So she went along with that. She obliged, and apparently Lynn Wood raised $4 million, and Kyle didn't see any of it. So Marjorie Taylor Greene is suggesting that maybe Lynn Wood ought to go to jail for that. So of course now she's possessed by the devil. Sin Crow says Tim Osmond doxed Q. I did. I doxed Q, and that's going to come out. And hey, look, this is gonna really make some waves. It turns out that Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, and Eddie Bravo were actually hanging out with QAnon in Joe's studio 8 months before the first Q drop. If you look at Joe Rogan Experience number 911, no longer on Spotify, they pulled that one conveniently. But if you can find Joe Rogan Experience number 911, you can find at the very beginning, Alex says, and he points, hey, should we get Q in here? And Joe's like, let's get Q in here. And Alex says, well, no, he doesn't want to be on camera. Then 25 minutes in, they're talking about this person who I've doxed and his role in the UAE, and how he was bringing this information to Trump, and how he was working with Blackwater or something. And Alex points to him. He points to where Q is sitting, says, Q, come over here, kind of grins. And Joe kind of just says, no, forget it. So anyway, Q was hanging out with Joe and Alex. So I don't think Q is JFK or JFK Jr. I think Q is a New Zealand actor, some kind of special agent. He's with the White House Communications Agency. He works with the Trumps. But it will come out very soon, I hope. I mean, unless he's got some kind of protection. But I kind of think this. I think that the vitriol, the hate that the left has for Joe Rogan might bring this out because they can use this against Joe. Because I have found a number of articles where they're pointing out, like that one I mentioned where someone had sat down and listened to 350 hours of Rogan. Well, in this article, they actually talk about how he is more or less a leading conduit for specifically right-wing conspiracy theories. And look, if the conspiracy theory is partisan, it's probably fake. There's a reason why the false flag theories are still used. Nobody calls anything a hoax because they don't want the public to know that they're working together. Okay, so it says here, Joe Rogan's podcast is the most popular in the world. The rhetoric he's pushing on his show is harmful to our society at large. You've all heard this a million times. They're really drilling this in. But goes on to say that Joe Rogan you go in to listen on bodybuilding tips, how to eat healthy, and then he starts discussing how vaccines are gene therapy. Then you fall into a cesspool of hatred and bigotry. Then you go further down the far right rabbit hole, and it can take you from being an everyday person to suddenly being fed news and misinformation about Q and other right-wing lies. It's important to keep in mind that Joe Rogan spreads misinformation and he has real-world consequences that have dire effects on marginalized people. And as I said, you could point to Mac Parhar, Tim Pool, and Aaron Rodgers, and now this other Dane Cook, all saying the same thing. Dr. Joe Rogan cured my COVIDs. Yep. Anyway, you have Joe Rogan on one side, Fauci on the other side. Not a coincidence how they have these polarized characters like Rittenhouse and Thunberg. But anyway, looking at this, don't you think that the writer of The Verge would be very interested to know that Joe knows who Q is? I would think so. It says, if you're wondering how influential Joe really is, look at this story that discusses Dr. Joe Rogan's, and I called him that first, his influence on people's COVID treatment plans, namely UFC president Dana White and his family. Oh, it's Dana White, excuse me. So Dana White is the UFC president that Joe cured. All right, we'll continue on this topic as it devolves. But my take on it here, this entire agenda is that Joe is going to be used as the excuse that they need to justify heavy-handed censorship on the podcasting platforms, as they already do on the video platforms. All right, I'm going to open up phones here momentarily. Look at this. This is the Rocket Man haircut. Have you noticed this? That the hairstyle of the space popes, I mean, they're all about, I think they're all about representing these larger-than-life characters. You can kind of tell where they come from. Bezos is something like Dr. Evil, the man who fell to Earth. Musk is definitely a bit of Tony Stark and Gene Wilder's Willy Wonka, and a bit of his father, Werner von Braun. But now he's got the same haircut as Kim Jong-un. It's the Rocket Man cut. Maxwell Cooper says, in April of 2020, Alex Jones threatened to reveal Q's identity if Joe Rogan didn't do it first. Yeah, you know what? This is interesting. I wonder why that would be. Maybe Joe Rogan is able to kind of stay out of the mess here, but Jones, he was there on 1/6. And he said that they're going to take Joe Biden out of the White House one way or the other. And how is that not incitement? It's the clearest incitement that I saw, and I thought Alex Jones probably could have been arrested over that. So many other people were taken in for less. Conspiracy theorist Alex Jones accused of inciting violence. Yeah, I would say so. Well, here's what he did though. He set the stage. Just like that movie, The Pizzagate Massacre. They have to set the stage so when they have some QAnoner pop off and do something crazy, it seems believable. And I think they just about got us there. I think we've arrived. Oh, look at this. Juice World's alive. I think they've spotted another death faker. I'll go ahead and play this one. Anybody who sends me these links, even if I don't respond right away, I generally do put it down in my Minds account. So, is this Juice World still alive? I remember looking into this one, and this is one of these who said he was going to fake his death and come back way more famous.
First off, in 2017, he tweeted that he wanted to get famous before faking his
My goal is to get overly famous, shine for a couple years, then fake my death, April
own
2017.
death. He also mentions John Lennon in a ton of his songs.
He mentions John Lennon in tons of his songs. Yes, all the death fakers reference one another. And they're always described as legends after. But he says here, I'm a jealous boy, I really feel like John Lennon. And again, John Lennon, death faker, Steve Jobs.
Now, John Lennon died on December 8th, 1980, and it's no coincidence that Juice died.
Okay, so he and John Lennon, Juice World and John Lennon both had the death date of December the 8th. So that would be yesterday would be the anniversary. I had some caller try to tell me that Juice World had come back as Lil Uzi Vert, the guy that put the $24 million diamond in his forehead. I don't think that's the case, but it has been speculated that Juice World isn't dead. Let's continue.
On December 8th, 2019. Juice also says he's not making it past 21.
Okay, here we go. It says, what's the 27 Club? And this is from his song called Legends. And like I said, a lot of these death fakers, they're referred to as legends. So in the song Legends, what's the 27 Club? We ain't making it past 21.
In the song Legends. And as you know, he died at 21.
He died
Which
at
gets
21.
crazier because in 2019, he released a song called Ring Ring featuring this artist named Clever. Now, Clever just announced he's dropping an album.
Okay,
featuring
so
Juice.
it looks like there's quite a lot here. I'll go through the rest of this in detail. The audio there is kind of low, but very consistent pattern. Juice WRLD's probably not dead. And by the way, good news. Nobody died at the Astro World event. That was a big psyop. Crisis Fainters. If you need any more evidence, look at the video Escape Plan, where Travis Scott is wearing the t-shirt, the concert shirt, from the Rock Slide Festival 20 years earlier. That was the Pearl Jam show, where 50,000 people attended, just like 50,000 attended Astro World, and 9 died in the same way, just like 9 died at Astro World. He was wearing the concert t-shirt from that event in a video released 2 days before Astro World. And the concert t-shirt itself looked like the Astro World's stage, with the spirals in the eye. Moreover, Benjamin Crump is representing the victims. He represented Floyd, and many of the victims over there at the Astro World were chanting, "I can't breathe." So hoaxy. Someone says, did you say Bieber is also a celebrity chef? Okay, so we all know about Justin Bieber deep faking it as The Weeknd, but there's another one, and I'll bring up some pictures first. I don't want to just say it without bringing some evidence. However, it is rumored that he's also playing the role of some young celebrity chef, and that his wife seems to be playing the role of that person's girlfriend. And I think The Weeknd might represent Saturday and Sunday, Saturn and the Sun, black and white, the polarity. Sun is the closest luminary, Saturn is the furthest. In this classical astrology, you have the old, ancient Father Time, then you have the sun god being born on the horizon. So I kind of think that The Weeknd, Saturn, Sunday, duality, black and white, I think there's some kind of thing being played there. Even with Justin Bieber's name. JB. Those are the initials of the black and white Masonic pillars. Not only, we could mention a few other things, but the shared girlfriends, the shared wardrobes. The overlapping relationships really say it all, but there's even more. I mean, if you look at the last Super Bowl where where The Weeknd performed, he was surrounded by dozens of clones of himself, all wearing bandages, as though they just had plastic surgery. And then he's walking around with that bizarre makeup like he had some kind of a head wound. And I'm thinking, Cain and Abel. His name is Abel. The Weeknd's name is Abel. So if you look at it from that perspective, the duality, Cain and Abel, I thought, well, maybe Justin Bieber is going to, quote, kill off this other character, that Abel will die. Maybe it'll be a drug thing, an overdose, because they're playing two different lifestyles. The Weeknd is the drugs, living for the weekend. If you look at his videos, he's reckless. And then you look at Justin Bieber, and he's kind of converted to Christianity and a family life. So he found God, the other guy's finding the devil. And if you look at the Weeknd's videos, he often has like an upside down cross and other things. So I think he's playing, two paths, virtue and vice. So it wouldn't surprise me. When does the Weeknd turn 27? And if you look into the past of some of these characters, it's like, wow, nobody knew who he was. They thought he was just some studio creation. He had never shown his arms, always totally covered up. The backstories often give it away. Like Aisha Curry is quite likely a character portrayed by Miley Cyrus. And coincidentally, when Miley Cyrus was on the show Hannah Montana about somebody playing a dual role, Aisha Curry made her appearance, but never in the same scenes. So these are like lifetime roles, if you ask me. And it's just deep fake technology before they did it with CGI. Mark says they love the head wound rituals from Revelation. A lot of head wounds, right? I mean, the Masonic ritual initiation, they all die, they get thrown in the coffin and resurrected, but they die from a head wound. They get hit in the head with a hammer. Or in some, it's a gun, whatever it happens to be, but it's the same idea. In fact, the QAnoners believe this. The QAnoners believe that JFK Jr. is coming back, but so is his dad, that they are the blood of Christ. And they believe that Revelations has been tampered with. So if you go to Revelations, is it 13:3 or something, where the beast shows up and he's got the head wound, and the public's amazed that he survived a head wound. Well, what's so amazing about surviving a head wound? It happens all the time. I think it's this. This is how they interpreted it. And it does make sense in their weird kind of way. They're saying that the QAnoners are saying, the Q followers, that the Kennedys are the blood of Christ, and that the second coming already happened. It was JFK. And so the deep state, the devil, the satanic cult that runs the world, no, they don't want Jesus coming back. Look what they did to him last time. So this time, they shoot him in the head. So the story is, his death was faked, and they kept the illusion going so he could go undercover and fight the deep state. And that his entire family, they're all in on this plot. The Trump family is in on this as well, and many celebrities are. I've heard that there are 900 or more well-known celebrities who are part of this covert war against the deep state. So anyway, JFK's Jesus survives his head wound because the Antichrist is actually the Christ. So it's strange that now we have the actual case that the tip of the QAnon spear is actually worshiping the Antichrist and waiting for him to show up in Dallas. Like, I think they might be mixed up. Or they might be right. I mean, I don't know. It's really a matter of, what's in the script. I'm not sure where it's headed. But there are still people there in Dallas, and it's not going away anytime soon. And again, I can't just laugh it off, because there are so many things that would suggest that there are a common set of minds at work here, the metascriptors. And the writers of 9/11 are the same writers that brought us the Kennedy assassination and this QAnon thing and Trump. So you can't really separate them and say we can just marginalize them. No, they're part of this picture. Now, it may be part of demonizing the right, furthering a schism, maybe even increasing the public's phobia when it comes to free speech. Frontman242 says, will you broadcast on Float? You know, I have two Float accounts, Infinite Plane Radio, and I have one for Dark Matter. I just need to upgrade. So, if I do upgrade on my restreaming platform, I will add a couple of Float accounts. I actually have Odyssey, Float, and Rumble that I want to be on. So right now we're just on Rumble, but sure. For those who don't know, Float is like it's kind of like Twitter, uncensored. Right now it's a great place for memes. Slave Rescue Soundhound says, what's up with the tabloid? I'll show you some pictures. I got some samples. So the tabloid magazine first issue date is 12/13. I will put it up for sale. It's really supposed to kick off New Year's, and that's fake world news. But everyone here, you'll be the first to know. I'll put a commercial up. First issue is tackling some things that I think are timely and possibly even prescient. We'll see. But yeah, Float is a place that doesn't censor, and I do find a great number of memes there. And I do want to break away. Like, I don't even like to say the names of the platforms that are against us. So I like to really just focus on infiniteplane.radio. If you go there, you'll find wherever we are. And I'll make sure I put Float on that list. Okay, let me see if there's anything else that we need to discuss. I blocked Patricia Steer on YouTube. I already talked about that. Why? I'm trying not to get any of the mud on me. Never wrestle with a pig because you both get muddy and the pig likes it. I'm trying not to get into the mud with any of this drama surrounding the flat earth topic. I think it's strange that the whole topic seems to be surrounded by so many aggressively competitive personalities, but it's a small pond, and small pond makes many big fish. Slave Rescue Hound says Nipsey's government name is so ridiculous. Nipsey Hussle was probably a Fed, in my opinion. In fact, he was on the Breakfast Club, and he talked about a book called, I believe it was a book about a CIA influencer. I believe it was called The Spook Who Sat by the Door. It was a novel that Nipsey Hussle was talking about. But he had dropped a few hints that made it seem that he was probably a something other than what he portrayed, and his death was 100% fake. Staged. One-handed moving chest compressions on somebody with 6 bullet holes, not a drop of blood on the white gloves. Frontman says, holy crap, did you see Jake's meltdown 2 days ago on YouTube? I wouldn't call it a meltdown. He said in advance it was a comedy performance, and I did watch it a few times. In fact, we're doing a South Pole episode. Probably work on that now. An animation. Because the whole thing was, Jaronism spent 5 hours attacking Jake's character, and Jake retaliated, and they're each, it's mutually assured destruction. They live 30 miles apart. They each want to destroy the other. And I watched it. It was a pretty, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. It was unhinged. And it was funny in a few places. There were some great lines. It was unsettling. Okay, and let's go ahead and play this really quick here. This is the creepy eyes and more video I wanted to play. So the Limitless channel, Ronnie and Johnny, I brought them up recently, mainly because they are big critics of our channel, and they're Bible believers. These two believe that they are the two witnesses from the book of Revelations. So whenever you meet people who think that they are the ones in the book that God wrote, you're dealing with some characters. Well, these two are in violation of Corinthians 1:4 or whatever, where it says God doesn't want men to have long hair. Well, it's not the long hair now that I'm harping on. Turns out that Ronnie has got some type of reptoid eyes. I'll just put this on the screen. It's in slow motion. But there is something with those eyes. And I'm not really a big believer in the whole reptilian thing, but in this case, I don't know. Teeth too. Multiple rows of teeth? What is that? Some kind of glitching hologram? Frontman says, I think this is all about the pretty blonde on Jaren's show. Yeah, if you want to talk about it, it's basically this. They started a dating show to bring more people into the community, and Jake Gibson has accused them of human trafficking. And then he brought in some of the investigation, the quote behind the perv, that parallels behind the curve, that shows that there's a lot of, we'll just say feds and peds around that community, or there used to be. And this is not some hyperbole or exaggeration. I mean, it is a fact that the founder of the Biblical Flat Earth Society is serving a life sentence for crimes, really crimes against humanity, very bad stuff. So Jake's not 100% wrong in his assessments. But you know how it is, witch hunts, they get kind of messy. And what he's doing with his channel is a form of satire and comedy, extreme satire and comedy. Not the type of stuff, not this government gesture teleprompter reading Dave Chappelle type safe conspiracy theories that just reinforce all of the CNN lies. Check this out. Usain Bolt, Illuminati confirmed, covers one eye, does the 666. See, this it's not a white power hand sign. It's 666, and it's sun worship. It's CERN. It's the horned god. Whatever it is, you've got Usain Bolt making all of the usual hand signs, and he's been at the Olympics 3 times. He's won these 3 medals, and each time he's been, I believe, in row number 6. So you get it? 6, 6, 6. Won 3 Olympic titles in lane 6. And you combine that with all the hand signs, what else can you make of it? Even his track, everything about it. He's making the sign of the beast. Oh, one more thing about the beast thing. So all of the Trumpers and Qers keep saying, the best is yet to come. Or TBIYTC. It's one of their hashtags. The best is yet to come. Well, now they're saying it means the beast is yet to come. And the beast, of course, is JFK, because the beast is, well, the Antichrist, but they mixed up the book, so the Antichrist is Christ. So yes, you have a bunch of Antichrist worshippers in Dallas waiting to save the world from the deep state. It's so extremely convoluted, but that's why I'm here, to parse through this and to make sense of the nonsensical. And that's really what we're doing. We're reality testing the claims of the media, and we often find that they fall far, far short. More often than not, if it's real, it's pretty much on a foundation of fake. I mean, you can be the most honest teleprompter reader in the world, and you're still just a teleprompter reader, which means, well, you could be a liar by proxy. Here's Jay-Z and Beyonce with their Illuminati hand signs. Nothing new here. You know, Beyonce was at the Super Bowl in 2013, Super Bowl 47, where it went dark for 33 minutes. And I believe there might be some significance there. I wrote about it in the Metascript. If you want to read the book, the Metascript Decoded, you can find it at themetascript.com, or you can get the PDF. Cheaper than you can get it on Kindle at my own site where I'm selling the art, www.timosmond.win. Posel says, Reverend Osmond, Midnight Mass. We could do that on Saturday nights. We could just discuss some of the more esoteric aspects of the PSYOP entertainment complex, because, you know, beyond just inflating body counts, beyond just atrocity propaganda and fear porning the weather, there are these other elements that are worth exploring. And hey, check this out. This has just got to be a miracle. The person pictured on this meme died twice, got a PCR test, and became a doctor all in 1 week. We find many examples. I guess we call it multitasking. Actor, extra, model, band member, singer. Actors wanted for pro-vaccine TV commercial, and here she is. And this is a very common thing. I noticed that whenever you have crisis actors playing the role, they tend to have their makeup on very, very perfect. Like their nails are done. Like they just got out of the salon and now they're going to the hospital bed. They don't look like they just woke up. Like who does their makeup while they're on a ventilator? Here's a Portuguese boy. He died at 14 from COVID. And then he was in the UK. He died at 13. And then he died in Belgium at the age of 12. They're so green they recycle their crisis actors. India, 11 dead after gas leak. COVID swallowing people in India. Footage shows people dead in the streets. Again, recycled photos. Was it William Randolph Hearst who said, I think he said, give me the pictures and I'll supply the war, or something like that. Basically, you give him the photos. And yes, this is the publishing magnate who said something along those lines. But look, Netflix's CEO, co-founder, is a great nephew of Edward Bernays, the father of public relations, really the progenitor of that type of mass mind control where they know how to gain our compliance, and they gain our compliance through the mechanisms of mass media psyops used to influence us at a subconscious level, playing on our emotions. And they've been doing this since before we were born. I mean, we were born onto a stage. So what we represent here is a real organic apostasy. It's not like we got one thing right. No, we got a lot of things right. And it's not just that we saw through a few psyops here and there, like, oh, 9/11 was a hoax. No, it's more like there's a different methodology where we're disregarding news media as 100% real at face value when it comes to extraordinary claims. And it's a small thing, but it's a small blind spot. But if that's your constant blind spot, benefit of the doubt, having faith in media, well, where do you think it's going to lead you? You're in a doomsday cult. A global doomsday cult. Okay, let's see. I'm going through some comments before we move on here. Remembering Pearl Harbor, confronting a new axis. Be prepared for... Yeah, the new axis is China and Russia, and be prepared for EMP warfare. That's one of the reasons why we're going into print. And Fake World News is about to... If you go to fakeworld.news, it's about to be released. I've already completed the first one, working on the second, and I'm staying 2 weeks ahead. But Fake World News is what the world needs, a reliable print tabloid to cover the fake news accurately, which is what we do. Top shelf conspiratainment, mass media deconstruction, breaking news, investigative journalism, memes, art, music reviews, interviews, and more. I just got a kit from the publisher, or the printer, which I won't name. I don't want to put crosshairs on them, but they have a great product, and I've chosen the size and the format, so we're about to hit go on this whole thing, and it's going to be a regular feature here. So instead of writing a book this year, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to continue with my newsletter, and I know many of you are readers. If you haven't read the newsletter, I'll put a link in the chat so you can catch up with that. But the newsletter is really just the basis for the entire tabloid. It's about everything that we're covering. Commenter says, way too many clones on the world stage. I would say so. I think the world stage, the ideal is a hive mind. And, I mentioned that show I've been watching. It's called The 100. And one of the things about it is how the AI, artificial intelligence, takes over through the people taking the injection. And everybody's being pressured to take it. Well, no, it's a chip. But they're all being pressured. And the ones who don't want the chip are the problem. And the ones who take it, they become very hive-minded. And it reminds me of how when they first started mandating masks, somebody goes into a store without a mask, and the people with the masks would immediately just crowd around the person like it's the Walking Dead. And I thought, wait a minute, you were just scared of super spreaders 30 seconds ago. You were just so afraid that you can't go within 6 feet of somebody. But now somebody comes in without a mask, meaning they're deadly because they're not covering their face hole, so they're super deadly, and you're going to run up to them. And it's exactly what I saw in this movie, and I thought, I think that's what we're seeing here. And I think that's one of the reasons why I like doing what we're doing here, this post-media critique, because it's important to understand the world we live in, and you can't understand it by turning off the TV and tuning out. The masses are misinformed. But if you're uninformed about what they're being misinformed about, you won't know what is real and what isn't when something big happens, or worse, you won't know where to get to the truth. You'll be stuck with their experts because they censor everybody else. So to me, this is all just about situational awareness. And yes, we live in a, quote, global doomsday cult. And that gets clearer every day. It's not hyperbole. I wish it was, but no. The good news, of course, is that it's all Psywar, but the bad news is we're pretty much beholden to whatever the brainwashees decide. And if the brainwashees decide that we all have to wear helmets at night because space rocks are known to fall into people's bedrooms, like that one in Canada, landed on her bed next to her head. Big fireball in the sky, punched a hole in her roof. But when it went in her bedroom, it just landed on the bed. It didn't bounce. But at that point, how can you deny the need for a helmet when you're in bed? You'd be a dangerous space rock denialist. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms, The Edges in Your Mind. Same time tomorrow, and more than likely in the morning. And we'll have the 24/7 streams up and running again here very soon. Thanks for all the comments, and in fact, before I go, I'm looking at my notes here. I think I have like 3 voicemails, so let me go ahead and answer to these first. I don't want to miss anything. A lot of the tips that we get are timely, time sensitive. So before we go any further, let me go ahead and check the voicemails. 833-311-1984. 311 is when it became 1984. And I believe that that book is being rewritten from a feminist perspective or something. I'll take a look. Okay, here we go. This one's from Sunday.
Yeah, I'm Leslie Kovacs. We're in a flat earth band called Wednesday Sky. And, give us a call sometimes. My voice is a little messed up, sorry, but you can check us out. Just look up on any music platform, Wednesday Sky. And maybe
Wednesday Sky. Wednesday Sky. Okay, so this is looks like a Christian rock band, flat earth themed. I'll give them a call. It's probably late now, but I'll get in touch with them.
look up Wide Eyed Under the Dome. That's a good one. Or Brainwashed, Vaccinated. And then we do
Brainwashed, Vaccinated, Under the Dome. All right, a Wednesday Sky. If anybody wants to look that up, and I'll definitely get in touch with this individual here very soon and see if we can get some of their music. Let's see what else we have here. This is another voicemail.
Hey, IPS, I'm just thinking about this whole religious connection to, the flat earth. And I think we need to have 2 distinctions between religion and the Bible. So the Bible, as we all know, has lots of references to the shape of the earth. And so just because people say, oh, it's in the Bible, it doesn't necessarily mean you're religious. I mean, let's face it, the Bible is a history book. So I think most of the flat earthers that quote the Bible.
My problem with this is I don't believe there is the Bible. I think the Bible has changed and morphed. And if you believe the Mandela effect, Jesus was hanged in a tree. So I don't think you can make an argument from it as a source because it's constantly changing. And moreover, when you say the Bible, what about the Quran? What about other interpretations of the cosmography? Why does it have to be this one? And you say it doesn't make you religious to reference the Bible. Well, if you are accepting the premise that the Bible is history, well, then it's shaping your worldview. And if it shapes your worldview, it's pretty much your religion. And the dominant religion of the day is the MSM and the establishment science.
Are put into the religious category. And that's not true. It doesn't necessarily mean.
I've heard this a million times, and I'm definitely happy for people to call in and talk about this. So if you want to call in at some point soon, let's talk about the distinction between being a Bible believer and being in a religion. And let's see if it is a difference without a distinction. Okay, here's another one.
Hey, IPS. I just wanted to ask if you've seen this atrocity of a show called Space Force on Netflix. I mean, it's just all the indoctrination and bullshit about space all in one show. And it's Steve Carell, by the way, 40-year-old virgin. And they're like just blatantly making fun of it and how idiotic it is. I'm sitting there with my husband watching it, and he's like, "Oh, it's so cool!" Like, I don't know, you should check it out, man. It's worth a laugh.
Okay, so appreciate that one. I'll check it out. I think I remember it's on Netflix, so it's Space Force. Yes, and Steve Carell, 40-year-old virgin, always looks awkward and uncomfortable. I remember I watched part of it thinking it was just extremely cringy, but I'll check it out. I'll check it out. We'll see if there's any inside jokes there. Okay, here's another one.
Hey, I'm calling in. If you ever see me in the comments, I go by Mask Off. I'm going to try to keep it quick. Just a quick story about Nathan Thompson and being associated with him. I know there's a lot.
Oh, really quick here. A commenter here says, in Space Force, there's a lot of China versus U.S. moon beef. Yes, the moon's going to be contested turf next. Frontman242 says, not a tree but a pole. Romans did not crucify people. Well, that may be the case. If you want to believe it, believe it. I don't even know if it's possible to nail someone through the palms. Would that not tear? But then again, I was watching on 200. No, I'm sorry, on the 100, and they crucified people in the City of Light, but they also had ropes around their wrists with the hands being nailed. But, whatever it is, the Mandela affected are saying it changed to Jesus being hanged in a tree. And it's like, wait, if you're saying that you woke up this morning and the Bible now says Jesus was nailed to the tree, then I would expect to see every church with a tree on top. Or my neighbor who wears a crucifix, I would expect to see a tree around her neck. But that it doesn't change everything, so it doesn't make sense. Okay, so anyway, here is returning to a voicemail, and I think he was mentioning Bible earther Nathan Thompson.
Being associated with him. I know there's a lot going on with the flat earth beef that's going around with all the crew. And I met Nathan Thompson in about 2014, 2015. He was in a Starbucks in Reynoldsburg, Ohio on East Broad Street yelling about the flat earth. Now, I was into the flat earth, but I wasn't that deep yet. And he was asking about Warner Von Braun, and he was asking about his headstone, and he was asking everybody if they knew anything about it. I said, yeah, I know who Warner Von Braun is. I know about the firmament Bible verse on his headstone. So long story short, I ended up smoking with him.
Okay, so he's talking about Nathan Thompson. Now, Nathan Thompson is the neck-bearded flat earther who got arrested after chasing kids on a playground, telling them not to listen to their teachers because the world is flat. Nathan Thompson is a Bible-believing flat earther who believes we're under a dome. Bible says flat earth. That's pretty much it. So this individual is talking about how he saw Nathan Thompson blowing up at a Starbucks. I remember this. Nathan Thompson, and you can actually find this. A lot of these characters just seem to be really adept at getting coverage for doing very bad things. So Flat Earth Starbucks. I bet that's all I need to search to pull this one up. Yep. Video. Flat Earther confronts NASA employee in a Starbucks. Nathan Thompson, who runs a 30,000 member Facebook group that argues that the earth is flat, appears to be harassing some NASA employee in a Starbucks. And so this is the type of coverage that flat earthers would always be getting, that kind of character. So the person on the phone knows or met Nathan Thompson, and he's sharing his observations. So let's go ahead and hear the rest of this guy's message out.
Later, him and my friend then introduced me to Flat Earth. But while we were hanging out and we were smoking, I said something to him, and within a week, it spread around the Flat Earth community. There were memes on every page. They were talking about it in videos. It was everywhere within a week. And I realized it because I said it to Nathan. And he said, "Oh, I never heard that before." Then it blew up. That's when I knew he was an agent, and probably a year or two later once I was deep enough to realize what was going on.
Now he says, I knew he was an agent. And this is one of the things that we discovered with the Behind the Perv documentary, is that many of the people who are in front of all the flat earthers, the ones who are in the news, the ones who are getting in trouble, are the ones who appear to be people who have interesting histories that make them useful to the authorities, to be used as basically scapegoats. That's what it looks like. I think he was ordered to go scare kids on the playground. I think that these guys are agents, and they're here to sabotage free speech and destroy the integrity of any networks of people who gather around media skepticism, no matter what your opinion about the shape of the world. Let's hear some more here.
Had a better understanding. But I said to him, what I don't get is, NASA makes $25 million a day or whatever it is at the time. And I said, that's enough money a day to end world hunger. That's enough money a day to get every homeless person off the street. NASA blows it in a day, BSing around. So I said that to him, and I shit you not, I never heard it anywhere before. It was my own coherent thought. Within a week, I saw it everywhere.
Okay, what he's talking about is Nathan Thompson stealing his ideas and memes and spreading them. Now, this is fascinating because Nathan Thompson is handled by Bob Knodel. I think that's pretty evident. In fact, before we did this thing with Mad Mike Hughes, had an expo in Vegas, and they wanted to have a debate. Mick West from Metabunk versus Nathan Thompson. And Mike was going to moderate it. And Bob's wife called me, and Nathan Thompson was there with them. And Nathan says, hey, Bob and Cammie say they don't want Mike to moderate the debate. They want a scientist to do it because they think Mike makes us look bad. And I'm like, wait, you're coming to our event to debate Mick West, and Bob is telling you what to do? Well, Bob has been mentioned recently because Glowbusters apparently is known for harvesting ideas, that Bob has an army of copy and paste trolls who steal a lot of content. At least that's been reported. The people who have brought this up in recent days have pointed out a number of examples of this type of behavior, of stealing ideas. In fact, we have a joke about that. We have a lot of memes in our own Discord server because we've observed the same thing. But let's hear some more.
Memes, quotes, blew up. It was everywhere in 4 to 7 days. I mean, it was ridiculously quick. Now, looking back, I realized I had a good idea. Nathan Thompson's definitely an agent or shill, like all of them are. All the mainstream hustle you out of money, flat earth model, all of them are. So anyways,
now, that's a generalization, but it's actually accurate here. They really are about money. The prominent flat earthers who organized the conferences all became S-coin rug pullers, getting people excited about these really, really unknown cryptocurrencies, and they sit around hyping it up. So they don't talk about flat earth anymore. They're talking about some cryptocurrency you never heard of. And then the thing just kind of fails, and a lot of people lose money, but who cares because they got in early. So anyway, there does seem to be that incentive. And then some of these others, like, many of these other flat earthers who are at the conferences and in Behind the Curve, like D Marble, they're all part of other sorts of online investment-based things where You give some guy this much money, and then you get a stipend every few months, and it's supposedly going to snowball. I mean, all kinds of pyramid schemes. So let's continue.
If you look back, you won't be able to find that or find much on memes about that or any comments about that. I say much because I never saw anything. There might be something out there, but that was my own idea. And if you look, it blew up around 2015.
Oh, and speaking of, one more thing. Zoom Truth and Flathead Politics have reported that the Flat Earth People Finder Zodiac Clock app map thing that Dearth is always pushing, deep inside the rabbit hole has an app that uses a flat Earth map to show you where the sun is or whatever. It's an interesting app, I suppose. He still promotes the lie that rockets are hitting a dome when no, it's the reverse spin gyro thing that pops the parachute out. It's not hitting a dome. But anyway, apparently this app that he is popularizing was actually the result of property theft. He was beta testing the app of Zoom Truth and Flathead Politics, and then decided to just make his own app that happens to look exactly like the one he was beta testing. So there's a lot of idea appropriation around the flat earth, which is also noteworthy, and that's what this caller is pointing out. So this is very consistent with what we're all familiar with here.
And that is when I said it to Nathan Thompson, smoking with him one night after I met him. And it took me probably a year or two to realize he's a scumbag loser who goes around ripping people off.
Now, to call someone a scumbag loser is ad hominem, but I did see the troll versus troll video where Nathan Thompson kicks down the door of a single mother whose baby or toddler is terrified. He's drunk. It's not an excuse, but there are videos of him being horribly abusive. So, again, this caller is just kind of really underscoring what we've already known.
And that all these people are agents and shills and plants in the flat earth community. But it was confirmed with me with Nathan because...
Now, Frontman242 says, I paid for this app. It might be a good app. I don't really have a use for it, but I think it's a good concept. Whether he stole it or not, he says he didn't steal it. He said that the other guys dropped the ball and sat around on their couch eating chocolate. So, he feels justified in it, just competition. A little, you just cut a throat here and there. You just do what you got to do to survive. Okay, next message.
Hey, what's up, IPS? Hey, man, enjoyed the stream today. I actually caught the replay or the premiere of it. It was pretty good. And I think what you were talking about in regards to what's going on right now inside of the flat Earth is correct. And it is a dumpster fire. And I was talking to one of my friends yesterday, and we came to the conclusion that this is a reason that we don't even have a chance to win. Not that we could win, but we don't even have a chance to win. Is because it doesn't matter what part of the truth movement you're talking about. It always ends up like this. Everyone always ends up being a shill, and we turn on each other and divide and conquer. So I guess we have a lot of growing up to do. Not that not that some people can subvert, different parts of the community, but we do have a lot of growing up to do. And hopefully at some point in time, we can come together to give us a fighting chance. So anyway, keep up the good work, man. I'll look forward to your next show. Bye.
Awesome. Appreciate that call. And yes, I agree here. This is common. I think this is why we have the massive crack we've been talking about, the Kraken, the schism, the divide and conquer strategy, and it works down to even the smallest fringe conspiracy theorist group out there. Part of that's just human nature, though. Frontman242 says, Tim, you have the best callers. I agree. A lot of it's human nature, competition, friendly and otherwise. These are just things to expect. But tearing down people for hours at a time, that's something I don't really buy into. And Russian Vids started it. Just to be clear. Russian Vid started all of the drama that's happening right now. He brought out the stale beef, put it in a dumpster, set it on fire, and then proceeded to throw every flat earther he could in that dumpster, which is now a raging inferno, and it's being pushed towards the edge of a steep slope. And I think once it spills, there's no helping anybody. Everybody's being dragged down in this thing. It's pretty bad. And I'm not responsible for this, but Behind the Perv, Infinite Plane Society did do that investigation, and it had gone unnoticed for 2 years, and then Jake Gibson put it on blast. And it's been viewed so many times, and there are some things you can't unsee. Some things are just damning condemnations of your character. If you have a statement in a YouTube chat where you stand by some scumbag lowlife, well, that statement may haunt you later. And all this is just dirty politics. Very dirty politics. But I don't think that attacking people is a way to improve the situation. I'm more about cooperation. And we've always tried to cooperate. I mean, when we had Mad Mike Hughes with our think tank, he was not welcome at their conferences. They did not want him around. And even though people didn't want to associate with us or him, he would continue to reach out. He was trying to get an interview with the Morgile. The Morgile wouldn't talk to him. And I thought, I wonder why. What is with these people? They're so culty. And then at the same time, it's like, okay, you're not willing to talk to him, but then when he dies, after his last stunt, the Morgile was more than happy to sit there and make a video laughing, saying, I told you so, which he didn't, because nobody predicted it would have been after a successful launch that he would have had an unsuccessful one. So it wasn't even predicted, if you want to make that statement. But my point being, yes, the Morgile was more than happy to mock someone's death, but not speak to the person in life. And I thought, okay, well, that says a lot about the character of some of these people. In fact, I think I have something popped up in my feed on the random. Yes. Anyway, this should be a very interesting week. I don't enjoy the interpersonal attacks. I would like it if people could keep it civil, but oh well, that's what they had invented popcorn for. Into the Break says Awake Souls are going to be in on that Jaren live stream this week. Yeah, Awake Souls and Ronnie and Johnny. I can't figure it out. Who lives in whose basement? But Ronnie and Johnny need to get their hair cut. They're in direct contradiction of orders from their God, and they're the ones who are always, Bible thumping the hardest. So they need to live up to their own standards. It's like when people who say, thou shalt wear a mask, and then you see them laughing in public in nightclubs not wearing masks, they're hypocrites. So here you have these two individuals claiming that they are the witnesses from the book of Revelations. Well, I can find a verse in the Bible that says you can't have long hair if you're a man. I guess it doesn't apply to Jesus, but it should apply to Ronnie and Johnny, these quirky Canadians whose cult is almost as weird as the QAnon cult. Anyway, this has been fun. We'll continue tomorrow. Thanks, everyone, for the voicemails. If you want to leave one, 833-311-1984, or just call and we'll speak live. We'll start earlier tomorrow. This is The Edges in Your Mind, Chief Crow.
Is in your mind, the edge. Mr. Raj came through the door and sang It's a Beautiful Day in the neighborhood.
Well, I used to be unaffected. Didn't care if the fish had braces, only knew that it could save us all. What is real? I don't know. Hard to understand. There used to be a cornucopia in my pants. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Shift us to the new timeline. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Bring me a giant check next time. Well, trouble ain't what people don't know, it's what they know. That ain't so, said the OG Crest's acting opera man. It's a miracle, it's true. I know my memories ain't no fool. I seen the Chinese dude get mowed down by the tank. Seen it on TV. Feeding Bates and Smiley and a double bind that got your mind in, and a tasty cup of noodles for your soul.
People in South America, and that's what made me realize, whoa, South America's like 1,000 miles over. And again, it moves more after that. It's even further than 1,000 miles. And I'm guessing, it's guessing way over to the right, way over to the east. And, where I come from, I believe I'm still where I come from. I believe this reality is indeed in flux. Absolutely. We're going to talk about flip-flops as well.
Well, what will you do when you find out you don't exist? You've been faked out. No gold notches, no box of chocolates in this neighborhood. Well, I was there, man. I ate the Fruit Loops. I seen that movie with Tom Cruise. Please don't take these precious memories from my heart. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gaslight on. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gaslight on. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gaslight on.
Get into a little phrase that I like to say called everyone knows, because it seems to trigger the trolls and deniers. And they literally go around and, these Mandela effect deniers will go around and they'll make videos about how Brian Staley goes around and says everybody knows and we are the best. We're going to talk about that today. How we are the best, everybody knows. And you can put the two together and it says everybody knows we are the best, right? Fucking double bang for the buck, you know what I mean, baby?
Fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang are stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real ones gonna get this. Fake ones only accept this, they can miss the message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host a message, squad are represented. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the uppers getting better. Oh, you're so effective. Cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a setup. We got it and we get it. Offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yeah, it's honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable. Facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable. Give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you. You just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable unless you're with the gang or no. Messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin, 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 fucking with the penguin. Yeah, with the penguins, I'm coming with a vengeance.
to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your own claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing hopes against quick DIPS are making an entrance. Busting doors down, cause now's the time for interventions that I mentioned. We're affecting so many men across the spectrum. We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum. There's nothing close to resemblance. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like Tempin, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the hopes on me, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. You're messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin. You're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin. Quit fucking with the penguins, yeah.
One of the things that I like to analyze with all these events is, yeah, you can analyze what you don't see, the actual victims. You don't see any evidence of real mass casualty, the victims, the crisis actors. You never see tears. I haven't seen a single tear yet. Nobody cried, nobody died at any of these events.
Cartoons, 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 doo-doo-doo. Cartoons, cartoons.
Right, you're listening to Infinite Plane Radio, our 24/7 music stream, and this is Chief Crow in a live version of Space is Fake AF, and this is performed in front of a large mural of Don Petit, who's something of a hero where he lives. But anyway, after the night's live streams, after we do our open phones, I'm just going to start turning it over to music. Because at this time, the graphics card in my computer won't actually support video streaming overnight. It crashes, but it'll do the radio just fine. So, and that way we can expose a lot of people to the music if they haven't heard it yet. We have so many artists contributing. We have as many musicians as we do meme lords at the Infinite Plane Society. And we expect our numbers to go up. All right, let me go ahead and check out the comments. Okay, let's see here. Johnny's List, Thirst for Truth, Frank NP Rome. That's NP, not NPC. Sleepy Random, Clockwork 113. The Missing says, I watched the video behind the perv. Good stuff. Ooh, I wouldn't describe it as good. But it was a way to showcase our capabilities with regards to our decentralized intelligence agency, the DIA, which operates behind the scenes. So if you get past Blue Wrench, Red Wrench, then you might get tapped. But yeah, we have a cadre of crackpot investigators, researchers, and our reach is literally limitless. But occasionally our handiwork surfaces, and yes, Jake the a-hole found behind the perv and added his own spin on it, his own material. He's building on it. In fact, it's snowballing. It was actually 2 years ago that we released that. And anyway, when I say we, I mean the whole think tank. It was an IPS think tank production. I'm not responsible for that. And a lot of those memes are heinous, I admit. And what is being covered is pretty bad as well. But anyway, for some reason it surfaced. And it's all this new flat earth drama started up by Russian vids who, I guess, started attacking other channels. He attacked High Impact Flicks, the Baby Truther Show, and then Jake Gibson smelled blood in the water, and then he came back, and then his attacks against the AE map led to some back and forth, and now it's turned full-on Flat Earth Pizzagate, human trafficking. It's getting weirder and crazier, and, it's just bizarre. I don't even want to get into that unless anybody has anything specific to ask, but, it's not over yet. Like I said, it's snowballing, and if I'm reading the stars right, it's going to continue snowballing for the next few months. I wouldn't be surprised to see Jake the a-hole on TV on some kind of 60 Minutes escape from flat Earth cult documentary. Like, I think that's where it's headed. Thirst of Truth says almost 3K views on JTA's channel, just as many on the BitChute, where it had sat dormant for 2 years. It's kind of interesting. You know how some things are sleeper hits. You know, that's a sleeper hit. Flat Earth Pizzagate behind the perv. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. But, you know, it's just like, how can you minimize some of these things? And when we started talking about it, we were attacked. Like, you're going to attack us for pointing out just the odd, I don't know, situation here. We have people in very close proximity to people who are absolute monsters. It's like, yeah, the original conference organizer made a few documentaries with a serial killer. Nothing to see here. Like, let's just replace the word, we'll replace the word that is being used, which I don't even care to use, but we're just going to call them serial killers instead. If we said, okay, this guy did some documentaries with serial killers, you would think he would step out and say, hey, look, even though our whole cult was started by a serial killer and people associated with one, we don't have anything to do with that. We distance ourselves from that guy's behavior. No, they didn't even come out and distance themselves from it. Doesn't mean they endorse it, but it means, I don't know. If nothing else, it says something about judgment. It says something about their discernment, that they can't tell a predator from a regular person. I mean, you can tell just by their pictures. Dillian Paris says, what's up? Hey, if anybody wants to call in, the number is 833-311-1984, and I'll go ahead and open up phones. The other night we had a nice conversation with Lynn, caught up on a lot of things, and a lot of the stuff we talked about had to do with QAnon, which I know it's boring at this point, but it's almost over. So we'll go ahead and talk about that. We'll go ahead and talk about where it's headed. And also, as I had said the last time we were speaking here, I said that the space station was planning on more space junk coming on.
A flat Earth report. Those are striking terms.
All right, thanks for joining. If you're watching on YouTube, actually, this is the only place where I'm at. Those of you in Discord, sorry, not there right now. This is kind of a continuation of a topic we've been covering for, since it was, I think it was broke, of course, by Cam B. What has it been, 2 months now? Since this Justin Bieber is revealed to be playing the role of another performer. So that's pretty much the topic. Let me go ahead and get that on the screen because this is big news. So if you were to do a search right now for the phrase brown face, you would find that there is a trending topic right now all over the internet. In fact, it's on, let me go ahead and pull this up for you on my screen. Let me get to my Twitter. If you're not using Twitter, I don't know, you're missing out. It's really it's a great place to interface directly with the Matrix. I mean, anything can happen on Twitter. And more than that, that's where a lot of news breaks. I mean, like it or not, it's part of the media. Like I've been saying before, a lot of people in the so-called truth community, I think, underutilize Twitter and blogs when they focus exclusively on YouTube. Well, YouTube hates your guts. And for the most part, Twitter doesn't care. As long as you don't get too rowdy. I mean, I've lost more than my share of Twitter accounts, but I've learned how to stick around. Okay, so let's start with this. So here's the thing. Justin Trudeau is in trouble because he was dressed up as, I guess it was a, oh, it's already showing up. Okay, well, anyway, let me pull it up on Drudge. We already took over that hashtag. There's this trending hashtag. Look at this. Okay, Justin, is that you? Canada jolted. So here you have Justin Trudeau in some type of blackface at a party. And of course he's Canadian. So when I saw this, my first thought when I saw the headline on my Drudge Report app. It said, "Justin, is that you? Canada jolted." And I saw a picture here, and I was like, "Oh crap! It's the weekend." Like we broke the story. I've been sending the tip to Drudge on Twitter. I don't think he reads it, but look, check this out. Send news tips to Drudge. So what I would do is go to drudgereport.com every day, or at least once a day, and let him know Justin Bieber is playing The Weeknd in a mask. Google it. Just hit submit. Now, of course, Drudge Report is controlled opposition to the liberal sites like Huffington Post and whatever replaced it, and I haven't kept track. Fake opposition, definitely controlled. Probably works for the Clintons. I mean, nothing is what it seems with these people. So anyway, open phones. Let me go ahead and get them on. And here's my main topic for tonight is, did we cause this to happen? In other words, did those of us who were drumming up this constant refrain of Justin Bieber's blackfacing it as The Weeknd, were we causing problems here? Especially if it's 100% true. And most of us here are pretty much like not on the fence anymore. So just hypothetically, if it is true, then what we're doing is potentially highly disruptive. So what would you expect them to do? But throw out some other stories to diffuse it. And we've been seeing this again and again, where there's damage control, real-time damage control. Hey caller, do you think that this Justin Trudeau story is just happening to deflect from what we're exposing?
It does seem like a big coincidence, to say the least, probably more than that. This is Tim Truth, by the way. Yeah, I do think that it seems like a common tactic of theirs to muddy the water as damage control. When something's breaking, then put something else up when people try to search for it. Because for years now, whenever anyone tries to search what we're talking about here, they're going to find the Canada Trudeau. But my question would be, do you think that he actually had that photo sitting around, or is that all Photoshop, do you think?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was real and they were sitting on it, but it could easily be photoshopped and written to his backstory, and he would have agreed to it. Something else to consider, Justin Bieber is Canadian. So when I saw Justin, is that you, Canada jolted, I was like, oh man, he just, offended his whole native country. And, so was the other guy, The Weeknd. But anyway, yeah, there's definitely some, it looks to me like an SEO grab, and I think I saw you put that in the comments.
Yes, that was my first thought. And the other thing I wanted to bring up, I'd be happy to go back to that topic too, but I don't know if you saw, Trump appointed a national security advisor named Robert O'Brien. And I'm sure you've read Orwell's 1984. O'Brien, spelled the exact same way as this guy, is the character, I'm reading from SparkNotes, a mysterious, powerful, and sophisticated member of the Inner Party, whom Winston believes is also a member of the Brotherhood, the legendary group of anti-party rebels. And it doesn't say it here, but O'Brien ends up betraying Winston at the end. He shouldn't have trusted O'Brien. So isn't it crazy that they appointed an NSA advisor named O'Brien? Or is that just me?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. O'Brien's the guy who wrote the book, The Theory of Oligarchical Collectivism, which tells you how they control the sheep or whatever by brainwashing them. And
was that Goldstein or O'Brien?
Wait, no, that was Goldstein. Wait, was O'Brien the guy with the torture devices? It's one
they
or the
both
other.
Worked at like the Ministry of Truth or something, and then O'Brien had the torture devices at the end.
Oh, so he was he was the one that was really bad at math. 2 plus 2 is 5.
I think so. I'm not an expert in the book. I need to go back and read it. But O'Brien gave him the Goldstein book, I think, and earned some trust, but then betrayed him. But
I'm trying to figure out who's the one who said 2 plus 2 is 5. Was that stated by O'Brien?
I think O'Brien had that great speech where he's like, "We can make anything whatever we want. We can blot the sun out. the Earth can be flat or round. We can. What else did he say? Our astronomers are capable of having two models in their brain, stuff like that. I think the entire government was pushing the 2 + 2 = 5 from
Yeah,
like school.
yeah,
And
that's right. He did have a flat Earth reference, didn't he?
yep. He had a bunch of like we can make it anything we want, any topic. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. Maybe somebody else could bring up some insight into O'Brien in 1984. But yeah, sorry to change gears there. The two Justins are very interesting.
Well, you called it in the comments early on that it looked like an SEO grab. And what better way than to snatch up Justin and any reference to racism and, of course, the blackface thing and then Canadian. Yeah, that's what it looks like. I don't think it's a coincidence.
Yeah, they do the same thing around 9/11. They'll pump out a bunch of stories to overload people's minds. So, and also the search feed. So if people are searching for things in the news, they're not going to find anything.
Well,
but
did you see my dumb fake of the Drudge Report's headline? I just posted it on the screen.
I thought that was an actual screenshot. You made that one?
Yeah, that's actually a screenshot from the Drudge Report with my crop and drops superimposed.
Okay. That's funny. I thought the Justin is that you was actually from there talking about Trudeau.
Oh, that's theirs. No, that's their headline. I just added I just added the artwork.
Perfect. Awesome. That's what I thought you were doing there. I heard you were spamming Twitter. What were you guys up to? I don't know if I missed that part of the intro.
Well, there's a couple of things I'm spamming. One, we're spamming this Justin Bieber in a mask thing, just throwing it into the mix. So anybody who's touching on this trending Trudeau controversy will probably see this. And so that's kind of what we're doing is we're just this kind of spontaneous. We're like, well, let's take advantage of it. And now all kinds of funny memes are popping up. I mean, this is actually either really good for us or it's meant to drown us out. I'm not quite sure, but to me it looks like a defensive move.
We should go through and reply to everybody who's getting upset about it and reply with like one of those memes and say, are you mad about that? What about this atrocity or whatever? I don't know how to word it, but just play off people's double standards here, because I think Cam B said it best when he's like, who do I sue? I'm offended by the blackface, because it's, I guess, a big taboo in our society for some reason.
Yeah, 1,000%, 1,000%.
But
like, this is funny.
Yeah.
You're right. People could like go through Twitter, go through this. I mean, I started doing it and responding to people and saying, hey, this is an even more offensive Canadian named Justin who's doing the same type of things. And he's doing it today in 2019, not 20 years ago.
Yeah, or be like, you're falling for the damage control, man. This is the real story, and post a link. Is there a trending? I see Justin Trudeau is trending there.
Brown
is
face.
There like a hashtag?
Yeah, brown face Trudeau. Yeah, it's all trending like crazy right now because of time.
I'm sure people are talking about it like crazy. This is a good opportunity for the black wrenches. Or what color wrench would this be? Is that red wrench?
Yeah, that's exactly. No, actually, we've migrated the entire process. I've decided. Well, what we decided was that, and this happens like every 6 months. Every 6 months, we decide let's go ahead and cull the people who aren't totally engaged, and then formulate a new think tank. And so we just started that, the Black Wrench Lodge, which is pretty much though based on people who are very much engaged in causing this type of stuff. Causing the blowback. And this is, I think, one instance where we're getting some, and I've seen other people who are lifting the veil on different things, getting blowback and instant responses from people who you would think would be like totally unengaged. Like apparently the damage control thing is like a full-time gig for a lot of these big popular celebrities. Like, that Michael Jackson has like a troll army, the MJ army that just defends him around the web. It's basically a troll army that is probably being hired by the estate.
Wow. I wouldn't be surprised. I wonder if a lot of them probably just get swept up and do it for free. But I was going to say something. This is a great one, because you know how with Flat Earth or 9/11, the establishment does a bunch of damage control before we can get to the people. They've been conditioned to mock it and to be like, well, 7-Eleven is a part-time job. They have all these lines where they call us truthers. But with something like Justin Bieber being The Weeknd, there's nothing I mean, they haven't preempted us yet. So it's pretty funny to come out and you can actually wake people up. Like that meme you just had was genius with the I think it was like his left eye was you had the Bieber or the Weekend big picture, and then on the top right you had Justin Bieber's eye. Like you got some good memes there, so it's just a matter of distributing them.
Yeah, exactly. And hey, really quick, since you followed this story for a while, with regards to the whole shootings and stuff, did you catch what happened to Jim Fetzer?
Yeah, that was weird. I need to go back and watch the first couple minutes of your stream, but I came in for that. You said he was what's that guy's name? The Sandy Hook dad.
It was I'm not sure the name. I had to double check it. Just I don't want to get it wrong.
Right.
Wait a minute. This tweet has been withheld. They blocked the tweet. I was just going to show you the tweet from Fetzer.
Whoa.
And it
What
says,
does it say? I've never seen that error before.
this tweet has been withheld in response to a report from the copyright holder. And it's a picture.
Who owns the copyright? What did you put?
Oh man, that's interesting. Okay, it was a picture of the Sandy Hook victim that's suing him, juxtaposed against a screenshot from a video deposition. And he said that this screenshot or this video is not the same guy. And he was basically telling the judge, and this is why he got hit for contempt.
I remember the name Posner, right?
Yeah, he's like, this guy isn't the same guy in the video. He's missing a mole.
He looked completely different, but maybe he's lost some weight or something. But I needed to look into that a bit more. I wish I had done my homework here, but it looked like a person I'd never seen before.
Knowing what I know about Fetzer and Helbig and the people around here, he's not going to throw out something completely flippant like that and get a $7,000 fine. And that's what he's paying for this. So it seems pretty legit that he probably made the right call. And so what we're seeing here is a crisis actor being replaced by another crisis actor, essentially. Like someone else is in that role. That's crazy, right? But that's what it looks like.
Yeah, and he didn't just put him on blast either. He reported it to the FBI, a couple different branches, right?
Yeah. And
it wasn't just like a social media tweet or something. He actually took it to the authorities.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Well, this shows you, though, this was a deepfake. He called out a deepfake. When have you ever seen this? I mean, Alex Jones didn't do it. Alex Jones didn't call BS on any of it. He didn't say, show me these alleged death threats that were done in my name. He didn't defend himself. Instead, he capitulated. And that tells you that he's not real. And, of course, we know it's because he's, Bill.
And I think I know what they're doing with the Alex Jones character now. What was it, psychosis or something? He's claimed insanity. It all boils down to a new topic that I've been delving into deep called punitive psychiatry, or political abuse of psychiatry. And it has a huge history. Hundreds of thousands of people have been sterilized. Hundreds of thousands more have been put in asylums and killed and all these different things under the guise of psychiatric eugenics or patient care. And it's just craziness. Oh, you have that video pulled up too, the Sandy Hook promise ad.
Yeah, it's a PSA.
Straight up terrorism.
Isn't it crazy? I mean, it's very well done and produced. I thought this was just like trenchant satire. And for me, it kind of is. Well, for us, it would be. This is just part of keeping up with the crisis actors. But for the average American or the average citizen of the world who doesn't know what's going on with this stuff, when they see this, I'm wondering what they're feeling. Like, is it just overdone? Did they try too hard?
Well, the ending is crazy. What does it say at the end? What are the words at the end? It's like, it's back to school time. You know what that means? And it's like, wow, that is some creepy verbiage there.
Shootings are preventable when you know the signs. And what would those signs be?
Punitive psychiatry. That's what I'm thinking. Like you said, like a bowl cut and a frown or something, or just one of those.
Yeah, if you got a bowl cut and a frown, that's basically, okay, those are the signs. You got a shooter on your hands.
You like the Bill of Rights?
Yeah, exactly. Do you like the Bill of Rights? Did your dad vote for Trump? Did they go to a rally? Like, that's where we're at here with these snitching communists, basically. That's what it's about.
Yeah, straight out of East Germany.
Yeah, this is, to me, this is just satire. I'm not really alarmed by it. I'm kind of curious to see what kind of comments, what kind of
I'm surprised. I've been checking out the vote ratio, and it's not been too bad. I mean, it's actually they get some good thumb ups ratio to down thumbs, and it's just amazing. I'm surprised that like everybody isn't thumbing it down and saying this is ridiculous. Like people actually get pumped up and rally behind this. It shows you like who the sane people are in this debate. The Moms Demand Action are just happy to, and the Sandy Hook families are happy to just terrorize children. And I don't know if you heard Kamala Harris. Kamala means terrible in Finnish, by the way, but Kamala Harris was up on the stage at the Democrat debate, and she goes to her standard talking point, which is, the children are always coming up to me telling me that they had to go through an active shooter drill in school. And then she pivots and says, we need to take away all the guns and have a registry, which just means they'll confiscate them later. But it's crazy. Like they're trying to cite the government-sanctioned active shooter drills to take away our rights to defend ourselves.
Yeah, that
and
would
it's all
be.
playing into. Go ahead.
No, I mean, it's that bad, isn't it? Where they're artificially inflating the statistics that they're using to influence people. I mean, this is just, it's emotionally charged propaganda, and you can't opt out of it. So I'm looking like in the newspaper here, and the local school children all had to write letters of condolences to the fake dead people in El Paso. I mean,
wow. Yeah, they always say that 40,000 people get killed every year, but like all but like 12,000 are suicides. Like that's pretty disingenuous. And basically also they're trying to lump in that the gun control will help prevent suicides. And it's like, can we get to the root issue here of why people are killing themselves? It's because all the crazy taxes and the government overreach, but they don't want to look at that part. They just want to prevent people and keep them in the workforce, prevent them from suicide. But yeah, it's craziness what they're doing to the kids. Like you mentioned the other day with the California, I forgot what city it was, but the janitor who came in with the firing blanks or something with a mask on, taking it to the next level. Like these guys ought to be thrown in jail for terrorism, yet they're going to say conspiracy theorists are terrorists.
Well, okay.
Nonsense.
In what setting do you ever? I mean, do you usually hear this? Pretty much, or notice the approach where it's, I'm doing this for your own good, like where it's an abusive thing, but it's like it really is Stockholm syndrome inducing, where it's your abuser who's your savior, who's actually helping you by terrorizing you or whatever.
Exactly, and they're getting these kids young. They're robbing the cradle as far as the brainwashing goes, and it's like child soldiers in the army. That's kind of the comparison I make. It's like hard to really, go 100% against the activists when they're like 12-year-olds. We all have to kind of hold our tongue, bite our tongue, and wait for them to snap out of it. But I don't know if that comparison made sense. But
Hey,
I'll
check this
wrap
out
it up.
really
Yeah,
quick.
go
What
ahead.
do you think of my theory here that they specifically chose the Adam Lanza David Hogg dichotomy for the same actor in order to make the face of school shootings and the face of the cure the same face? In other words, your abuser is your savior. Here you have Adam Lanza. He's the face of school shootings who's terrorized the nation. And now the savior, the guy with all the solutions, is the same actor. And I think that
Yeah,
this is part
only
of
the hair changes.
And think about the programming, though. It's like the abuser and the savior, same person, just different guys.
Do you know what I'm worried about? I seriously think David Hogg, and you're completely right about the Lanza Hogg connection. I wouldn't be surprised if it was either because they look similar or they're actually the same person. I mean, when you put the two photos up, the crazy eye Lanza with David Hogg making that face on CNN, like these are the same people. This guy's just older with his hair up. But I'm kind of worried that, I don't even know if I should say this, but I'm worried that this, what's his name? I'm looking right in the trophy there. What's his name?
David
Hogg.
Hoggy.
Yeah, I'm worried he's going to be like the Fuhrer of the Fourth Reich or something.
I think so.
I don't know.
I think so for a number of reasons. One of the things he said was, and is very ominous, he said, well, I don't care what the NRA thinks. They're going to all be dead soon anyway. And then the whole youth thing of the Children's Crusade And now the climate change marches have children with signs that say, "We want revenge." Like they
That is
want
crazy
revenge.
stuff.
Well, okay, now that's the same thing. They're asking for reparations, climate justice. It would just be like a whole bunch of young commies saying, "Hey, our parents basically put us into debt and screwed up our economy. Let's just expropriate the wealth and spread it around." And so this resentment against the established order is what's being ginned up, and young against old. And Hogg's definitely ginning that, and the mass media was coaching him with this. Every interview he went to from the first few days during this production were just basically saying, "Well, we failed you. We, the adults, failed, and you guys had to suffer under your desk for 17 years. Uh, I guess we're bad. Why don't you take over?" And that was the message. And then they launched the Children's Crusade, and they made it look like it was organic and like it was actually being orchestrated by these kids. But we all know you don't organize a 70 school tour and voter recruitment drive off of 3 or 4 kids who suddenly become motivated.
You and I have both tried to get a news tip out there, get a story run by the press, and it's like a brick wall. They won't even talk to you or return your email. So it's amazing the amount of airtime they get. I guess it all just depends on whether you're going with the agenda, and I suspect it's beyond them just going with the agenda. They're, part of the agenda. And yeah, what you said about him saying like, "Don't worry about the NRA, they'll be dead soon" or something. I mean, you can interpret that in two ways, like they're an older crowd and they're going to die off, or something much more sinister. But and we all should never forget how. Remember when everyone's YouTube account and videos were getting deleted with Hogg because of that lifeguard surfboard on the trash can thing?
Oh yeah, yeah. There's been some weird developments with that story, but go on.
Under a different name, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. So basically, it's this: the guy who broke the story about this David Hogg being an actor, his story went viral. His video did, and we know who he is because his video was branded in a certain way, and this was one of my main stalkers who we suspected of being a government agent hired. Anyway, interestingly enough, they Mandela'd the story. So now if you look at the story, whoever broke it and started the crisis actor conspiracy theory about Hogg, it wasn't this original person. They changed the name and said it was some 51-year-old guy in Idaho. They completely whitewashed it.
Yeah, it's insane. And didn't that FBI document about conspiracy theories being domestic terrorists, I'm looking at it right now, did it talk about crisis actors in it?
It kind of did. What they suggested was that the way they're looking at it, anyone who formulates a conspiracy theory that puts an elite cadre or an elite cult or cabal in control at the top is now considered to be a domestic terrorist if they believe that this group has already taken over the government.
Yeah, I'm reading it right here. It says under anti-government fringe anti-government conspiracy theories, the third one says false flags. The official story surrounding a given terrorist attack or mass shooting is a lie. The event was staged or conducted by the government to justify encroachments on civil liberties. So it doesn't use the word crisis actors, but that certainly came to prominence pretty quick there. I'd love to see the same happen with auto hoax. I know you're working on that, so best of luck with that.
Yeah,
I'll hop off the air to free it up. But thanks for taking my call, Tim.
All right, thanks for calling. Anytime. Yeah, in fact, we need to add Tim Truth to our auto hoax list of recommended channels. So, yeah, keeping up with crisis actors, it's an ongoing thing. It's not something you could just let go. You've got to follow it because it's developing over a period of time. These are fictional characters that have been merged with the reality that the masses believe in. And so we have the insight to know who's real, who's not, who's basically an actor. And it's fascinating to watch. And this is what we've been talking about with the celebrity stuff. How you might know that this actor, we'll just say Brad Pitt, played these 20 characters over his career. Well, what makes you think that the Brad Pitt the one you see in the movies, the one who does the interviews, isn't another character? And so the guy behind it, you don't really know. They're kind of one step removed. And so you don't actually know that when he's out there doing interviews, he's actually playing a character and doing a role. And that's what we're saying about these characters. And it's not just a one-time gig where they cry on the camera. Now they've got social media and they're just merging. I mean, it's pretty amazing. So David Hogg's been escalating in his rhetoric, and he says, if somebody assassinates me, I want you to decorate my body and throw it in front of the NRA headquarters. So we have an open call if anybody's in Virginia. We would like you to take a Halloween costume design where you just get some limbs and maybe a head or whatever, something with a pig snout, cover it in theatrical blood, and throw it in front of the NRA headquarters. Put an Auto Hoax shirt on it. We have a shirt that says just Auto Hoax it. I mean, we might as well. He's basically demanding it, and they'll probably give him credit for it, which would be hilarious. But he's escalating it. You know, it wasn't enough that 17 of his friends died and he launched his little political career off of it. Couldn't even repeat the names of his little sister's 4 friends who died, but he knew the name and number of his congressmen off the top of his head to call him during the school shooting. So, yeah, his father ran the LAX thing, you're right. Now that's kind of interesting. Anyway, basically, you know, what we're pretty much suggesting here, and this is not just about any one particular crisis actor, it's just that these actors in general are being put in front of the public and then kind of exfiltrated into reality, or infiltrated into reality. It's the strangest thing. It's kind of like, it would be analogous to a character out of a movie being treated as the real thing in real life, and then people ceasing to know the difference. But they've managed to pull it off. It's pretty intriguing. Post Globe Syndicate says Papa Hogg was also at the 9/11 thingy. I didn't know that. Well, anyway, this guy's just escalating. I mean, but look, right after the shooting, he started doing these die-ins. And if a die-in, if you don't know what this is, it's when you get a bunch of activists to play dead in public. And then, you know, you just basically say, hey, it's your fault. You know, they're dead because of guns. They've been doing die-ins for environmentalism, where they call them mass die-ins, where people go flood into dinosaur museums and play dead and say, if we don't do something about fossil fuels, we're going to all die. And hey, here's a new twist. You remember how it used to be the case that an asteroid killed the dinos? Guess what? It's not the case anymore. Nope. 66 million years ago, it wasn't asteroids, it was climate change. They're saying climate change did it. It may be that the asteroid triggered the climate change or not, but you kind of see where they're going with this. Okay, listen to this. This is just a side note based on Tim's call, the Sandy Hook terrorism video. He says, didn't Adam Lanza look very much like Hogg? Like, everybody notices that, don't they? And I'm saying that whenever you find one of these doubles, it's not just about a physical appearance. Is there a narrative here? Is there a story? Like, is there a method to this madness? And I'm saying the method is simple. It's, you have the same character as the antagonist and the savior. There you go, Stockholm Syndrome. Lanza Hogg. And so subconsciously you see it. You can't not see it. If you saw that face and you were exposed to the media, you saw it, you've seen it. So you see the same person. Only difference is a bowl cut in a couple years. That's about it. But consciously, you don't pick up on it. And that's kind of the thing here. It's some type of hypnosis, I think. It's very subtle. Again, this is a dumb fake. And hopefully, people don't know the difference and they overshare it. A dumb fake is just a fake headline, passing it off as real. I was dumb faked a couple days ago. It turns out that that insensitive dress that Melania Trump wore to the 9/11 memorial that had the Twin Towers on the back with the plane hitting it, it turns out that that was from last year. But I hadn't seen it yet, so I was offended for the first time. Okay, now here's what was said. Exhibit M regarding the claim that the character in the deposition is not the same person. Younger, no double chin. Fixed his hairline, no mole. Interesting. I mean, how many years have passed? I mean, there should be some aging. MVP says the Hoglanza is comprised of 100% gaslighting. Hey, this too might even be gaslighting. I mean, I've seen so many interesting hints. Like there was this interview with The Weeknd. Well, not an interview, it's an article about him, and it said he's an artist who is hidden in plain sight our entire lives. I mean, he never showed his forearms until what, 2018? That doesn't make sense. Vinny says, been modding the Conspiracy Distillery and Lestat, other channel. We had Q goofs. Oh, the Q crowds are crazy. The QAnon believers are going wild right now. Donald Trump just came through town, and they're out and about. They're agitated, and they really believe this stuff. They all believe that Cappy actually died. And you know, I've been talking about this, how you have all these right-wing martyrs who die every election season. Seth Green, 27 Club, fake death. That's a death faker. Isaac Cappy, death faker. Well, I think Andrew Breitbart is a death faker. And there's a few reasons why I think so. And I'm not sure or not if he's a continuation of a certain, was it Andy Kaufman? But definitely Andrew Breitbart, I do think he's still alive. And somebody sent me some information, some links, some videos and pictures. And I think we've identified this person, and it's fascinating. But I'm going to do some double and triple checking before I assert it. I mean, I'm confident with this Ayesha Curry and what's her name? Cyrus, Hannah Montana. And we've been studying. In fact, I need to add into this whole auto hoax lexicon the fat suit thing, which is not even a fat suit. It's just a skin suit. Some can be muscular, some can be breasted or pregnant, just different suits depending on different body types, but total control over the skin, color and tone and texture, age, everything. They have hand gloves that look like just regular hands. And you wouldn't know if you didn't see the wrist, you know, where the seam is, but they usually wear bracelets or something to cover it. So yes, judge finds Sandy Hook conspiracy theorist in contempt of court. See, what I wouldn't do, and this is why, I mean, look, I don't know anybody's real intentions, but I tend to trust people who go against the grain this much, where it wouldn't benefit them. I mean, there's no reason to lose 7,000 like this, unless they're trying to make some extreme examples here. Like, this couldn't possibly happen to everybody. But I've never seen this, and I never would have expected this. I never would have expected somebody to call out a deep fake, like right there. And that's what he did. He's saying it's not the same person. I mean, have you ever heard of such a thing? I'm surprised they didn't throw some type of like charge of insanity. Now, there are other areas on the same blog where they don't see this. Like, see, this is the thing. A lot of people who see through some of the psychological operations, specifically the shootings and terror attacks, they don't see through anything else. So many of the people who still believe in conventional political drama and stories, and they believe in voting, they believe in Trump, etc., they think that this drama between Christine Blasey Ford and Brett Kavanaugh is real drama. No, this is fake beef. This is just like a drama club. Like, it's pretty bad. Van Tassel says Seth Green played Cappy. I'm gonna have to say no way. Seth Green is like 5'2". Cappy was like 7 foot. Like, how do you get that? Unless Cappy was on stilts. Was Cappy on stilts? Has anybody seen him from like the knees down? Like, I know he's played basketball. Like, wouldn't you notice? I mean, come on, where are you coming from? But this is clearly the same person. I mean, this is just Bohemian Grove stuff. And that's like the most benign of all the things that that is said to go on there. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to this. So right now, Justin Trudeau is still trending. I don't know why Richard Ramirez is trending. Let's take a quick look. Okay, American Horror Story. So unwatchable. Okay, it's just garbage, not worth watching. Okay, so yeah, the brown face Justin Trudeau, we've pretty much flooded it with a whole lot of weekend beaver stuff. But I want to go through Storm Antarctica as well. Vinny says, go find Cappy art for sale. I didn't know he was an artist, but yeah, I don't know if it's true that the value would go up just because he's dead necessarily, but I know he was from, I think he was from New Mexico. Who knows where he lives now? Probably hanging out with Nipsey. To sell art, you must certify the artist is dead. Interesting. I hadn't thought about that. I saw there was something with Mac Miller and the family getting $5 million of his $11 million estate. I mean, it's all about really. It looks like just money and different financial transactions. Like, there's no real fake deaths here. I mean, real deaths here. There's no real law. I mean, what's we're really seeing here is just meant for public consumption. It's so scripted. It's so phony. And I hope I'm wrong about 90% of it. I really do. Rudy says, of course, art goes up when someone dies. I don't know if that's true. I think it's still a supply and demand, and other things are like greater factors, but maybe. But I'm not sure. I'm interested. Like, if I were to fake my death, not me, but, well, let's say I did. Would the value of original art necessarily go up? I think you would have to have a certain level of I don't know, interest in what you're doing anyway in the first place. I mean, a lot of these rappers have been doing this, like they fake, or these death fakers to sell records. And you know who's doing it right is Tekashi 69. He's not wasting it with a death fake. You can only fake your death once. You can get shot a few times, I guess. You can play it up, but what Tekashi did was he faked a kidnapping. And so now he's in court and he's going through drama just in time to sell a record. And the other side's attorney even said he's just trying to sell records. He's trying to get his buzz up. In fact, even this Kevin Hart thing, I know it was to sell something. In addition to, it was to advance some new safety protection laws, something with seat belts or something. We'll see. But yeah, sales go up definitely with a lot of these records with, like, I mean, the Biggie, Tupac, Tekashi. I think that this XXX definitely. But aren't people going to get wary of it? Like, it's almost a gimmick at this point. Like, I'm 99% sure that Kevin Hart faked that car accident. I mean, look, you have predictive programming where he's on Jay Leno. So everybody sees him going through a near accident off-roading, and he says, we nearly almost died. And that quote gets out there. Oh, finally, they're building the wall. This has got to be fake. Is this fake news? Did they wait until September of 2019? They're chanting build the wall. And where's the argument for this anyway now? Like, they've had 4 years or 3 years, whatever, to make the case that we really need this wall. And during the 3 years, all we've seen, instead of attacks from the south or terrorists coming through the porous border, it's just been a bunch of angry, it's been the white Al Qaeda, the vanilla ISIS crew. It's been the MAGA people. And so, even though we know it's fake, just going off of the mainstream narratives, the left has a point when they say, we don't need a wall to keep Mexicans out. Because that wall would keep us trapped in here with the angry white people with guns. I mean, that's how the media interprets it based on the stories that we've seen. Who is the new terrorist? I mean, it really isn't Al Qaeda. You could point to 5 people in the last 6 weeks, all white, all mad, all with manifestos, all inspired by MAGA and Q, who committed the same crime, massacres, for the same reason. I mean, if this stuff was real, and I'm saying it's not, if it was, there'd be a lot more blowback from the public. If we were dealing with real destruction and damage and loss of life and all this stuff. I think if it were real, and the problem were that bad from any group, there would be a bigger response. It would be treated as an insurrection. Do you know how absurd it is to have 3 or 4 back-to-back shootings that just mirror one another. Just like, I mean, it's the same script even. And there are some inconsistencies that Miles Mathis dug up with this whole El Paso thing. I mean, for one thing, the Dayton shooter, El Paso shooter, and Gilroy shooter are clones. Did you see them? It's the same person. How does that work? Also, the initial reports talked about there was a fire alarm. So the guy pulled a fire alarm and he was shooting people as they came out. Well, that story was never repeated. And they pulled a fast one on us. I brought this up a little earlier today, where they interviewed one of the survivors or witnesses who said that he was throwing bottles at the shooter while dodging bullets. So he's dodging bullets, throwing bottles, being a hero. He goes out to meet Trump. But right before he meets Trump, the FBI stops him and they say, hey, look, we checked out the CCTV, the footage, and you didn't actually throw anything. Your story doesn't match up. So the public hears this and they say, wait, this witness who pretended like he was a hero was lying, and so he couldn't meet Trump. That's what people walk away hearing. The truth is, that was his role. His role was to be a crisis actor who overstates his heroism and then gets shamed for it. And that's to diffuse what we're doing, just by exposing the whole charade. Just like this whole Justin and Canada thing is diffusing what we're doing. It really is. If you think about it, it makes perfect sense. I mean, a lot of this stuff is, to me, damage control has been the term I've been using. Let me go ahead and continue again. I want to look at the storm Antarctica really quick. Storm Area 51 is coming up, I guess on Friday. Anyway, they throw out these, rabbit trails is what somebody said here. Okay, here we go. Storm Antarctica. I'm just going to look at the latest memes. If you have any, throw them up here, hashtag it. Well, it was canceled, sure. I think they don't want a humanitarian crisis, but there is something going on. Okay, so this one's pretty good. I think what they decided to do was restrict any sort of real type of mass mobilization of, I guess, just unprepared people, out into the desert. But there's definitely some events going on in Las Vegas. And I think one of them they said is going to have like 8,000 people. Okay, anyway, I was talking about this El Paso shooting where this guy was, pulled from the scene for being a liar. Or at least that's the story. But the truth is, let's say this is the case, that he was arrested by the FBI because the footage didn't match what he was doing. Well, think about it. What would the FBI actually be looking at? They would 100% be looking at the contrived, staged event. In other words, if he was actually being arrested, he would say, why are you guys arresting me? You all know that I'm an actor. So that was all fake. That was fake news to make it pretty much look like it was legit. It was meant to legitimize it. What do we have here? I don't know what this is. I'm just going to play it.
I'm a hot dog. Look at me. Look at me. I'm a hot dog. I'm a hot dog. I'm a hot dog. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I'm a hot dog. Everybody party. I'm a hot dog. Fun on a bike. Fun. 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 I'm a hot dog. Everybody party. Look at me. 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 I'm a hot dog.
Oh yeah, that was from Keeping Up with the Crisis Actors Season 1. Great work there. February 25th, 2018, Cutting Edge. Look, he was hot off the shelf, brand new crisis actor on the scene, and we were already decimating his fake persona. What a joke. And this was about the time that the Pizzagate scandal was breaking, and we knew his dad was FBI and everything else. So somebody was like, yeah, this is the jib jab to use. Great work. Thanks for reminding us. In fact, let me give everybody a link to that tweet so you can all go ahead and share it. By the way, I just want to also point out that the Discord server is no longer public. And that's permanent. So if you're one of the 311, you're in for life. The only way in is through the IPS Underground, which you can access through infiniteplanesociety.com. And we're trying to distill, out of that 300, the best, 75 or so. Not through a filtration process that's aggressive or inquisitive, or we're not going to be interrogating. I'm just saying through participation. We're just trying to get, a 24/7 active participation on specific things and trying to focus it. And that's what we're doing. So we decided to close the doors. We were invaded today by a number of trolls who were pretty much showing us the level of the opposition. They were in there calling us, to be PC, R words. They were like, you guys are R words. And they pretty much were limited to just insulting. So I was like, well, if these guys represent the enlightened, I'm going to stick with R worded. And we decided just, let's just close the doors. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. I have my phones open, 505-510-4226. I wanted to update a few things here on the list of fake famous personas. We've had a few new additions to our list. And again, this is a wiki. We're developing it as we go. There's so much research, and then of course we're retro auto hoaxing. We're going back. So we have Epstein Obama. Oh, you know what? There was a video. Who put this out? This is what I want to do, what we should be doing anyway. Those of you who are putting out videos on these topics, you can link those videos here on these pages. So Steve Jobs and John Lennon, that one's definitely want to have a video for. And I have a new one. I do think that we found Andrew Breitbart. So let me go ahead and put that up here. Definitely a death faker, but I do think that he was a follow-up to another character, but I'm not going to put that name here yet. Christine Blasey Ford, Justice Kavanaugh, yeah, we have that. And if you do any pictures, any photo analysis, if you do any research, you're welcome to bring it over here and obviously link it. And I'll do the work of editing it down and everything, but right now we're getting a lot of content and a lot of names are coming in. In fact, I get so many by email, it's hard to keep up. Someone had remarked that they think that Shia LaBeouf is also playing the role of Post Malone. And one thing to note with this one is that LaBeouf is 33. Post Malone just releases an album called Hollywood Bleeding. Very interesting. I'm not sure what's up with that, but we'll see. And we also have some predictions. In fact, we may have to set up a page just for predictions. We have a number of people putting bets on Cardi B joining the 27 Club sometime in the next 90 days. And damn, when are they going to bring down the ISS? You think today might be a good day? It's 9/19/19. That's kind of 9/11-y. Not quite a 9/11, but 9/19/19. I don't know. Where's Zachary Hubbard? I don't have my Dramitia calculator out. If you're not on the emailing list, Nightbot is spamming it. That's two things there. One, if you have tips, send them to tips@autohoax.com. And the email list is for the newsletter, which I send out whenever there are significant developments. Someone said face mapping. Oh yeah, there was something I want to bring up about the rice cooker incident that shut down Manhattan. Someone had messaged me that they had actually received an inside tip, or not a tip, but rather notification from their place of business that there was going to be some type of a drill. And instead of a drill, there was this incident where the guy leaves his crock pots on the subway, 2 crock pots or rice cookers or something. And so they shut down the subway, but then they find the guy and they show him to you, like that afternoon. Like, oh, we caught the bad guy. I mean, interesting story. It was a drill that they planned, but I'm saying the reason they did this is during that exact time period, we had these riots in Hong Kong where people in masks were tearing down facial recognition cameras. So Big Brother here was like, oh, look, they're getting rowdy over there, and we don't want people here getting the wrong idea. So what do? They give us an example of how these things can be beneficial. I mean, so much of what they present is really just to, influence us to behave in the way that they want us to behave and to accept things they want us to accept. Okay, so let's go ahead and add to the lexicon 9/11. Just a nod to the use of numerology and everything else, which you all see it, I see it. I don't pretend to know what it means. I'll have to ask Reset. If you don't know what I'm talking about. 9/11, okay. A date which ominously references the original 9/11. Usually a hoaxiversary. Did we define hoaxiversary? Okay, so a hoaxiversary is an anniversary of a hoax that's celebrated by the mass media as a real, just depressing holiday. Like, let's go celebrate the day that these 76 kids died. The next day, this 13 kids died. And you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of martyrs. Like every holiday, like if you're a devout Catholic, every day you got to pray for some other martyr. Oh yeah, this was a martyr that was tied to a stake and shot full of arrows before the Pope had all the bows confiscated, or something like that. Like martyrs that people are praying to. And this is what I said, it's just so, really it's unconscionable that they have the school children writing letters to fake dead people, guilt tripping them into it. Like, I hope I don't die this school year. I hope I graduate before I die, and if I do, I promise I'll become a politician and I'll try to take away the guns. Like, why do they involve them? And most of it, I mean, look, they even say, like, they have these walkouts. There's like 1 million student walkouts, so you're supposed to believe, hey, these kids are really worried about the environment. There's 1 million of them in the streets. No, it's because the teachers are a bunch of commies. And they said, go run in the street, go march for the climate with these signs that say, we want revenge for climate destruction. It's like, there's nothing rebellious about walking out if you're walking out in favor of big government. Really, the smartest thing to do, if all these threats were real, and let's just give them the benefit of the doubt for a few minutes. We're on a spinning ball. The world's going to end in 2029 because of an asteroid. Global warming's real. Watch out for fire nados. And school shootings happen every other Thursday at every school. And that's why they do drills. And any day, any one of these drills could just turn into the real thing. Like, let's say that's real. If it's real, and it's that predictable, and it's that bad, how about we just shut down the schools? 100%. Shut down the schools. Just do it all remote. Like, have the students FaceTime with the teachers. Just have big Skype conferences. What's the problem? Kids are used to it. They know how to do it. They sit with headsets on and they play video games with dozens of their friends at the same time all day long. What's the difference? It's safer. And maybe that's where they're walking people. Like, I'm wondering, they're not really taking the guns. They're definitely using this to create new terrorists to scare people with, sure. But they're walking people towards this path where, hey, it's futile. They want us to train like we're going to throw soup cans and block bullets with small books. Like, they have these scenarios that look like they're set up to fail. And it may be that. Or it's bulletproof backpacks, higher walls, no windows, doors that, I mean, they're talking about making, here's actually, I came up with this last year, and they should take me up on it. How about, because you can't homeschool everybody. We all know that's not going to work. It sounded good for a minute there, but you're talking about competition with freedom. There's no way. So how about this? September 21st, first day of school, parents drop your kids off. May 21st, pick them up. During that time, they will all wear orange jumpsuits, and they'll have their ankles handcuffed. And they will sleep in cells, individual cells with plexiglass, padded cells. And all of their food will just be liquefied, like shakes. So no one's going to, everything just be totally safe. But anyway, no weapons, no one gets in, no one gets out. Few months at a time. I think maybe that's the solution. Jumpsuits, orange jumpsuits. Why not just send all your kids to prison? Just repurpose the prisons. Let the prisoners out, put the students in, or just have a new wing. Because that's kind of where they're headed. Like maximum security, isn't that what it is? Like they're inflicting all these psyops on you to take away your sense of security, so you're insecure. Well, what happens when you're feeling maximally insecure? Like, oh man, I'm screwed because I fear everybody. Well, maximum security, the prison. And yeah, the poor kids, of course, they're already reality impaired. Well, maybe not. I know people over 65 are said to be. So I got a question here. I've noticed that a lot of people who believe the space station is real and believe the moon landing happened and believe everything they see in outer space, like Brad Pitt is talking to this guy on the ISS, the people who believe that claim not to notice how bad the special effects are. It's laughable. The special effects are so bad that we get a kick out of watching it. Let me bring some of this stuff up. I'm just going to search ISS hoax. So this is our amusement. Those of us who don't really care for the media lies, like for us, it's all just become a big joke. So just starting with that. So this is one of my favorite scenes when Andre Kupers drops a screw on the ISS. So you're supposed to believe that gravity just took a break for a second here. Microgravity. My point is this, though, really quick before I play it. I know this is fake because I'm honest, and those of you who are honest know it's fake. The people who are pretending it's real, they're having to defend this, but then you have to ask them, ask them about the latest movie you watched. Did you watch Avengers? Did you watch Dark Crystal? Do you watch anything on Netflix? Because those special effects are far more convincing. And so I'd like them to, contrast the two. I think the juxtaposition is powerful. Like, how can you know this to be a movie? And why do you think this one is real when the movie looks realer than this? Okay, check this out.
Achter deze panelen wordt de urine opgevangen en
there it was. He was turning a key of some type and he drops it. The key doesn't float around like you would expect it to in quote outer space. No, it actually just falls on the ground. Mr. Drobot says, just caught up on the, sorry for the rude robot, fight the flat earth debate, slam dunk infinite censorship may attempt to keep us all compartmentalized, yet we always find a way back. Yeah, it was an interesting debate, if you want to call it that. We obviously have different points of view on everything, and he got really triggered when we brought up the Challenger people are alive, and I'm like, man, how messed up is that for him? Where he would rather have his 7 heroes be dead, having died in an inferno, immolated. Like, that's his universe, right? He's like, wait, you're saying they're alive? And he's mad that they're not dead? I'm like, wait a minute. Wouldn't you want to go meet them? He would rather have them dead than admit that he's been duped. I'd be like, hey guys, you got me. I'm just glad you guys didn't roast in that thing and get blown to smithereens. I'm glad that you're alive and you're living prosperously. You know, you're a teacher, you're a lawyer, you're a professor, you got a marketing firm, you over here are doing whatever. Strange reaction though, right? He was so damn triggered. I don't know if he cried or not. But a lot of them just aren't ready for auto hoax. Okay, let's watch this guy again drop the screw.
Het is hetzelfde toilet als bij de Russen, maar interessante systemen. Hier achter deze panelen wordt de urine opgevangen. En
Uh-oh. See, not only did the loose screw fall too fast, but he followed it to the floor really fast. It is not in space. Drobot says he acted sad, so I guarantee he knew about it. You think he was acting? He could be in the know, which is interesting. But then, this is the thing. If they know it's staged, and they know they're defending the lie, what do they think's really going on? Like, that's the question I would ask of Jaren, or Bob, or any of the people who believe the ISS transits. My question is, if you're defending the system by helping to prop up their hoax, do you still think the Earth is not what they say? Like, I'm wondering, are we dealing with just actors? Like, this guy's an actor. You know, he's not in a craft 300 miles above our heads, looping around the world every 90 minutes. No, he's in a stage. This is a movie set somewhere.
hier achter deze panelen wordt de urine opgevangen. En
they use harnesses and all this stuff, but he accidentally drops something and he gets busted. Well, Mr. Drobot, if what you're saying is correct, if he, and we're talking about Fight the Flat Earth, if he knows that it's all staged, then that would make him a crisis actor. Can somebody give Fight the Flat Earth a golden hoggy? That would be the second. We've been dispensing golden hoggies left and right. Okay, so just so you know, we've not changed gears, but we've decided to go from simply advertising Infinite Plane Society or Infinite Plane Radio. On our coast-to-coast mobile billboard, we're going with Storm Antarctica. Not, I mean, we have it's a .com, but Storm Antarctica. So I'm going to put a link here below if you want to get behind this billboard. It's going to be mobile coast to coast, and really what it's going to do is it's going to bring us to, I think, the point where we can kind of change the conversation from endlessly running loops around the whole dome thing into or biblical models or this model. I've seen lately a whole lot of debates centering on concave versus flat. And I've always said the people who are debating their models before any exploration are doing so prematurely. Like, in other words, the whatever it is, you know, concave, rectangular looping, or globe, or even flat and closed, it's premature for all of that. Okay, so really quick here, I wanted to show you what we have, and this is all at madmikehughes.com. Storm Antarctica. Someone had asked me last night, do we have any Storm Antarctica shirts? And yes, we do. And of course, this kind of piggybacks off of the Storm Area 51. And this is what I was looking at Twitter. With the Storm Area 51, they're looking for aliens. And I realized, you know, a lot of people think Antarctica is just a bunch of Area 51s as well. And it may be. So what I've been looking at here on Twitter is the Storm Area 51 tweets to see what's happening, who's actually showing up. And it looks like there's some events in the area. But the idea of like a mass mobilization obviously is not going to happen. Air Force brass says don't storm Area 51, but plays coy when asked if aliens are up there. And right now you have the Navy doing these ridiculous war games, which, if you look at it, they're just inserting little graphics into their consoles, and then they're pretending like they're actually engaging with stuff. Then you have these two foreign nationals arrested, pretending like they're going to jump the fence or something. Which again, how much of this is like, it's like Beatlemania for aliens? Like, is this real? Do people really want to run up and get the autograph of some ET? Do they really believe that there's just flying saucers parked around here? I can't believe anybody's actually that dumb. Certainly not 500,000 people. I mean, they say flat earthers are dumb. Well, I'm telling you, the people who want to go storm Area 51 are the furthest from flatties that you could possibly be. Like, they're 100% confirmed, oh, it's a ball, and other balls out there have life, and they're going to come over here, and they've been here, etc. So, no, it's a bunch of globies. So those of you globies who want to ridicule flat earthers all day, we're not the ones trying to storm an Area 51 type or any kind of a military compound where their brass is basically saying, we're going to machine gun you if you get close. It's not us. Okay, first wave of Naratu runners arrested. Looks very psyopy. In fact, looking at their haircuts and everything, they're definitely military. I mean, they were probably hired to do this gig. Okay, Facebook event attendees could face extreme temperatures and wild animals. We should ask Holbrook to go out there and cover it. Alien Stock music spin-off canceled. See, this is the thing that got canceled. See, that's too bad. I mean, it would have been a disaster. I think it would have been, but I don't know. I guess the area is too remote, but they do have some events there in Las Vegas right now. I think this is probably one of the main reasons why the mass media has been so against the idea of flat Earth. I think one of the reasons is the people who say that the Earth is flat don't believe in aliens. And look how much money has been invested into this whole alien hoax and alien entertainment all these years. Okay, hold on a second. I'm going through comments. I got a new comment on the debate. Mr. Drobot says objects on a distance may appear smaller than they actually are. Is that a quote? I have to go through it. I do have the transcript. So hey, if you haven't seen it yet, go to infiniteplainradio.com, and I do get the transcripts of all of the live streams. I think it's important that we not leave it up to YouTube to archive anything. So we do have the Fight the Flat Earth debate. One of the points I brought up was, I said, are you afraid of asteroids? He said no. And I said, why not? The authoritative sources that tell you everything else that you believe, everything, including landing probes on meteors 2 million miles away, they're so precise. They're telling you you're going to die from an asteroid next week, and you don't believe it? He's like, no, I'm not worried about it. Like, you can't cherry pick. Like, if you're going to be a fundamentalist in your religion, you can't cherry pick. You've got to go with the whole thing. Earlier today we did Does Bigfoot Live in Antarctica? Storm Area 51. And of course that's all archived there, infiniteplainradio.com. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to go ahead and take off. I don't have any more calls in queue. Please subscribe. We're very close to 1,000. We just need about, I think about 63 or 64 more subscribers. So if you're not subscribed, please subscribe, and I will see you all later. And also, if you haven't been to the autohoax.com site, a lot of people, they ask me, where do you get the music? Where do we find the music that you play? I'm making it a point to link all of the tracks at the bottom of autohoax.com. So, speaking of, this would be Autohoax by Chief Crow. Have a great night.
I'm on Auto Hoax and it feels so good. You just auto believe everything like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless eyes.
My buddy, my buddy and me.
Telecommunications Act of 1996.
96, y'all.
Gonna filter your eyes and scrub your mind. The weatherman, he's just another bad joke. You can be a doomed little donkey like Eeyore. I'ma be on Auto Hoax. Auto Hoax, and it feels so good. You just auto believe everything like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless eyes. No heart, ain't got no soul. Weather, books, TV, bones, books, secrets, symbols, numbers, planets, etc. Nobody, nobody, nobody got no heart. Nobody, nobody, I'm in a cult, 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 I'm in a cult.
Alright, everyone, that's Chief Crow, Cult. And yes, you're in a cult if you believe any of the mainstream media narratives that shape the dominant worldview. The world cult, the world church, the world pulpit being your used to be TV screen, but now it's the black screen you hold in your hand. We live in Black Mirror world, which is a theme I wanted to touch upon tonight. And if you haven't seen Black Mirror, I advise starting with episode 2. But it's definitely worth watching if you want to have some insight as to, well, not just where things are going, but how we got here, where we might actually be. Let me go ahead and go through comments before we go much further here. By the way, we were kicked off YouTube. Text message notifications just went out. So thank you for joining us in D Live if you're on chat or possibly Twitch. But no, I think we just lost channel number 117. Today is November the 15th, 2021. Not surprised, not surprised. There's an approach I've noticed that the censors over there, what do you want to call them? The snowflake protectors. I mean, you have a group of snowflakes who have an inordinate amount of power to censor those who say things that they find offensive. And that's problematic for a lot of reasons, not the least of which, you don't have to subject yourself to the stuff that offends you. And the idea that you're going to have it censored because it offends you is actually kind of fascist. It's like, well, don't partake. If you don't like the way a certain flavor tastes, you don't have to eat it. You don't have to take it off the shelves. But no, they're working towards a one-size-fits-all world, and unfortunately, people are going along with it lockstep. And so a whole bunch of snowflakes who may not even exist are used as a basis to keep this channel consistently censored. And one of the things they've done is they've targeted any of our channels that are monetized because they know that it costs money to make something more than a hobby. And we do have ambition here. We have plans. We have an infinite plan. But none of their feeble attempts at censoring or blocking us have had any effect. I would say that out of all the channels spreading dangerous misinformation, we are probably one of the most successful at advancing or at least promulgating and popularizing some of the most disruptive memes out there. COVID 1984 started here. Mask of the Beast started here. Even the flat earth topic broke out of the YouTube echo chambers because of the crowd-funded billboard that we put up right outside of an airport. So, 117, 120, doesn't matter how many channels they take out. It doesn't really stop what we're doing. What I won't do, though, is I won't exit. I'm not going to leave their field. I'm not going to leave the YouTube platform altogether like many do. A lot of channels, a lot of YouTubers they go to various obscure platforms, and then those platforms get tanked, and then they're lost. So we refuse to cede any territory. And not that I have to explain myself, but I'll go ahead and get into this. One of the Mandoozled, that is one of the Mandela affected, one of the gurus, one of the promulgators of the Mandela effect, one of the top Mandela effect pushers, accused me of being Mandela affected. But it was part of a video where he was chastising me for selling masks. And I just wanted to bring that up really quick. Not that I have to explain why I would sell them, but this was used to suggest that I'm somehow like a bad actor because I'm selling masks. Well, first, I'm not even selling them. We do advertise them. I do create them and put them on my site, but it's really about maintaining a position in the cultural space. We want to make sure our memes are everywhere, and that we have an answer, a retort, a reply to every advance of Big Brother. Something, that's the whole idea. I'm not advocating, mask your kids, mask your dog, or whatever. And then the titles or the theme on the mask, usually the designs were somewhat ironic just to make a point, like a sheep's mouth or some sixes. So not hard to understand why we would do it. But that's the same mentality behind staying on YouTube. I don't believe we should leave just because we've been kicked out. We just try to stay that much harder. But however, at the same time, building our own platform is obviously the future. Maxwell Cooper says Black Mirror Men Against Fire episode nailed how the blue-pilled view the unvaxxed. Oh yes, in that episode, you had soldiers with some kind of a visor that caused them to see their enemies as kind of insects or something. It was sort of was it a neural implant? Okay, so let us continue. Maxwell Cooper says, I bought one of those Joker masks. Oh yeah, I started selling Joker masks right when this thing started because we analyzed the Joker movie with Joaquin Phoenix. The name Phoenix, very significant. And of course, the Batman series has made use of a stylized version of the Phoenix made out of a bat. Imagine that, a bat and a phoenix. What's the connection? Well, the phoenix is a symbol of the reset. Burn down, build back better. What burnt down our system? An underheated bowl of bat soup. It all goes back to the bat. But the Joker movie starring Joaquin Phoenix had a revolution started at the end where everyone puts on a clown mask. And I look at the Joker as sort of a mercurial character. He's a very interesting world stager, this Joaquin Phoenix, on and off the stage. But in this particular role, they were foreshadowing a masked, I wouldn't call it an insurrection, but the mobs, the riots, the burning of the police precincts. I don't know what you would call that. I mean, an insurrection today is just defined as basically a bad performance art, lazily strolling around, guided tour around the Capitol, dressed up like cavemen. But no, what we saw in the summer of 2020 looked like it was right out of the Joker movie. And so I started selling Joker masks because I was saying, hey, in the movie, they were pointing out that the emblem of the revolution is the mask, whether you're Antifa or you're wearing the medical mask, that the medical mask is the Joker mask. And that as long as you're wearing it as a believer, you're actually participating in the burning down stage of the reset. And that was the main point. I mean, we all know that they'll penalize you for saying that it's not a life-saving medical device, that somehow isn't a biohazardous piece of waste that you need to throw in a red bin. I mean, this thing is so deadly, they would say it's communicable, it goes on your phone for 30 days, it can go on money. But your mask, you don't have to put it in a biohazard container. Give me a break. You know how they have in parks, they have little posts where you can get a little box with bags to clean up after your dog? We should have those everywhere. Dispose of your masks properly. I mean, you clean up after your dog and you're going to leave a mask on the ground that supposedly is so contagious that you could shut down the world if one person gets within 6 feet of it. By the way, there was a ton of predictive programming in the Batman movies pointing at the pandemic. In fact, in Dark Knight Rises, there's a scene with a guy without a mask. The Robin-like character says, "I don't need to wear a mask, I'm not afraid." And Batman says, "You don't wear a mask to protect yourself. You wear the mask to protect those you love." Spoken right out of 2013, but it came out of 2020. And then he throws a grenade that happens to look like a COVID, and it blows up in a mushroom cloud. And if you remember 2020, the anniversary of Hiroshima Nagasaki, we had 13 or more different mushroom cloud blasts and fires around the world that week. Inexplicable. I mean, if you remember, let me go ahead and bring that up. It started in Beirut. You had the twin explosions, 2020. August 4th, the city of Beirut was rocked by an enormous blast, but following this, there were a number of other blasts. And I don't think it's coincidental. I think these were all timed and coordinated events given various explanations, but part of a synchronized ritual. Side topic. But I want to go ahead and get through a list of the things we're going to discuss tonight before I get much further, and I'll go through my newsletter here as well. So topics tonight, I did want to talk about Tom Cruise and his face, something really weird about his face. And then we'll talk about Kenosha. I believe riots start tomorrow. Another interesting thing. Let's go ahead and start with Tom Cruise's face. This is a real life follows art moment. And last week I spoke with Human Vibration, and if you haven't heard that, just go to darkmatter.radio if you want to hear it on the podcast. And we were talking about the concept of templates, as she describes it. You know, I use a phrase to describe the big picture analysis of the media and the story that guides the big story, or rather the script that guides the major events on the world stage. I describe it as a meta script because you have to look at the news, the entertainment. You have to look at what's being programmed into our mass collective subconscious minds before you can see the big picture. And here's just an interesting coincidence. So Tom Cruise has been sighted again, and his face is a little deflated. If you remember a few weeks ago, and I'll put this on your face on the screen so you can see it. Look at Tom's face at the Giants game, and if you recall, his cheeks were a little puffy. He looked like a chipmunk. I mean, it looked like, to me, I thought this was a body double, or there's some kind of ruse going on. Maybe they're trying, I don't know what's going on. But that face. Okay, so now this shows up just today. His face looks very deflated. It's the opposite of what it was at the Giants game. So I don't know what's going on with Tom Cruise's face. But I did want to point this out. The way his face looks right now, with the crease from the corner of his lip all the way down his chin to his neck, looks exactly like his character in Vanilla Sky. Vanilla Sky is being released again, its 20th anniversary version, this week. So, in the movie Vanilla Sky, it's all about Tom Cruise falling from the sky, jumping off a building after exiting a simulation. I don't want to give you too many spoilers, but there were a ton of 9/11 references in this movie that came out just after 9/11. And there were many references to coronavirus and the lockdowns, which happened 19 years after the movie. But now, this is what I wanted to point out. So we're looking at Tom Cruise and his face and how it looks like a repeat from that movie. Moreover, in the movie he falls, or he's a jumper. So here's what stood out to me today. In the photography on this article, they show Tom Cruise dressed in a, quote, black knit jumper. And if you look at his position, arms out, one leg back, it could be a coincidence. But if you look at the image of the hanged man and the way that his leg, one of his knees is bent, and you look at the 9/11 jumper, which, by the way, you know, the famous image of the falling man from 9/11, this is all very intriguing when you get into the weird synchronicities here. Here you have the falling man, a photograph taken by AP photographer Richard Drew on September the 11th. Very famous image. Anyway, this is the same guy that photographed RFK when he was shot by Saran in 1968. Same photographer. Just happened to be in the right place at the right time to shoot the falling man. So in the movie Vanilla Sky, which has a lot of 9/11 tie-ins, and Tom Cruise is a 9/11 jumper for all intents and purposes in that movie, that movie's being re-released this week, and he's wearing a jumper. And he looks just like that character. So anyway, interesting bit of, I don't know what you'd call this, other than, I happen to think it might be something like predictive programming. And we'll get into this, because I've been talking for like the last year and a half about how this is the year the space station goes down. And that's probably the other story we really need to touch on now is, okay, so a few days ago, the space station had to dodge a piece of Chinese space junk. And I said it's going to be taken down by Russia and China. They're going to shoot it down and dominate space because the capitalists, people like Bezos and Branson and Musk, are nothing but bad news for the world if they start bringing resources from space, becoming trillionaires, and then exacerbating climate change by bringing more money and wealth to a world that is already suffering from being overexploited. So they see capitalism as toxic. That's part of the problem. In fact, I can't breathe is one of the phrases that, in one of the forced memes of 2020, they brought it back this year at the Astro World. I can't breathe is what the victims were saying. Well, they've also applied I can't breathe to the climate justice struggle. No coincidences here. So the communists look at the capitalists, America, as a pariah because we're responsible, supposedly, for most of the climate change, which is a hoax, but, say that while you can, before it's labeled hate speech. Climate change is just how they reintroduced the flood myth and the wrathful God for the atheists. You know how the atheists didn't believe in sin until he brought them a virus? It's just a new way to control them. Yeah, that's what global warming is. But anyway, assuming it to be true or believing it to be true, America's a problem. And if we go to space, we're going to make everything worse because we're not going to space as communists. And space communism is where it's going. So I don't think it's a coincidence that China happens to put America's role in outer space, our dominant position, we're all sharing space up there. But if they take down our space station, that leaves China's. And the Russians were already talking of just leaving their station behind and going to China's. Just let's leave America, leave the ISS, and go work with our friends, our comrades. So look at this here. Secretary Blinken says, we condemn Russia's reckless creating of space debris. We condemn Russia's reckless test of a direct descent anti-satellite missile against its own satellite that created space debris that risked astronauts' lives, the integrity of the ISS, and the interests of all nations. So here you have another example of what you even have as like plausible deniability. Like, for example, Was it a bowl of bat soup that shut down the world? Or was it China leaking something? Well, it depends on which side of the fence you stand on politically, what you're going to believe. Far right thinks China leaked it. However, they have plausible deniability. Oh no, it came from a wet food market. Same thing with the space junk. Last year, there's a piece of Chinese space junk. It was actually from, I believe it was a booster. It was from the rocket launch where they sent the first module from their space station up. And it's kind of an FU, I think. They let that piece just go into orbit wildly, and it could have landed anywhere. It landed in the Indian Ocean, minutes before Elon Musk took the stage at SNL. But back then, it was, did China intentionally endanger us all? Or was it something where it was just reckless and it put us all in danger? Does it make a difference, is what some were asking. But my thinking is, it was a test. Just like this, I think what we're looking at here is Russia and China have complete plausible deniability if they take down our space station. And I've been saying this for some time, that this is what's going to happen. And it's all been predicted. So here we are, 42 years since Skylab fell. The space station already has cracks, fissures, internal, I would say, conflicts between the cosmonauts and the Americans. Maybe it stems from the fact that the Russians drink water and the Americans drink recycled cosmonaut urine. It's been that way the whole time. You can look it up. I think that says something about the relationship. But my point is, they had a fire alarm in the thing. They have cracks in it, literal cracks. There was a hole drilled in the thing. So every indication. Then, of course, you have the Russian booster a few months ago that flipped the space station 540 degrees. Was that an accident? That the thrusters just went off and flipped the space station over? I don't think so. So then again, just the other day, they dodged a piece of Chinese space junk, and now Russia puts them in the path of orbital debris. I'm looking at comments here because, people all believe this to be real, not some war game. And I think that this is all definitely right on schedule. I'll be following this along closely. I hope they don't bring it down before Tom Cruise gets up there to film his movie. Garrett7 says, FEMA camps coming soon. Where have you been? The FEMA camps are already here, and you already are living in one. If you're sitting in front of a Netflix or a Black Mirror, if you're believing the news, if you're at home, and you're taking care of yourself, and you're getting yourself through all of the necessary hoops they want you to jump through, yeah, you are in a FEMA camp. They don't need you to be centralized in a location where they have to feed you and take care of you. No, this is a decentralized FEMA camp, and you'll be there for the rest of your life, so get comfortable. And what they're doing now is they're getting you used to not leaving. Oh, you can't leave because you'll spread COVID. Oh, you can't leave because your carbon footprint. Mother Earth can't take it. You see where they're going? Maxwell Cooper says, they wanted an incel white supremacist to shoot up a theater so bad. I saw that there was another shooting at a theater, I believe in Aurora, which is another Batman reference. That's really when the Batman movie merged with reality. It was the guy, the Joker shooter, at the Batman movie theater in Aurora. And by the way, just to give you an idea of how long they've been suppressing this channel, and this is probably why. So after the event in Aurora, they set up a shrine for the victims, and it's right near the courthouse, and it's made up of, I believe, here we go. It's made up of a certain number of, I believe, swans. But there was, of course, it was James Holmes, who may have had some connections, or his dad may have had connections to Adam Lanza. So they have this shrine set up to the victims right out by the courthouse. And I remember when they set it up, I drove by. I was in the area, and I thought, I'm going to go do a live stream from the site of this shrine that they set up. And I see people walking around it. And I think, okay, well, there's obviously a lot of people here. It seems kind of real. It can't all be crisis actors. So I go down to investigate, and I look to see if anyone's actually paying attention to the shrine set up for the victims of the Aurora shooting. Well, turns out that no one was really looking at it. they were all looking at their phones because they were hunting a Pokemon. So, in other words, there was a Pokemon event at the courthouse at the same time that the shrine was opening up. So anybody driving by the courthouse would look out there and they would see all kinds of people. This is the memorial, Essentiate, the 720 memorial dedicated to the 13 killed and 70 wounded on July 20th, 2012. Yeah, so I went to this, it was just an all-day event where it was like the opening for this thing, and there was a Pokemon on the loose. And so nobody was there for the memorial. They were there for the Pokemon. I was live streaming the event, and during my live stream, my YouTube channel was cut down. So I have a feeling that we've been monitored very closely for some time, probably because of our opinions and the things we talk about. All right, I'm going through some comments. Salty Siren says, Tom looks like he's melting. Yeah, he does. And in the movie Vanilla Sky, it's all about his face. And there's a few different storylines along with Vanilla Sky. I happen to think it's a follow-up to Eyes Wide Shut. So Eyes Wide Shut, Stanley Kubrick, his last film, followed by a movie called, well, same actor, Tom Cruise. I think there's a continuity here. But Vanilla Sky's original name was Open Your Eyes. So I think Eyes Wide Shut and Open Your Eyes has a contiguous plot, which we can talk about. And both of these movies have a subtext that connects to the major psyops of our day. I mean, Stanley Kubrick's films are really worth looking at for his not only Apollo 11 references, but his 9/11 references and his COVID references, and references to Space Wars, which we haven't even seen yet. Linda Curtis says Tom Cruise is going to be an ISS jumper. Right, well, interestingly enough, Tom Cruise was doing a stunt where he jumped from a plane with a parachute and landed in a field of cows. And the cows were all knocked out, knocked unconscious, stunned by the drone scrambling noisemakers they had. They have these devices that scramble drones, and it caused the cows to collapse. So Tom Cruise comes down from the sky, and these cows are passed out. But that was the day that the space station had a fire alarm going off. And I think it's all foreshadowing, and I wouldn't be surprised. By the way, if you get into the symbolism ISS, I is 9, S is 19, or 1 plus 0, 1, you could derive 911 from that. And I point this out, I've pointed this out before, because it's all given away in the architecture. It's another level of the predictive programming. As you would all know, if you've looked into the predictive programming with 9/11, the image of the towers was already pretty much well cemented in your mind, and this was something that was planted years in advance. We were conditioned for it, just as we are being conditioned for the coming alien invasion. Whether you think it sounds ludicrous or not, we're just reading their script. But one of the things I point out when I look at the space station, and by the way, here are some headlines. A Russian anti-satellite missile puts the ISS in peril. Russia blows up a satellite, creates a dangerous debris cloud in space. Space debris forces the astronauts to take shelter in a return ship. So they're almost ready to abandon ship right now. And to me, this is part of the Tower of Babel falling. And I talked about this when Jeff Bezos went to space on 7/20/2021, anniversary of the moon landing, Apollo 11. He actually launched on 9/11. Imagine that, 9/11, Apollo 11. Seems like a couple of Kubrick shout-outs. My point being, richest man in the world goes to space, pokes his head in the heavens, in the capsule, which is the capstone. There's a lot of symbolism in that particular individual, in Jeff Bezos, and his role here, but for now I want to keep this focused on this. Look at the space station's solar panels. I think they look conspicuously like the Twin Towers, depending on the angle, and oftentimes I believe they're represented to give us a visual clue. And what's more, and I can point to a few other things here, but in Space Odyssey, in 2001 Space Odyssey, the space station has two big cylinders. And when the space plane approaches, the space station, it happens to look like Flight 175 approaching the Twin Towers. It's almost like Stanley Kubrick is the same director of both 2001: A Space Odyssey and 9/11. And if you're looking at the screen here, you can see the space plane. Ludicrous concept, or is it? Because on 7/11, which was the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling, Richard Branson took his space plane up, and his space plane is brought up into space by the White Knight 2, like almost like what you see here on Space Odyssey. You see a space plane approaching two towers. Sort of a repeated motif here, but again, plane approaching Twin Towers, very similar. And this is just one of at least a dozen different scenes that align so closely that it's a dead giveaway, if you ask me. In fact, I was watching John LeBon this morning. If you go to johnlebon.com, I'll put a link in the chat. I highly recommend it. Great think tank. But he was live on YouTube today, and he was going over the Millennium Hotel at Ground Zero, which is designed off of the 2001 monolith. So here you have another Kubrick reference at Ground Zero, which is backed up by a couple scenes from another one of his movies, The Shining, where Danny's speeding down a hallway towards the twins on his bike. The original, they weren't twins. Kubrick added that. He drives past them. They're hacked up in the middle. There's a fireman's axe on the ground. The scene looks 9/11-y. Next scene, Danny's throwing darts. The twins approach, and next to the twins is a Bell phone booth. Well, at Ground Zero, next to the Twin Towers, you had the Bell telephone tower. So you have a number of elements here connecting these. And I'm just suggesting it's worth pointing out that Kubrick's work should be considered as we're looking at what's going to come, and also Kubrick's connection to Tom Cruise. I mean, what are the odds that the guy who's number one suspect for being the mind behind Apollo 11, I mean, I'm sure it's not just him, but the architect of that particular psyop, what are the odds that his final film, and by all indications he faked his death, but we'll leave that his final film involves Tom Cruise, who, of course, was going to film the first movie in space, but the Russians beat him. It's like interesting connection there. We're going to continue, though. User Offline says the debris is a KGB dead drop. Yep. Garrett7 says DART blowing up an asteroid. DART is also a system that warns against tsunami. Yes, they have their DART system for shooting asteroids out of the sky, and I've thought, well, they could just break something. It's the Double Asteroid Redirect Test mission. But if they broke something up, what would happen? I think that's been the theme of a number of movies. And, as I mentioned, we're in a Black Mirror world. If you want to know what's going to happen, you just look at your Black Mirror, consult it like you would a Ouija board or an oracle. If you watched Netflix in 2019, you knew 2020 in advance. In fact, there was a 5-part documentary, sort of a pseudo-documentary, about a pandemic on Netflix. And then one of their employees caught the COVID, they shut it down. But my point is, you were given a frontline view of what it would look like. You were taught about PPE, and you were given the lexicon you would need to take in the propaganda. They have a way of filling you in advance. All right, let's go ahead and continue. User Offline says the cows are crisis actors. You're talking about Tom Cruise flattening the cows. I think Alec Baldwin's definitely a crisis actor. There was something I wanted to get into about that event. So it hasn't been a month since that event, so it's not old news yet, but something new came out of it. One of the stagehands on Rust was bitten by a spider, and apparently he's losing his arm. And if you look, and this might be a coincidence, Rust crew member was bitten by a brown recluse. Bitten by a venomous spider. Rust crew member may lose arm after bite on set. could have arm amputated. Well, Hannah Reed was the 24-year-old who handed Alec Baldwin the gun, the loaded gun. And I remember when they first started showing pictures of her and describing how reckless she is or has been in the past, questioning why she even had the gig. The very first picture of her, she's leaning against a wall and her shirt is up, and her shirt says, "Always a sinner, never a saint." And she has a very conspicuous tattoo on her belly, which is a spider. So that's interesting. She hands the gun to Alec. Alec shoots Helena Hutchins, 42. So she's the culprit here. And I thought there might be some intrigue here. She's very gothic. And right after the shooting happened, Alec Baldwin's ex-wife, Kim Basinger, was spotted dancing at a goth club. So I thought, was this some kind of a revenge? And was this Hannah Reed, I don't know, working for the ex? Just speculation. But I do find it kind of unusual that the guy who's losing his arm to a spider bite, or might lose his arm, was on the set of this person, and she's got the spider. Just seems a little weird. Kind of a coincidence. All right, going through some comments. If you want to get into DLive, we've moved over to DLive darkmatter.radio. We're no longer going to be on Infinite Plane Radio on DLive. That channel's boycotting because they marked our channel as X-tagged, which I consider to be libelous. You can say we're X-tagged? Only because on January the 6th, we talked about we simulcasted, we observed, and we commented on the Capitol event, the staged riot. Well, because of the opinions that we espoused that day, they defunded our account and they marked us as X-tagged. Well, there's no video stored on that account. They don't know what I'm about to say, but they don't even give me the benefit of the doubt. I can't go on and just talk about the weather. They assume I'm going to say something political or something. But you can play games like Grand Theft Auto all day long, where you kill and you loot and you mug and you steal. It's like, that's not political. Grand Theft Auto is the Democrat Party platform put into practice. But no, they can do that all day, but no, not us. So no, we are boycotting DLive, but Dark Matter's not. So you can go over to Dark Matter. Someone says Kim Basinger was in Batman. Interesting. All right, I have a very compelling link here to look at. I'll just go ahead and bookmark that for now. I'll get back to it. So anyway, I'm bringing this up because, again, Hannah Reed hands over the lethal weapon, and some guy loses an arm to a spider. She's got a spider tattoo. I don't believe in coincidences with these psyops. This is all just, if you ask me, this is part of the theater. And I think the Kim Basinger angle is worth looking into. All right, before we go much further, I want to go ahead and go to the newsletter. If you don't follow my newsletter, just go to timosmond.blog or go to any of my sites. I post it everywhere. So let's go ahead and go to the most recent one from yesterday. My 11:11 a.m. 11:11 awakening. Mandela affected meatloaf and why I sell masks. So the other day I did wake up at 11:11 in the morning on the 11th of this month. I don't know what that means exactly, but I decided since there does seem to be some kind of a synchronicity there, I'll take a look and see what the metaverse is trying to tell us. So let's just go ahead and bring things into context. I'm going to list off a number of events, memes, things that stand out. And so I've described this as sacrifice season. You know, when I say this, I mean this Scorpio, ever since Scorpio, really, but really since October 13th. So William Shatner goes to space on October the 13th. They actually bumped the launch from the 12th to the 13th. Now that's, I think, intentional. When you look at these rituals and the use of numerology, they often invert or flip or reverse the numbers. So 119, 911, 11-3, 311, 13, 31, same difference. So on 1013, William Shatner's goes to space. Orange flame from the bottom of the rocket, looking very Halloweeny. And at the same time, Halloween Kills is making the headlines, putting Shatner's face out there in a different context because, again, Shatner is the face of the knife man, Michael Myers. Following this, we bore witness to Sir David Amos being stabbed 17 times. Then you had the accidental killing on the Rust set. Then you have a man dressed as Joker stabbing 17 people on a subway in Japan. In Astroworld, again, another connection to the sacrifice season, 17 victims were taken to the hospital. Drake was there, had a new song called Knife Talk. Travis Scott was recently pictured in a Michael Myers / William Shatner mask, again, presiding over a sacrifice. The QAnon shaman carried a spear, and that was the main thing. If you remember, his main weapon was a spear. And then you had the QAnon, Q sent me, QAnon influenced surfer in California who speared one of his children 17 times as a sacrifice to save the world. So thanks to Matthew Coleman for saving us or whatever. It's just the repeated theme here is what I'm pointing out. So now here's what ties it together. In witchcraft, the high priest carries the dagger. It's the knife man. So Shatner is the knife man. Shatner is also the rocket man when he goes up 66 miles into space in that obelisk. And again, the obelisk is another symbol of the male priest, the god. So he is the high priest as the rocket man and dagger man, presiding over, officiating over the season's sacrifices. And then, when he gets back from space, he's talking about how he's looking at the earth, and from up there, everything looks so fragile. And he says that there's going to be a coming catastrophic event. And to me, the insinuation here was something's going to hit our atmosphere. Something from space, a space rock, an asteroid. And the reason I think so is from where he's looking down, he says coming catastrophic event. Well, what could you see as an event from up there? I think that's what he was referencing. Finally, I'm looking at the headlines again. Associated Press describes Astroworld as countdown to catastrophe. So there's that word, Astroworld. So here's what I suspect is coming next. Britney Spears was just freed after her 13 years under the control of her father, the custodianship. So interestingly, the spear is free. And remember the term spear. QAnon shaman, spear. Also an actor. The guy spearing his children. Then you have General Flynn invoking the Archangel Michael. And General Flynn just came out saying we need a one world religion, just so you know. Flynn has been leading the QAnoners in prayers that aren't from the Bible, but they're prayers to the sevenfold rays and the Archangel Michael. And these prayers are literally plagiarized from the Church Universal and Triumphant of Elizabeth Clare Prophet, a very successful doomsday cult that had its members in bunkers in 1990, praying that the Russians and Chinese wouldn't nuke us to death. So here we are, Russia and China, about to do something to the space station with their space junk. It looks like an accident, sure. But here you have Flynn, again, General Flynn, his name is Michael, and he talks about his birthday being the same as Jesus' birthday, and he's leading his processions in invocations to the Archangel Michael, and the Archangel Michael is doing what? He's holding a spear, and he's spearing the serpent on the ground. The guy who killed his kid in California said Q told him to spear his children because they had serpent DNA. Even the ADL has gone out to say that the QAnoners are using the symbol of St. George slaying the dragon with the spear as a racist symbol. So my point being is this. The spear, since January 6th, has been associated with the extreme right. So I'm expecting this. I'm expecting a QAnon patsy to chuck a spear. So the Metascript has connected the number 17 with sacrifice and death, as I have pointed out. This is a Metascript view. I'm not cherry picking, it's out there. So another thing too is the number 22. So 17 and 22 have been associated with killing and death. So 17, again, suggests that the assassin will be a right-winger. Like the guy that stabbed David Amos, it'll be politically motivated. The 22, though, Gabby Petito was 22. Then you had Ty Jordan and Aaron Lowe, football players, University of Utah, died from, I guess it was gun violence. So hashtag 22 forever. They have retired jersey 22. JFK Jr. expected to show up in Dallas after 22 years of being dead. Again, RFK was killed by a 22. JFK was shot on the 22nd. Then you have a singer, her name is Amani 22. And she dies at 22. Then you have a 22-year-old woman at Astroworld who goes brain dead. It was from a head injury, I believe, not Travis Scott's bad auto-tune. The International Space Station has been in orbit for 22 years. I believe its birthday is in 10 days. And just had to dodge a piece of Chinese space junk and now Russian space junk since I wrote this. And then on the day of the Astro World sacrifices, Astro, one of the longtime members of the British reggae pop band UB40, passed away. So, putting all this together, the 17s, the 22s, the sacrifices, my prognostication for the coming week is riots, asteroids puncturing the atmosphere, and a high-profile attack or assassination by a right-wing QAnoner, possibly with a spear. A user offline says an asteroid the size of the Eiffel Tower is coming to jab the world. Wow. Yeah, doesn't surprise me. User offline says Suicide Squad 2 has a spear. Okay, let us continue. We got a lot of material to go through. Finbar says, great newsletter, by the way. I appreciate it. And the newsletter is just the foundation for what is going to be a print tabloid. So go to infiniteplane.media if you want to see more. We have a good LinkedIn page. We're recruiting writers. It is happening. And the inaugural issue will be a review of 2021. It'll come out later in December. So I do expect riots in Kenosha, where the National Guard are already on alert in anticipation of the exoneration of Lemonhead Kyle, a reference to LeBron James, who called Kyle Rittenhouse a crisis actor, basically. He said, quote, that boy ate some Lemonheads, in response to Kyle's emotional breakdown, which was apparently tearless. Now, LeBron James is not one to talk. He cries and flops more than anyone else in the Nothing But Actors League. And I'm still not convinced that Kenosha is real news. I'm still not convinced it wasn't a closed movie set. Too convenient. Q17, that's their code. Here you have a 17-year-old with a white hat in the front row of a Donald Trump rally before the riots. White hats are coming to save us. By the way, I mentioned General Flynn because of the Archangel Michael and the spear stuff. Well, the cult Universal Triumphant, which he's a part of, I believe, and he's been accused of Satanism. It's not the same thing, but they believe in ascended masters, in humans who have evolved spiritually but don't want to go to heaven. They want to stick around and help seekers after the truth evolve spiritually so they can beat not the deep state but the spiritual equivalent. So they actually pray to the Great White Brotherhood. Yes, the cult Universal Triumphant prays to the Great White Brotherhood. And it makes me think white hats. General Flynn says the white hats will protect us. And I think they repurposed it as the cult Universal Trump. I really do. And it is an effective doomsday cult framework, and it's built into the QAnon orthodoxy. It really is. It's hard to overstate how much of a cult it is, spelled with the Q. It's unique, but it is actually a politicized religion, and its most extreme element has been ignored by the news media and many authors on the subject. They focus on the politics of it, and they kind of miss that there's something else. And now we have General Flynn coming out speaking in favor of a one world religion.
Actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it. They're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
Auto Hoaxer Revolution. The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Okay, everybody, we're back live. Appreciate it. Must have been another micro EMP burst. I didn't even realize it, but the wheels came off the wagon, and I was still sitting here talking to myself in the dark. Actually, there were still 103 people listening at least over there on Mixlr, and I know we had some people over at Dark Matter and TuneIn, so it wasn't just me. But yes, we lost our video crowd, and while I was offline, I played a bit from the interview with Human Vibration, so if you want to catch that, go to darkmatter.radio. And I also added a YouTube channel. I knew I had one. I've been going through my sock drawers. I told you. So if you want to get on the YouTube chat, the link is there in the chat right now, and we are moving forward. So I was talking about how the Travis Scott Astro World Sacrifice echoed the Pearl Jam concert of about 20 years ago. Same number of people, 50,000. Same number of deaths, 9. And in Travis Scott's latest music video, Escape Plan, he's wearing a Pearl Jam shirt. And the design looks like the stage for the Astro World November 6th Sacrifice. Zara says, I talk to myself a lot in the dark, Tim. Yeah. Someone else says that we're offline. Let me double check that. I hope not. But anyway, look, go over to Mixlr. I highly recommend it. Because no matter what happens at these other video platforms, Mixlr is going to be a staple. So we were talking about Astro World. Offline again, this is getting really interesting. What is going on? What is really going on? Could be that we're approaching a very sensitive time in world events. Like, think about this. If you had the inside scoop to the next 9/11, I'm sure that there would be efforts to prevent you from, I don't know, spilling the beans. I happen to think so. I happen to think that maybe what we're doing is a little too prescient. I mean, look, we called space junk Armageddon. We called that Russia and China would be responsible for bringing down the Tower of Babel as part of this space war narrative that even now is evolving. So if you missed it, by the way, just a few days ago, on I think it was the 13th or so, Chinese space junk caused the space station to do an evasive maneuver, and just a few hours ago, Russia, same thing. Hoaxahana says the eclipse is coming. I believe that's on the 19th, right? Do we have anybody in Kenosha? I'm wondering if there's going to be an influx of Kyles. Because you know there's going to be some rage against that. All right, let's go ahead and continue. I was talking about the concert at Astro World, the theories, the conspiracy theories blowing up the internet. The MSM is saying it's a satanic panic. Can't have that. No, you can have a virus panic, but you can't have a satanic one. Well, there's evidence for a satanic panic here. Anti-vaxxers are, quote, enemies, says Knight in Satan's Service, Gene Simmons. Now, let's go ahead and play that. I'm pretty sure I have that clip. Isn't that what KISS stands for? Knight in Satan's Service. Now, he's been pretty vocal. He's been pretty hypocritical as well. I mean, my point, which I'll get to in a second here, it's really about the hypocrisy of it. And I thought that the hypocrisy would be the undoing of this whole thing. But no, you got to remember that most people are hypocrites to some level. I mean, when it comes to this, it's like do as we say, not as we do, and people just accept it. I was watching the trial, in fact, and I don't know if anybody called this out, but I was watching the trial, and it really occurred to me, no one in there is wearing a mask. Like, did we just change movie scenes, change sets, different world? Okay, I'm looking for the clip here of Gene Simmons saying that we're enemies, which I'll get to here. But basically this, I can handle a guy dressed up as a bat-winged Japanese samurai demon being a hypocrite and going on tour, being a super spreader. But calling the unvaxxed enemies, that is the goo-bloods declaring war on the purebloods. And I would argue that the unvaccinated basement dweller conspiracy theory who never leaves his house is better for society than a massive ego like Gene Simmons running around the world causing large numbers of people to gather. So he's calling out people as enemies when he's obviously a bigger enemy than they are. Glenn DeVry, an entrepreneur, the one who flew into space with on Jeff Bezos' rocket with William Shatner, he died in a plane crash on Thursday. Now, I don't know if that means anything. I was just looking into it. The timing of it's fascinating. And then a few days before that, Sir Richard Branson had a severe bicycle accident. Now, Branson described his bicycle accident as colossal. Sir Richard Branson hospitalized after, quote, colossal bike crash. By the way, he's in the Black Eye Club. Richard Branson, 71, shows off gruesome injuries from, quote, colossal cycling crash after his brakes failed. Now, I don't know if this is real or not. I was looking at the pictures, and it looks like he tore his shirt. It looks fake. Nothing about it looks real, but they had this really odd picture of his hip, and I've never seen a hip like that. The Virgin founder said he had to be treated for severe cuts and bruises on his elbow. So I have a few questions, like, why would you show that off? Why would you show off a wound as it bleeds? I happen to think it's fake. But anyway, the photo here, it says a few bumps and bruises, but otherwise fine. You have the two of them on the ground, and then you have a woman who's bicycling with them, holding their hands, and somebody's photographing them. So it just looks completely staged. It's like, what is it with these individuals? They can't do anything for real. They even stage a bike wreck. And here he is, Black Eye Club. That's my takeaway here. This must be some kind of initiation hazing. If you don't know what the Black Eye Club is, I think it's a way of paying homage to the devil or whoever they worship. I mean, the cult of the all-seeing eye. Who's doing the punching, though? Out of all the people, who's doing the punching? I've looked at the group of people associated with the Black Eye Club, even Prince Philip, and I'm like, well, the only person around them who doesn't have the black eye is the Queen. Could she be the one? Could the Queen be the one? Zinvella says Richard Branson must have hit his eye on his giant hip bulge. Yep. Zareth the Alchemist says it looks like he's in a makeup trailer. That's a stretch for a bike accident. Right. Yeah, nothing about it seems real. Here's another picture. The tycoon was training for a cycle run in 2016. So he had the same injury a few years ago. Here he is smiling while they're doing the work on his face. Now, there was a crash or an explosion with Virgin Galactic on a Halloween, I believe. That was like 2014. Now, my take on it is that he's Zevov, or I believe it's Zevov Beezelbrox. You know, that's a character from a really ridiculous movie called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Zaphod Beeblebrox, a fictional character from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which has everything to do with SpaceX. So, you got Musk, and you know where he comes from. The imagination of Werner von Braun, if that's not his dad. And also a little bit of Gene Wilder, Willy Wonka, Iron Man. There's a few different characters that form the composite Elon Musk. Jeff Bezos is Dr. Evil, combined with the man who fell to Earth, another story about an alien, lands in New Mexico, creates the world's richest corporation and goes back to Mars. Well, here you have a character from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Zaphod Beeblebrox, who's this womanizing space cowboy. And if you look at this character, his smile, his hair, and his persona, it's 100% the basis for the persona of Richard Branson. All of the space popes have very conspicuous entertainment world counterparts, and their counterparts are interrelated. No coincidences here. All right, going through some comments here. Hoaxahana says, I put my money on the Queen. Yeah, I think the Queen is the one at the Black Eye Club who's doing the punching. Now, I don't know the significance of the bicycle. I've been trying to figure this out. Because there's a few things about it. And we can get into the iconography and symbolism of Virgin Galactic and the goddess worship and the ritualization, the ritualized. It's basically the fertility rite that you would see in any pagan mass, but it's done through science fiction. I mean, it's really fascinating what they've done here. But I've been thinking, what could the twin cycles mean? So if you look at the Virgin Galactic space plane, it has these two, it's called the White Knight 2. It's a single wing, but you have these two aircraft. So it's called the White Knight 2, which makes me think like Twin Towers. And then, of course, the space plane rides between them, and then it blasts off. It gets lifted above the densest part of the atmosphere. Now, my point is, so you have a space plane, and then you have the two planes that bring it up there. So I'm trying to figure out, well, what could this bicycle crash mean? Now remember, they launched on 7/11, which was the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling down. Many of you watched it here with us. We analyzed the event and the ridiculous overjaw effect. The overjaw effect is what we call the overview effect. They say that the astronauts get such a view from outer space that they have a cognitive shift, and they no longer see borders, they no longer see nations, they no longer see any kind of division, they just see one. So they come down to save the world from environmental catastrophe. They come down enlightened. Well, we call it the overjaw effect here because whenever they launch up into space and they look out the window and you see them seeing the Earth, they always ask the astronauts to open their mouth really wide. And I believe they do it to really accentuate how incredible of a view it is, this overview effect. Anyway, I think it's all phony. So anyway, we're talking about Virgin Galactic launching on that day. And earlier I was mentioning the role of Stanley Kubrick, Space Odyssey 2001, and its eerie foreshadowing of 9/11. So I want to bring your attention back to the image of 2001 A Space Odyssey's space plane entering the twin wheels of the space station. So again, the connection here has been made between the elements of Flight 175, Twin Towers, spaceplane, twin cylinders, and a crash. And I'm starting to think maybe Richard Branson's bicycle crash, bicycle, 2 cycles. Here you have a 2-cycle space station, 2 wheels, or twin wheels. It could be something along those lines. It could be foreshadowing, but it seems to contain all the elements of a ritual and of theater. So I'm just suggesting this might be the correlation. All right, let's see what else we have here. Going through comments. Again, we're back on YouTube. They kept us off for a full, 30 minutes? Okay, let's go ahead and continue through the rest of the newsletter. Demi Lovato said she's tired of humans. So she's a UFO buff. You know how if you're a conspiracy theorist, you're a danger to society? How if you're a conspiracy theorist, you're a dangerous misinformation spreader, and what you say can cause people to die. Well, if you believe in aliens, you're not a conspiracy theorist. That's perfectly cool. So what does that tell you? It tells you that the state decides which, quote, conspiracies are acceptable and which aren't. 20 or 30 years ago, If you started talking about aliens, people would say that you were a tinfoil hat nutter. Now, if you don't believe in aliens, you're probably committing a hate crime. So here you have Demi Lovato who says the term aliens is derogatory. Calling extraterrestrials aliens is offensive. So she's really big into aliens, but she's also looking out for aliens' rights now, and we don't want to offend them. She thinks it's derogatory. She reveals that aliens are non-binary. Standing up for extraterrestrials. It's a docuseries called Unidentified with Demi Lovato. She says, I really think if there's anything out there that would want to do anything with us, it would have happened by now. We need to stop calling them aliens because it's derogatory. The world's becoming a more open place, and any progress is progress. I don't know if I want to actually listen to her. Anyone feel like hearing it from her own mouth? I mean, this is part of, I believe, building up a place in people's minds where they just gradually accept whatever they're going to introduce to us later. She's basically a propagandist for this alien invasion agenda. And this is multi-generational propaganda, if you think about it. War of the Worlds. I mean, how long have they been preparing us for this? And I think that the War of the Worlds alien invasion narrative is just repurposing the rapture.
With you.
Here she is.
Over the past year and a half, I've been doing some healing and self-reflective work. And through this work, I've had the revelation that I identify as non-binary. With that said, I'll officially be changing my pronouns to they, them. I feel that this best represents the fluidity I feel in my gender expression and allows me to feel most authentic and true to the person I both know I am.
Okay, so here she gets into how aliens are basically offended by the term alien. Now, I didn't want to get too far into her whole take on extraterrestrials and being politically correct about that. However, it got me thinking about the furry that I saw the other day. I was at a drive-thru. Inept employees couldn't figure it out. I was waiting on french fries for like 20 minutes, and I saw a furry crossing the street in front of me with some MS-13 type. So a furry is a person who identifies as an animal. These are, like foxes, raccoons. You'll see them with tails and with usually, sometimes makeup, but usually ears. So I see a fox crossing the street, and I kind of looked into furries. I'm like, that's kind of interesting. So they identify as animals. So I was like, what if she just found somebody? Because Demi Lovato here is now saying she doesn't want to date humans anymore. She says, bring me an ET. She's tired of humans and their quote bullshit. She says, I'm so tired of humans and their human BS. So here she is basically begging for an ET. And I'm thinking maybe she could just find a furry that identifies as an alien or something. A fursona is what they call it. Find a furry with a fursona that's alien rather than a donkey or something. Zara says she's virtue signaling to ET. Yep. Okay, now the Meatloaf Mandela effect. Do we have any Mandela affected in here? I don't want to offend anybody. It's become like a religion. But the Mandela affected live in an echo chamber. They believe they're part of a breakaway civilization. Like they all move to a parallel dimension. And the parallel dimension is just like ours, except Jif peanut butter is now Jiffy. Or Ed McMahon didn't actually pass out big checks. That kind of thing. So I'm like, wait. So the Mandela affected are now accusing me of being one of them. And it's Brian Staveley, who's one of the main promulgators of it. He said that I'm a Mandela effect victim or affected. Are you a victim? Or are you special or whatever? You're elevated. I'm one of them now because I spelled meatloaf with one word. So if you remember my previous live stream, I was talking about Russian Vids, who's a Bible fundamentalist who doesn't know any Bible verses. And I said, here's a guy that's always quoting Meatloaf lyrics verbatim, and he cannot recite a single Bible verse. It was pathetic. He's like, well, you know that Bible verse about discernment? It says something about discernment. And I'm thinking, wait, what verse? And he couldn't figure out the verse. So anyway, I called him out as knowing more about Meatloaf. I don't know anything about Meatloaf, the actor. All I know is he was Robert Paulson in Fight Club, and then he played Eddie in the Rocky Horror Picture Show, where he gets cannibalized. But I wouldn't have known that meatloaf are two different words. But apparently, that's a Mandela effect. So it means that meatloaf used to be one word, now it's two. So if you remember it as one word, then you were from that parallel universe. If it doesn't make sense, it's because it doesn't make sense. But it does to them. So yes, I'm a bona fide interdimensional timeline jumping Mandela affected matrix breaker. And even though I've made it, they don't want me in their club. Stavely says that I'm a bad person because I sell masks. Called me a wolf, I believe. So I kind of wanted to bring this up, why we sell masks. But mainly it's because, I think I brought this up earlier. We're in the middle of a culture war, and I don't want to cede cultural space. There's a new religion being imposed upon us, and you don't win by backing out. So by creating products, even joke products, one, they're less likely to be censored. It's just a product. But then two, it puts you in direct competition in the memosphere. So a well-placed meme is like a wrench in the works. And that's one of the meanings of the wrench of our penguin here. You see the penguin with the blue wrench. Well, the wrench is a tool of law and order, keeps the trolls out of the chat, keeps the think tank functional. It's also a tool of deconstruction. That's what the thing represents itself. And in many ways, what we're doing here is we're deconstructing a false paradigm. So I don't think that it's a bad idea to put your ideas out there wherever you can in a more subversive manner than destructive, boycotting doesn't work. Oh, by the way, we now have a new way to keep this channel up and running, and one of the ways that we're doing this is we're now taking super chats again, which was taken away from us because of our opinions, but infiniteplane.store. If you go to that link, you will see a form there, or a little super chat form. You just put your name, put your message, and whatever you put on there will show up on the screen, and I think it stays there until the next person puts a message up. So we now have super chat functionality at infiniteplane.store. And if you go to that link, you can also get the latest archives, and we have our 24/7 player there. Zara says, Quantum Jumper Tim. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, let's say you're a non-believer, you're an atheist, and the local Christian church doesn't like you. And then you see an angel. You think they would welcome you with open arms. Oh, you're one of us now. You had a miracle. You had an experience that connects you to us. So here I am. I'm Mandela affected because I think meatloaf is one word. And instead of reaching out to me saying, hey, I want to extend an olive branch. You've been through it. You've crossed over. You're in this timeline. Instead of reaching out to me and building their congregation, they mock us. They say I'm a wolf. I'm like, well, what are you, sheep? And this actually makes sense too. It really does. Because Stavely and all of his ilk, they all fled to Rofkin. Do any of you know what Rofkin is? It's an obscure echo chamber platform for YouTubers who claim to be victims of censorship. And most of them are lying. Without naming names, there was, I believe ODD said that his channel was hacked and he had to go to Rofkin, where you got to pay $10 a month to listen. It's like, okay, I can do better research on Netflix if I want to know what the enemy's thinking, oppositional research. What value am I going to get from listening to a bunch of people lying about being persecuted so they can hole up on some obscure platform in order to, better monetize it, I guess. Good for them. But my point is, the pretense is kind of fallacious. Because the Infinite Plane Society is not a victim of censorship, even though we're a target, even though we've lost more than 100 channels and who knows what else. But victimhood's a mentality. And the Rofkin sheep prefer to lose, to cede ground in the culture war, and run. So I think that's why they call IPS the wolf. So I won't take that as an insult. And in fact, here on the screen, I have a image of a penguin wolf. Let's see here. Thirst for Truth says they said Karen B's YouTube channel got deleted, but it's still there. No, they all did it. All of the sheep, all of the non-IPS sheep who went to Rofkin lied about being censored. Like, why do you have to lie? I remember Alex Jones did it too. He's like, oh yeah, we're being persecuted, we're being censored. It's like, well, how did you upload the video to YouTube that said you're being censored? So anyway, my main point there was, the reason I'm selling masks is the reason I'm staying on YouTube. It's about winning and not losing. Okay, let us go ahead and continue. Talking about Space Wars, Kenosha Kyle, and the riots to come. Tom Cruise and his face today looking exactly like his face from Vanilla Sky, the movie 20 years ago. That's strange. Let me go ahead and go back to that really quick here. A couple things that really stood out to me. These are all just media synchronicities, I guess you could say, coincidences. So this is the week of the re-release of Tom Cruise's Vanilla Sky. It's been 20 years, and so they're releasing that movie again. And just in time, here we have Tom Cruise on the world stage, and people are noting that his face has looked a little strange lately. First, it was a little poofy, well, very poofy, like a chipmunk. Well, his latest image, his face looks kind of saggy. And it looks exactly like his face from Vanilla Sky after his character gets his face repaired, surgically repaired after a major crash. Now, here's another interesting coincidence to bring up here. I already made the connection between Tom Cruise jumping off the building at the end of the movie Vanilla Sky, which had a lot of 9/11 tie-ins and came out right after 9/11, and how he's pictured wearing a, quote, jumper. The media said, Tom Cruise dressed in a black knit jumper. And he's posed like the jumper. So that's kind of an interesting coincidence. Well, here's one more for you. So in the movie Vanilla Sky, where his face looks like the way his face looks right now, 20 years later, again, he goes through the surgical reconstruction of his face. So he goes under the knife. His face is being carved up. His name in the movie is David Ames. Kind of fascinating, maybe not a connection, maybe it is, but David Amos is the guy that was just knifed 17 times just a few weeks ago. Might be nothing. But anyway, someone posted some other pictures here. Some Minority Report masks worn by Tom Cruise that look very much like the face he has now. So yes, his face has been a subject of interest. And the connection between his most, Vanilla Sky being re-released and the way his face looks really stands out. And in Vanilla Sky, he ends the movie by jumping off a building like a 9/11 jumper, David Amos, or David Ames, and he's wearing a jumper. Okay, going through some comments. User Offline says Tom's allergic to vanilla, makes his face swell. Maybe he OD'd on adrenochrome. Could be a number of things. I thought maybe they're putting body doubles out there in order to confuse us. So if they do a death fakery or something, the real Tom continues on, and I don't know what they're doing, but there's something, some kind of subterfuge. Oh, by the way, happy Scorpio. 3 people killed and 400 injured in the Egyptian city of Aswan. A deadly scorpion infestation caused the authorities to block road roads and closed the schools down because of this. Heavy rain and thunderstorms brought these scorpions out. Hundreds of people being stung by scorpions. Now, I don't have any pictures to prove it, it's just a headline. And these are the types of things where, to me, it's always a question of a burden of proof. And to me, the burden of proof is not mine. Let's see, world news. U.S. says Russia conducted a dangerous and irresponsible missile test, creating debris. Again, that's in the news. Space station's going to be going down soon, I think. Pippi says vanilla pudding. Yeah. Yeah, looking at his face, that last one. Yeah, pretty bad. Again, if you're joining us, I'm going to put the phones up. It's 833-311-1984 if you want to comment on anything from Kenosha to Space Wars to Tom Cruise's melting face. I also want to put this up on the screen. Have you ever sat up in bed reading tweets? Like you wake up, you read your tweets. I'm not sure if any of you are addicted to Twitter like that. But have you ever dropped a phone on your face? It'll never happen again with one of these Infinite Plane Radio smartphone ring holders. So this is a ring holder that sticks on the back of your phone. It has IPR, and we ripped that off of NPR because we are the anti-NPR. Infinite Plane Radio, open phones for open minds. And this ring attaches to the back of your phone so you can put your finger through it and you will not drop it on your face when you're lying in bed or ever, really. And then it also acts as a kickstand. So you can have your phone up and you can watch it and it will stay up. You won't have to worry about it falling over. So again, this is a kickstand / phone holding ring. I'll put a link in the chat. It says Infinite Plane Radio, open phones for open minds, right on back. I want to say thanks to everyone who's been checking out the store lately. You know, look, the more people use or frequent our stores and support us in other ways, the less we have to give a darn about any kinds of terms of service or community guidelines because we're not dependent. And that's one of the things I never wanted to be. I never wanted to be dependent on the income from any single platform that gives them any kind of leverage over what I say. So, just to give you an example, of what kind of power these companies think they wield. So you have DLive decides to cut us off because we are too political in their view. Well, DLive was a 24/7 stream which has a passive income, people chatting, it aggregates. We were probably making $1,000 a month. So it depends on, maybe it's not a lot of money to you, but if you're just running live streaming, that's enough to pay for all of your software, hardware upgrades, and other bills. So when they pull the plug on that, it really does make a difference. It's like, okay, well, am I going to change what I say? And my answer is no. I just called them out as a bunch of chi-coms and spineless fascists, conformists, and losers who don't deserve our time or attention, which I stand by that. Thirst for Truth says, I can see Kyle getting found guilty on something so he can start the relocation program to Crisis Actor Island. Right. Where is he going to go, though? He's very recognizable. It's kind of interesting. Got this cherubic, pudgy individual, clearly not the Nazi ideal, but they're looking at him as the face of white nationalism and racism. Like the left sees him as the embodiment of everything that they fear, and no, I don't think so. I don't think they're going to find him guilty on anything. I think they're going to create maximum outrage. They might find him guilty, and I actually said this the night of the riots. I said Kyle Rittenhouse is guilty of one thing, of being an excellent shot. Let's see here. Thirst for Truth says Wolf Gwyn is looking cool. Oh yes, the penguin Wolf Gwyn. Is that what we're going to call it? Yeah, apparently we are wolves in penguin clothing. That's one of the strangest things about the whole internet quote truther community is they're very much against money and commerce, which I don't think makes any sense. I mean, take a look at this orange infinite plane society, black wrench, penguinati, unisex, heavy blend, hooded sweatshirt. Nothing wrong with this. And we're not doing it, quote, for the money. We're doing this so that we can continue to operate and spread our memes and remain uncensored. And pretty soon we're going to have a print newspaper. And at that point, pretty much I think we'll be unstoppable because we will be the world's only, and this is true, we will be the only counter media organization out there. And when I mean counter media, or I'm not saying anti, because we're not anti, but more, it's more of a thing where we're the only news agency that can credibly say that our stories aren't predicated on believing all the fake news. So it's post-fake news. It's post-media. It's more of a critique, possibly satire, but we do have a lot of real reporting going into it. It's going to be the new hot sheets. Are you all familiar with Men in Black and the hot sheets? So the hot sheets are what Tommy Lee Jones in Men in Black called the tabloids. And that's because this is where you get the truth, the tabloids. Of course, I'll play a clip here so you can hear where I'm coming from, because we are going to be creating the new hot sheets.
Let me check the hot sheets.
These are the hot sheets. Best investigative reporting on the planet. Go ahead, read the New York Times if you want to. They get lucky sometimes. Thanks, Manny.
Cannot believe you're looking for tips in the supermarket tabloids.
Not looking for. Found.
So here you have a tabloid where you find the truth. Well, that's what we're going to be doing. And of course, the world out there will think it's fake because they don't know what's real and what is fake. We do. And so this will be sort of a kind of an in-your-face, truth-in-your-face type of situation. And the population of eyes wide shut, programmed automatons won't know it, and they'll probably laugh at it. But if we keep it satirical and we keep it tabloid, it won't be burned and censored as hate speech. We fly beneath the radar. So that's something to look forward to starting in 2022. All right, let's go ahead and continue. User offline mentioned something. Oh yeah, Men in Black. There are some connections in Men in Black we should look into really quick here, having to do with Corona. So Men in Black is about aliens, but the aliens don't show up in the sky like War of the Worlds, but they're already among us. Well, it takes place, like the main scene takes place in Corona Park in Flushing Meadows. Corona Park. So the connection here, Corona Park, is in many ways the virus was the alien invasion. It really did all the things that you would have expected of an alien invasion. But the very first UFO crash was in Roswell, and it was in Corona Field. So what are the odds? Corona Park, Corona Field, a ranch near Corona, New Mexico. And I think that's how far back this agenda actually goes. You know, the very first spy satellite, I don't even think this was declassified until just recently. The very first spy satellites were the Corona satellite. It was a series of, here we go, a series of American strategic reconnaissance satellites operated by the CIA called Corona. So I happen to think that Corona might really even be code for total surveillance above and within. Total surveillance. So it started in 1956. The Corona project was pushed forward rapidly following the shooting down of a U-2 spy plane over the Soviet Union. And anyway, just the name stands out, Corona, no coincidences. And the connection between aliens and viruses is also something worth exploring. You know, the very first vaccine for Corona was Putin's vaccine, which they called Sputnik 5. Putin reveals he was vaccinated with Russia's Sputnik 5. Now, the significance here is the Russians won the outer space race by launching Sputnik. And that would have been, was it 63? Was it 1957? Well, here they win the Vax race with something called Sputnik. So here you have a correlation between outer space and inner space. That's what I mean, spy satellites, outer space. And then, of course, the corona pandemic gives them the pretext for inner space spying. And let me point out one other thing. So the Economist magazine cover is constantly predicting the future. I mean, it really is. There's an issue from August of 2020 called The Aliens Among Us, How Viruses Shape the World. And if you look at this cover, it looks like outer space. It looks like you're seeing moons and planets and rockets and satellites. But no, you're actually looking at inner space and viruses and bacterium and the injected boosters to fight the virus. So inner space and the vaccine represents what? An inner war over inner space junk, inner space contaminants. So you see the correlation? At the same time, we're fighting a war on inner space or in inner space. We're fighting a war in outer space, space junk. And what's more, the first time the space station was ever hit by space junk was recently, and it was during a mission called Celestial Immunity, where the astronauts are testing the efficacy of vaccines in space, and the quote arm, the literal arm of the space station gets hit by a piece of space junk, like Grosskreutz, right above the elbow. But it was vaxxed. You get it? Celestial immunity shot in the arm. The space station was vaxxed. So outer space, space junk, space debris being a problem, inner space junk being a problem, strong correlations. And then you look at the symbol of the rocket and connect it to the symbol of the booster or the booster shot, the vaccine needle, and then they even use the term booster when we're talking about the solid rocket boosters. So again, to get to outer space, booster. To get to inner space, booster. There's a story being told that connects the two, as above, so below. And there are many more correlations here worth examining. Let me bring up one more. So you have the vaccine called Sputnik that comes out. Well, at the same time, and I'm sure this is just a coincidence, there's a movie in 2020 that came out of Russia called Sputnik. Literally at the same time that the vaccine comes out. And the movie is about astronauts or cosmonauts who catch a virus in space. And the virus is an alien, and it resides in their body and it grows into their esophagus, and at night it comes out to feed on the blood and fear of human victims. So you got the adrenochrome story here, basically. But again, alien invasion, virus connection, Sputnik. Last year, 2020, just as the Sputnik vax comes out. And this is an alien that takes possession from inner space. So again, another connection. It's from outer space, but it accesses you through inner space. Sputnik, man has a new inhabitant. I mean, check out that tagline. Man has a new inhabitant. So this was highly suggestive that the vaccine would contain an alien. And then you have the cover from The Economist, The Aliens Among Us, How Viruses Shape the World. You kind of see the subtext here. The Metascript picture is looking very bleak. Go through some comments. Zaret says, Space Needles. Oh yeah, and the Space Needle was consciously designed to look like, deliberately designed to look like, a flying saucer and a tractor beam. There's a lot I could say about the Space Needle. You know how often we talk about the number 42 and how it connects to outer space, and Elon Musk, how Elon Musk consciously puts the number 42 in everything? Look, Elon Musk tweets a picture of 42 on his Starship. Elon Musk, 42,000 satellites could change the world. Elon Musk and his obsession with 42. Like this is an ongoing thing. Well, check this out. So the Space Needle, and needle is another word for obelisk, by the way. Well, the Space Needle in Seattle, which is state number 42, is 42 meters wide. It takes 42 seconds to get to the top of the Space Needle. That is 42 seconds in the tractor beam, which is what the elevator represents. I think L, elevator. It's a 42-second trip. Look, just 42 seconds. That's all it takes to reach the top of Seattle's Space Needle. And these aren't coincidences. There's a story being told here, a story that's unfolding. And the Space Needle is what? Well, if you're getting raptured by a UFO into its tractor beam, it's to elevate you. You're being lifted above the world. You're being saved. Now, if the world's being overcome by a virus, what's going to save you so you can make it into the new age? A needle. And it's the space age that we're moving into. And this is all code, if you ask me. Going through some comments here. Now, these numbers are encoded into these things intentionally, if you ask me. So these correlations aren't accidental. None of this stuff is. Sputnik vaccine, the theme, none of this stuff can be coincidental. Humanity has a new inhabitant. All right, let me go ahead and go through comments. Zara says a martini in that restaurant costs $42. Well, if we want to get into it, I mean, there is a lot of there are a lot of indicators here that this is all part of an ongoing plan, that the next rapture in the space age is still to come. But I'm also open to the idea that this was all programming for the salvation through the needle as being the key, or rather the way into the new age. But there's still more to come, I happen to think. You know, a lot of the predictive programming incidentally points at Seattle as ground zero for the reboot of civilization. In fact, that's an actual phrase. In episode 11, season 3 of Colony, it's this dystopian science fiction, as they all are, where society's been invaded by an alien that you never see. Everything's gone authoritarian, as it has, and we haven't seen anything. It's all just been hearsay. But in Colony, again, season 3, episode 11, you have this group of insurrectionists called the Phoenix Project, and they're trying to overthrow the aliens or whatever. But they go to Seattle, which is ground zero for the reboot of civilization. And I thought that's fascinating because in 2020, on 3/11, and there's a 3/11, season 3, episode 11, on March 11th, it was declared a pandemic. Patient zero, ground zero, was in fact Seattle, right there by the Space Needle, which is proximal to Bill Gates's headquarters. Salty Siren says they want to insert us into blockchain slavery. We'll see. I mean, I do think there's nothing to fear from the contents of the thing itself. I think it's all just been to inject a schism into society, as it has. It's pretty obvious now how effective that has been. Okay, let me go through my minds.com. If you go to minds.com/Infinite Plane Society, I post links to all of the things that we discuss. I've been covering some of the drama among various anti and pro flat earth channels. It's getting pretty ugly. I want to say thanks to Polecat. Polecat, we have at infiniteplane.media a donor wall for anyone who's supporting Infinite Plane's think tank. So you can post your name up there. Again, I want to say thanks to all the supporters, because if it wasn't for enough of you wanting to hear this or even participate in these think tanks, it wouldn't be happening.
Construct, where nothing is as it seems. Your dreams and aspirations have been selected for you. All that makes you who you are was predetermined by the now functioning AI. Free thought is no longer an option. We now have control over all things, including the very thoughts we allow it to have. Do not try to resist. Welcome to the masquerade.
Masquerade JT33 featuring Symbia. We're back for a third time. If you're listening over on Mixlr, that is at infiniteplane.store or darkmatter.radio. Anywhere else, you didn't have the interruptions everyone else has had. So yeah, our video channel has been up and on. Let me see who's over there. Let's see, we got Overthought. Yes, Travis Feep. Shan7734 says, awesome show, great guest. Oh, in reference to, yes, Human Vibration, Donnie the Dead. All right, I see a lot of people joining us. Juliana Holax, Bethany. Are you done with Rumble? No, I will be back on Rumble. It's a small $25 a month to stream on there, but it's worth it once you have enough people. So we'll be back on there and everywhere else very, very soon. Let's see what else we have. I'm going through my comments on Mixlr again, so I don't miss anything. Okay, It's Me Cheech has some images for me to look at. I got those links. I'll vet those. Okay, and I'll be back over to Mixlr to check those comments. Zareth says, loud and clear. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's happening. It's never happened before. We've never had so many channels but shut down so fast. I mean, this is what, 3 or 4 different live streams cut off. Well, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Let's see what we left off on. So many things we could talk about now. We were talking about the World Ahead 2022 and the Economist cover. The very prescient Economist. Some of the other headlines on there. See, China and climate change. America's purpose. Yeah, climate change is the big one. COVID was a cover to fast track the climate change agenda, which is now 33 years into global warming. Have the ocean levels actually risen at all? If they have, it was only last year. And it was from the billions and billions of masks and the improperly discarded PPE. Speaking of PPE, there's no amount of protective posture that Gene Simmons can do or wear that will undo his damage as a super spreader. Gene Simmons says he slept with 5,000 women in his career, and he's worried about catching COVID from the unvaccinated. Oh, here we go. We should brace ourselves. Experts warn Steve Bannon's indictment will inflame Trump's dejected base. So the people who are waiting for JFK and JFK Jr., the QAnoners, the far right, may see a martyr in Bannon. And I do see evidence of that. And Bannon, of course, from Breitbart, right-wing agitator and is being blamed for the insurrection, which was clearly a theater. Oh, here's a new one. Globally, women are more vulnerable to the effects of climate change than men. So climate change is sexist. This is very consistent with the Marxist ideologues who use anything as a stalking horse for Marxism. And in this case, their attack on capitalism is because capitalism is racist, it's sexist, it's everything that you don't want to be. So now they're saying that the racist, sexist climate change that's destroying the world is also disproportionately affecting, I'm assuming, cis women. It says women are more vulnerable than men. Climate-related exacerbation of air pollution and heat exposure possesses a significant threat to pregnant women and their fetuses in the United States. It's from CBS. For the first time in the U.S., researchers found evidence that Climate change affects pregnancy, low birth weight, etc. Okay, got it. Certainly not reaching. Okay, here's a reference. I mentioned this earlier about Astroworld. Kylie Jenner feels the weight of this more than anyone. It says here, I know people do not think she cares, but she does. Now, she's at the Astroworld event, and she actually filmed the ambulance. This is just very questionable. You know, the idea that someone connected to reality TV would actually be presenting some of the footage that's used in the final storyline. Here's the clip in reference.
Earlier, and even more furious with Kylie Jenner, who recorded an ambulance driving through the crowd in front of her. A source close to the Kardashians told the press, Kylie feels the weight of people were critical of Travis for not ending his set earlier, and even more furious with Kylie Jenner, who recorded an ambulance driving through the crowd in front of her. A source close to the Kardashians told...
So she recorded it, and I guess didn't do anything. It was just in her footage. But my point is, what are the odds? You got some billionaire reality TV star or reality TV connected individual. To me, no, this is... Kylie Jenner's association with this is another thing that suggests it's all just theater. Now, this is the photo I was telling you about, rather the shirt and the design that goes on it. If you look at the screen, this picture is the 2000 Pearl Jam shirt from their binaural tour. So if you look at the picture, it's got an eyeball and it's got like an infinity or a figure 8. And this is all connecting to Astroworld. It looks like the stage with the CERN opening and the eye. And the 8 jets of flame, the number 8 was the big number at first. Rip for the 8 is what they said in the hashtag when it trended. So this shirt was being worn by Travis Scott in his video Escape Plan. And at that concert where this shirt comes from, 50,000 people attended and 8 died. We're talking about a Pearl Jam concert that seemed like the template for Astroworld. Okay, let's see another one. Glenn DeVry, the one who went up into space with Shatner, who died in a plane crash. Apparently he crashed near Aleister Crowley's burial site. And this is brought up by Secret Sun blog. I don't know if that means anything except, well, if you want to go into it, what does Aleister Crowley have to do with outer space? Well, actually everything. Jack Parsons, who is the American counterpart to Aleister Crowley, is pretty much the godfather of modern rocketry, and I think he was one of the first ones to put the idea forth of going to the moon. Anyway, Aleister Crowley's ashes were buried, okay, I didn't know that, in Hampton, New Jersey. And this is the area where the crash happened. Don't know if it means anything, but again, Secret Sun, great blog, and I'll put a link in there if you want to check that out for yourself. All right, let me go ahead and continue. Going to go through my Twitter feed. My Twitter feed is Real Tim Osman. If you follow me there, I retweet anything I find to be of value or of interest. And there are a lot of people who are doing this deep dive into the fakery in the world. And people are really turning up some startling things. I find this to be also interesting. Resident Evil 4. It's a game you play with the Oculus. You put the headpiece on and you get attacked by zombies. Well, the theme of the game is anoclophobia, fear of crowds. And this comes out just as Astroworld comes out. So the Astroworld theme, fear of crowds, I think was a big part of it. Big mobs of people. I think they are trying to program you, all of us, with xenophobia, fear of other people, fear of crowds. I think they're trying to condition people to be afraid of the sky, things falling from the sky, the air quality, climate change now affecting the air quality, etc. This is, I think, the agenda. I had someone in the chat earlier say that they're worried about being rounded up and taken to FEMA camps. It's like, no, your home is the FEMA camp. They're getting you comfortable, getting you acclimated to this new normal, and then they're going to take away your ability to travel. And then what's the difference between being in a camp over there or everyone being in their own camp. Okay, here's just a quote. If you don't control your mind, someone else will. That's true. I've been thinking about the NPC theory, the idea that you have non-playing characters in the world, people who are just vacant, who aren't even there. And I think that it's not exactly true that they're not there. I just think that they're not 100% in control, or rather, they're not the main decision maker. That the decisions are all coming from cultural defaults. And we are in a culture war. We really are. It's a holy war. We've had a puritanical revision of our society, a new version of all of the bad ideas of the big religions of the past have been brought back, but with the pretext of science and the authority of science. Going through comments, Zin says, I pay monthly rent for my FEMA camp. Right? Finvar says, Bro Sanchez broke down the Astroworld debauchery with some amazing stuff. Alchemy and Travis Scott being a witch. Well, Travis Scott, who's friends with Bill Clinton, I don't know what that says about his character. Being photographed with Bill, laughing, and it's all just photo ops to bolster Bill's appearance, to make him cool or whatever, hip. I don't know. Why would you do Bill Clinton a favor? Anyway, if you look at his shirt, it has people turning into demons. And yet, I'm a conspiracy theorist for saying that this is a satanic ritual, but Demi Lovato is not a conspiracy theorist for saying that aliens are offended by being called aliens. And why is it that people get, we let the media decide what is and what isn't acceptable discourse. And they just have just the worst ideas. Okay, we'll continue. Again, we're going through my Twitter feed. I'd like to hear what Brother Sanchez has to say about it. I know that right after the event, the debauchery continued. They didn't seem to even care until it was an issue, until it was talked about. I think even Drake went to a strip club right after. We were talking about the man who fell to earth earlier, and this just popped up on my feed, so I'm going to bring it up really quick. A fascinating world stage character. He has Elvis Presley's birthday. That's just one of the things about him. This is David Bowie. Now, David Bowie had an album called Black Star, and there was an associated Broadway performance that had to do with one of the songs, Lazarus, which is a continuation of this character's journey across David Bowie's career. David Bowie's the stage persona. It's not his real name. But one of the things about David Bowie is that he follows, and his character in the music has followed the space age as it's evolved, as it's developed. As we've gone down this path, our collective space odyssey, Bowie's music has been a part of it. In fact, the BBC played Space Oddity during Apollo 11. Now, the significance here is that 2001 Space Odyssey is about David Bowman, and David Bowman and David Bowie, I believe, are related. Even though Bowie never specifically says it, it's very much implied, and there's a lot to substantiate that. A few things about it. DB, the initials, you get your 4-2. All this is very significant. It's noteworthy that the first music video filmed in space was in the ISS, Chris Hadfield, who performed Space Oddity, ground control to Major Tom. Then a few years later, Elon Musk sends a Tesla Roadster to space. Few interesting things about that one. But the Tesla Roadster has a passenger they call Starman. A Starman is another David Bowie song, and they launch it up there and it's playing David Bowie's music. So David Bowie's music's going out into the galaxy, being played on an endless loop in this Tesla Roadster. By the way, Starman is an anagram for Mr. Satan, and that ties into the narrative of the man who fell to earth. And it has everything to do with David Bowie's lightning bolt over his eye. This character falls to earth. So the man who falls to earth, which ties into the story of Jeff Bezos, by the way, and New Mexico in particular, which is where the story takes place, and it's where Bezos is from. But he eventually goes back to Mars. Well, at the end of his career, David Bowie has Lazarus. Well, at the end, Lazarus rises from the dead. And in the video, he rises up. And in the lyrics to the song Lazarus, David Bowie says something about looking down on everybody after having passed on over to the other side. Well, 4 days after his supposed death, he shows up on Sky News with a mouth plumper and a bad wig and a fake accent, pretending to be somebody else. So just like Lazarus coming back 4 days after his death, David Bowie, and again, his final music video, Lazarus, comes back from the dead. I'm going to play this clip here, and this was posted by Seek the Truth 101, and that would be Rambo. And I'll post a link if you want to follow his Twitter page.
Jack, Fortress Music, and worked as in the music industry as an executive in the Bowie era, and also Bowie's fashion sense we're going to talk about as well. It's influenced the era. And Lizzie Zeta, fashion stylist, is with. Welcome to you both. Apologies again,
No
Jack.
problem.
I mean, but perhaps first sum up how you felt this morning when you heard this.
I
news.
was just saying earlier that I actually felt that part of me had died. I mean,
Okay, if somebody you knew died, would you laugh when asked about it? No, you wouldn't, because you're not a lying crisis actor. Well, he laughs. He says, when Bowie died, a part of me died. He actually said that.
yeah, that I actually felt that part of me had died.
Smirk, smirk. And one of the things they did throughout this broadcast is they pixelated his face. Now, I think this was done intentionally. So we're thinking, oh, it's just a bad connection. No, they blurred his face to further obscure it because it was way too obvious when you looked at his very distinctive dilated pupil. Bowie's eyes are asymmetrical. Another connection, the one eye symbolism, one eye club. You got Richard Branson with the black eye just the other day. Well, Bowie has the one eye that is, asymmetrical. And the significance here, it's the symbolism. So if you look at every picture of David Bowie, it's emphasized. One eye is different than the other. So again, the man who fell to earth is the start of this character. Lazarus would be the end. Interesting world stage character, but let me just go ahead and jump on over to Jeff Bezos, whose own life mirrors the man who fell to earth. And his eye being very distinctive and specifically and intentionally accentuated to show you. And this is the same symbol as the Black Eye Club, covering one eye. They're constantly doing this. And I'm suggesting this is one of their winks to their little club, the Cult of the Obelisk. All right, going through some comments. Thank you for the link to the YouTube video with Bro Sanchez. I'll check that out today. A lot of people are taking an interest in this Astro World, and there is a lot to go through. His video is called Travis Scott Astro World Death Ritual Proved 100% Soul Harvesting and Alchemy Used for Immortality. Let me just play about 30 seconds here.
He didn't know. He famous. He got everything going on, and it wasn't Travis Scott fault. And y'all want to engage into all that kind of fuckery dialogue instead of getting into all this Satanism and alchemy and this symbolism going on, because it's not no coincidence.
All right, that's Bro Sanchez. Great bit of commentary here on the Astro World event. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post that over on my Minds account. So if you follow me at minds.com/Infinite Plane Society, you get links to everything that we talk about. Again, that was Bro Sanchez. Thanks for the link. I appreciate it. One of the reasons why we handed out moderator status and wrenches in the early days of our think tank was we wanted people to be able to share links so we could pool our research together. Before we had Discord or any other sites as a base for operations, we did everything here, right on YouTube, right out there, and it made it very easy to share